Hello? Start sending us your video from your streaming. Okay. All right, I think I'm live. Yes. It appears that I'm live over on YouTube. Excellent. I'm gonna unmute myself on YouTube. YouTube. Yep. Yep, there you go. Great. We are live. Thank goodness for that. Thanks for telling me. It's YouTube streaming. The backend probably broke a month ago. Noticed you exactly 0 users. Hi, ABC. Good to see you. Yeah, so thank you for letting me know. I did click to go live, and it told me that I was live, but obviously I was not live. I don't know where that stream was going. Maybe it went to some other random place. I have no idea. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate it. You're very helpful there. If money's what they're after, why don't they go grow the platform, maybe more advertise rather than squeeze the streamers with their shrinking number of viewers? They don't understand. I don't think they know how to grow. I think that the truth is, like, if anybody who's a guru on Twitch and tells you, like, this is how you grow your channel, they're either deceiving themselves or they're deceiving you. Because the truth is, like, I don't think that many people know how to do it. And like the thing about, like, there are people out there who do very well, and they probably do have a good idea, but I think most people who are telling you that probably aren't telling the truth. And I don't think Twitch really genuinely know how, like, Twitch could make any streamer popular by just promoting them a lot more. Why they would do that, I don't know why. They would just randomly pick some guy and, like, say, okay, we're gonna make you popular now, but they could do that. But yeah, I think that they're sitting inside of, like, a local recession, like their business is. It feels that way. I don't know if there's, like, some pressure to make real money, like make more money, because I doubt they've got very good profit margins. So advertising, apparently their advertising platform's really shockingly bad as well, which is, like, that's why you always see the same ads, because hardly any advertisers can be bothered going through the effort of putting an ad on Twitch. Which is like, fix that. But there's so many things they could do, and I'm certain that they will do some of them. One of those things is probably, you know, I can do a pinned message on chat. There'll be the equivalent of that will be an advertisement, and those will come up periodically, and they'll refresh periodically, and that'll be constant. You'll never, like, that will never go away. I guess if you subscribe or if you pay Turbo or something like that, you might not see it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they start showing ads to subscribers as well. There's already a flag. I could do that right now. I could go and flick a switch to say I do want to show ads to my subscribers. So Twitch could do that. That's another thing that could change. They might just say, you know what? If you're subscribed, you see ads unless you're tier 2. Like, that could be the next step to try and squeeze some more money out of the viewers and also get that advertising money that they want. So I won't be surprised. It's Hollywood accounting. Yeah, they lose a lot of money because they have to pay Amazon Web Services for traffic. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, it's true to a degree, but it's, yeah, like, I think what ABC said is accurate. Hollywood accounting kind of deal. Yeah, exactly. They will sell the platform at some point. I don't know if they will sell it. They might, but if they do, we've seen this happen with, I think, okay, certainly, I don't remember what happened to some of the platforms, so I won't mention those, like Periscope. I don't really remember what happened to that, but Mixer went to Microsoft. Microsoft were like, holy crap, this is a bad business, and closed it down. So Amazon are either going to, potentially they'll close down Twitch eventually, but I think they've invested so much into that it's not worth it. I think that, like, it's not killing the company, but yeah, I think Twitch needs to make more money for the Amazon to justify its existence. I hesitate to say that they would ever close it down. Potentially they will. YouTube still exists for us all to, like, go back over to, but YouTube does not prioritize streamed content, and Twitch does not prioritize recorded content. And Twitch doesn't know, like, they've tried shorts, which is, like, a weird thing that I think I've watched, like, 2 of them. They don't seem to be, like, done very well. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch has some problems. If they do get sold, they will. If Twitch does get sold, they will get closed down pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure. Like probably like 3 to 4 years, and they'll be gone, if not sooner. If it gets sold, I don't see it being profitable. If say Microsoft or say Valve bought Twitch, I think that wouldn't last very long. I think actually, if it went to Valve. If Valve decided to become, like, go into media, like, oh, we'll take on Twitch, I could see them just keeping it alive, just because they can. I don't know how long-term that would be, but I could see them keeping it alive. It'd be pretty good to see Steam pages with the content. Like, imagine integration of Twitch into Steam could be interesting, right? So, like, I'm playing this game, and it's on Steam, and people looking at that page, or, like, people just looking for something to do on Steam, they might see my stream. So that would be a whole new audience to expose the content to. I'm surprised Twitch haven't tried to find more deals like that, putting Twitch content on other platforms. I don't understand why they don't try and do that more. Welcome, Mo. Good to see you. Valve has their own streaming service. Like, yeah, it's terrible. It's horrible. I've used it. It worked great when I used it, but I had about 3 viewers show up, I think. Like, real people, I think. Like, it was hardly anybody showed up. I'm probably exaggerating. It was probably a bit more than that. But yeah, I did a deal with 3D Realms or whatever their company is. I forget, something 1C Entertainment or something like that. Whatever, for one of their games that they were publishing. I went and did a live stream on their page. I think a big problem for me on that was that they actually had a constant, like, cycle, like a, what do you call it, repeating stream of, like, somebody else that was always on their page. So when I went live, it wasn't like, hey, somebody just went live. It's like, no, this has been constantly live for a long time. So I think that was a mistake on their part. They should probably stop that for a couple of hours before I went live. To get viewers. So yeah, and there's no discovery on Valve streaming at all. Yeah. Hey Refraction, thank you very much for the 47 months of awesomeness.
It's that time. I've double checked, and this is definitely a 400-year sub.
Yep.
Maybe 1 month short of 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
something like that.
Somewhere in that range. Yeah, thank you. It's somewhere between 4 years and 400 years. Yeah, thank you very much, Refraction. I appreciate the support, dude. Fake live 24/7. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know how much I couldn't just say that. I should have seen it. Elon buying Twitch. If Elon buys Twitch, like, I don't know what would happen. I guess it would just get lots of bots on it. There'd be like heaps of bot streamers, AI generated streams. At what point would Twitch streaming not be worth it for you? If Twitch goes away, I'll stream on YouTube, like, primarily. But until that happens, I'm very happy to stream on Twitch. I love Twitch, actually. Like, as much problems as there are, I love Twitch. I think Twitch is great, and I owe a lot to Twitch in terms of, like, connecting me with people that I would not have otherwise connected with, that I actually love to hang out with and talk to. So, you know, like, Twitch is great. I really like Twitch. Speaking of the business practices and stuff like that, is like, you know, obviously there's some issues that need to be sorted out at some point, but they're doing their best. Like, I've talked to people at Twitch, and they genuinely, like, the people that we interface with do genuinely care. I've got, you know, they've arranged for me to go on radio interviews and stuff like that as well, which is, like, a lot of fun. So it's not like they don't, like, I like Twitch. I'm actually happy to be on the platform. I won't go anywhere. I'm not upset. I'm personally not upset by the changes that have been happening in the last couple of weeks. I have friends who are, and that upsets me, that it's frustrating for them. But I honestly don't, like, I don't have any skin in the game of, like, highlighted videos, because I didn't really use the system the way other people did. I just, like, you know, whatever. I mean, it's annoying, it's a pain. I'm gonna have to go and delete some stuff in case I want to create new highlights, but as it is, I don't really need to create any more highlights. So for now, it doesn't bother me. When I need to create the next highlight, I have to delete like 50 hours of video before I can do that. So that's gonna be annoying. So yeah. Vital Knev, hello, good to see you, welcome back. The Twitch community is great, but the platform isn't as good as it could be, and the economy isn't very good. Yeah, that's true. they're like globally, the economy I don't think is doing great for average people. I think it's doing great for people with lots of money who aren't us. So there's that as well. That's like a weird thing, a weird situation where it's like, I don't really have as much money to spend on things that I would like to, like supporting streamers. So I'm going to have to stop doing that or cut back on doing that. I know a lot of people have said that. So it's like, it's a weird situation. Yeah. Export to YouTube is back up. That's what I've started doing again. I didn't even care for the last couple of years. I didn't highlight or back up to YouTube. I was just like, whatever. I'm just having fun on the stream and I don't need that content out. I don't need to keep that forever. Perhaps some of the stuff from, maybe I do regret that a little bit. So I've started highlighting, not highlighting, I've started pushing to YouTube again, but they're just private videos. I got a ton of privated videos. I'm going to go start scheduling those to release like 1 or 2 every couple of days, something like that. We'll see. Speedrun marathons and restreams have probably hit 5,000 hours of highlights already. Yeah, like I know a lot of people have thousands of hours of highlights on their channels, and it's just crazy. Like that's a real thing. Hitting all 3 Gs tonight. I don't even. That's right. Yeah, we got gargantuan gaming goodness. We're going to be playing some Diablo maybe, or maybe something else. I actually don't. I like started the stream saying I'm not sure what I'm going to play tonight, because I did play Diablo for save and raid, and we've got to play because we save and raid surpassed the 20,000 goal that I had set for milestones. I had said if we raise $20,000 for the charity, I will play hardcore runs of Diablo and Diablo 2 with the expansion packs. We did that. We got 21,000 something. Actually, it might be more than that at the end of the day. It's well over 21,000. I'll say that much. In my case, I had a bad relationship with YouTube, so I don't want to deal with them at all. Yeah, some people have had bad experiences at YouTube as well. So, like, YouTube as a platform absolutely suck for streaming in my experience so far. Like, I guess I should go check my viewer count on YouTube. Oh wow, we have 1 viewer, and hey, thank you Bo Elving and Bezo for jumping in over the chat over there. Thank you so much for chatting. Just saw those messages while I was looking. But yeah, we've got 4 views so far, 3 likes. So yeah, you know, average view duration 3 minutes. So YouTube streaming does not equate to the Twitch experience. I did give it a proper go. I was streaming there once a week for I think for a couple of months, maybe 3 months or so. And I didn't see any growth there, and there was not like, the only people who were consistently coming back were people I already knew from this channel. So it's like, oh, I'm just transferring my audience to YouTube, and there's less of them anyway, and the discoverability for streaming retro gaming on YouTube is pretty poor. I don't know what they did with the streamers they paid to go there. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them in my feed live. So I don't know. Damn it, I was trying to get away from you weirdos. Yeah, this is my YouTube stream. How dare you? No, like, I don't know. I'm happy for that. It's just like, how do you build an audience on YouTube? It's very, very hard. At least on Twitch, to build like a community on Twitch, you can go and talk to people in their streams while they're streaming, get to know them. Then they take an interest in you. They come and hang out in your stream. And you can like build up a small group of people who hang out in each other's streams and talk about the stuff that you're interested in, you share an interest. And then, you know, maybe it starts to grow. Maybe more people notice that you're streaming and there's people watching, they come and hang out with you, you know, those kind of things. So it's a good thing. Whoa, holy moly. It's a Ghoul Babe raid. Welcome in, Ghoul Babe Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. We're talking the differences between Twitch and YouTube streaming. I know there's been a lot of news about Twitch streaming lately, and at the end of the day, I'm still really happy with Twitch streaming at the moment, and that's where I'm at. I still love streaming on Twitch. Still love what Twitch has facilitated for me in my life. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for the raid, Ghoul Babe. I do appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you there, Jamie. Welcome in. Good to see you, Ruskus. Is that how you say it? Ruskus? It's a good name if it is. If it's not, then it's still a good name. How's it going? What were you up to today? Playing some Blackwell Unbound. First playthrough. Is that the first No, it's Blackwell. What's the first Blackwell game? There's a bunch of them, right? That's one that's on my list of games to do at some point, because I love those. They look really good, those adventure games. They look very good, the Blackwell series. It's the second one. I can't remember what the first one was called. I know one's called Blackwell Legacy, but I don't remember if that's the first one or like one much later. There's like a bunch of them. Do them great games? Yeah, I will. I definitely am going to play them. Everybody, if you haven't checked out Ghoulbabe's channel, please do yourself a favor, go drop a follow over there. Ghoulbabe is an absolutely legendary streamer and has some amazing content, lovely person, plays amazingly cool games like the Blackwell games. And yeah, I want you to go follow over there. And if you're new here, welcome. My name is Mike. I collect old games like this. Diablo's out on the desk right now because I was playing it for Save and Raid, which was a charity event that I participated in last weekend. And it was an absolute blast. Tonight on this stream, if you hang out for long enough, it's several hours away. Don't want to get your hopes up. It's not going to happen in the next 2 or 3 hours. It's like 1 a.m. my time zone. Julia Minamata is going to come and join me, and Dan Policar, the creator of Crimson Diamond. I was going to say the wrong name, but I got it right. The Crimson Diamond and the composer for the Crimson Diamond, respectively. They're going to come and join me and have a chat. We're going to record the first podcast for 2025, and it's going to be a great time. But it's starting like at 1 a.m. my time zone, which is, it's for your information, it's 8:15 right now, p.m. So I got a long stream ahead of us. It's going to be a mega stream. Good to see you, Noru. Welcome, mate. I heard bigger streamer just driving the viewer experience is best at YouTube streaming. YouTube stream being able to jump any point in the stream at any time with Twitch chat. Yes. Suicide Awareness Voices of Education. That's right, Rushfire. That's the charity that we were saving rating for. Thank you. I'm a little. I guess my brain's a little scattered all of a sudden. But again, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Did I say my name? My name is Mike. Hello. I agree, David Baines, with the idea that you can click through the stream easily. Sometimes I find myself wanting to go back just to see, like, if something funny or interesting happened on the stream. I'd love to be able to just pull the, like you can on YouTube, just pull the what do you call the little, the thing on the scroll bar? I don't know what it's called. Just drag that little pip back, and then you can see the thing, and you can be like, haha, and then, you know, you catch up, go back to the real time. It'd be awesome if Twitch had that facilitated so you could make doing clips a lot easier. Twitch clips are great, but you have to go out to like a whole other window, and then you've got the streamer talking in the background in real time, and then you've got the clip, and you're trying to trim it to the right size so it's not like an annoying clip, and then you're like, cool, I'll make, and then you title clip, and then you save it and publish it or whatever, and then you can close that window and go back, but you kind of miss stuff while you were doing that. It's not quick. It's not quick to do it. Scrub bar, thank you. I'm a scrub at knowing what a scrub bar is called. So yeah, at the end of the day, I still like Twitch. I still prefer Twitch, but if YouTube grows facilitates live streaming somehow better than what they are, I would switch over to that. I did consider like Kick streaming. I created, that's the word. I created a Twitch Kick account, but I never streamed on there. So I guess I'm allowed to simul stream over there, but I just haven't tried it out. And it's like one more thing to keep an eye out for and all that. So maybe I'll do it someday, but right now I'm not. I have no idea if Kick is any good. Like it was a bit of a Wild West a while back. And I just was like, maybe I won't. Anyway, no intention of going to Kick. Yeah. Look, if Twitch was sold to Kick, that would be a weird situation. No idea what would happen then. I guess I'd just keep streaming on Twitch, but I don't know what. Yeah, that would be a weird one. Hello, Baher Gamer. Good to see you. Good to see you there, Ruin Pixels. Carver, you legend, great to see you too. I would never follow any streamer to Kick. Yeah, it's just such a weird place. Like, I don't know. I checked it out. Like, there was a lot of noise about it. People making a lot of noise about it. And so I checked it out and I was like, oh, okay. It's like a Twitch clone, but there's like Yeah, anyway, it's fine. We were good over here. Really enjoy the games you showcase. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't say your name because I can't read... I can't read kanji. I think that's kanji. Wanted to stop by and say hi, hello. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. I appreciate it. Hey, Son of Value Legend. What's up, dude? It's called Kick because the streamers on there were kicked off other platforms. Is that literally true? It could be. I have no idea. Neon Arcade Raid. What the heck? Thank you so much. All I'm doing is talking right now. I haven't even played a game today. Have plans to play a game soon, so I can only say briefly. That's no problem. Thank you very much for dropping by and saying hello. I do appreciate it. I'm talking to somebody on YouTube chat, which this is the first time I've had a full conversation with somebody on YouTube chat in a long time. Hey, Smitty, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for streaming. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Absolutely. Neon Arcade is yet another legendary, awesome streamer on Twitch, and has wicked arcade and consoles stuff going on. Like, if you haven't gone and checked out their channel yet, please do. Please go drop a follow over there. Wow, that's a long message. Thank you, Master Gregor.
Gregor cheered 100 bits.
Thank you.
FMM know you.
What?
I came to call you a nerd because it has been far too long that I saw you.
Yeah, it has been a while. Sorry about that.
The FMM crew are doing fine.
We are. Hope you're doing fine too.
Also for you, lem 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 lem.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, Neon Arcade, absolute legend. Neon Arcade was playing the Terminator, real Sega CD hardware. See, that's what I told you. Awesome console collection. My Sega CD was on this table until I moved it for a save and raid. So now it's where did I even put it? I'm not even sure. It's somewhere around here. I think I put it over there next to the other console stuff, but it's sort of like hard to reach at the moment, especially because of the big table in the way. I was reminded tonight of your stream. I was hanging out and playing the old Bethesda Terminator game. Bethesda Terminator games are sick. Which one was that you were playing? It was the Terminator, which I guess I have played the PC version of that. The Terminator. I'm gonna look this up real quick. The Terminator Sega CD. Okay, yeah. That's like 93, is it? 1993. Just double checking. Yeah, it's so different to the PC version. Interesting. Yeah, the PC version is the DOS one. It's like a full like open world Bethesda game. It's crazy. Killer soundtrack. Yeah, awesome. It looks pretty awesome actually. I'll have to see if I can dig up a copy of this around here and play it. That looks pretty cool. Thanks again for the raid. Do appreciate it. And Ghoul Babe again, thank you for the raid too. And if you're one more, wait, what's that? Speaking of Terminator, what's this? Should I open these links that are unclear? What is this? 2D No Fate official announcement trailer. Mute. Too many logos. Just show me the game. Oh, this looks sick. That's very, very nice pixel animations. This does look pretty sick. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. Oh, come on. That's badass. That looks cool. That looks cool. Hasta la vista. That's some really good pixel art. I like how they tastefully didn't draw his manhood. It's just shadowed. Hang on a second, I gotta go back here. Yeah, very tastefully done. Very tasteful, very tasteful. This pixel art's amazingly done though. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna have to check this one out. When does it come out? 15 hours ago. So when does it actually launch? You could say Terminators ain't made with no junk. That's sick. Oh, okay, alright. Terminator 2D, No Fate. Alright, I'll have to check it out. That's looking good. That is looking good. Oh, that's why you're playing Terminator tonight. Oh, perfect. That makes sense. It all comes together. Full circle.
Is Ortlem cheered 100 bits?
Yo, you legend.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Happy Friday.
Thank you. Happy Friday to you too. Thanks for the 100 bits. September 5th, 2025. That's a little while to wait. It's a little while to wait. Although it is a good opportunity for me to maybe go play some more Terminator games before it comes out. It's a great idea. Glad I could see you stream in real time. I'm off to play now. See you later. Hey, no worries. Thank you. Hey, Dane. Who's this Mike guy? I don't know, Dane. Originally, I discovered your channel on Twitch. Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry about that. Person with Japanese name. I assume it's Japanese. I might be wrong there. What? Big D!
Going to bed, but it's hard to resist hitting that 4 years.
Oh my gosh.
Also, scam train.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Big D. You legend. I really appreciate the 48 months of mega support. It's really cool, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that support. What an absolute ripper of a legend. Hey, Foam. Good to see you, mate. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you as well, Crumb. Hope you're doing good. Son of a...
Catching up.
You are catching up. You're very close. You're going to catch Big D any moment now. The percentage is getting smaller and smaller every single month. It's very good. You're doing well. Thanks, Son of Held. I appreciate it. Hey, Proton, thank you for the 100 bits.
Proton Fig cheered 100 bits.
Thank you.
Mike, I was just about to ask why there is no music, but you got it fixed before I managed to ask.
Your chat, emote, and good times.
Oh.
Give them to me. Terminator reference. FMM Doom Browse FMM Terminated.
That is actually very cool. Thank you, Pepto Abysmal, for the awesome resub there, and also the cool quote. Paraquote. Paraphrased quote. What do you call it? Is it a paraquote? Thank you very much for that. Ruin Pixels, thank you for gifting a sub to Foam. Foam, enjoy the gift sub with the emotes and all the cool stuff that comes along with it. Ad-free viewing. Not that I run ads. I just have the pre-rolls. Sorry about that if you get a pre-roll. I hope that you'll survive. Foamed enjoy. Evil Tentacle, hello, good to see you. Oh, right, reminded me, Evil Tentacle with that waving pixel art. Today, in several hours, and I mean several hours, it's not going to be soon, we'll be having an interview with the creators of the Crimson Diamond and the OST for that game. Dan Policar, the creator of the OST, and Julia Minamata created the game itself, designer and creator of the game. And we're going to be chatting with them tonight. It's going to be a hard one for me because it's like starting at like 1 a.m. here. I think it's 1 a.m. It might be even later than that. I think it's about 1 a.m. And yeah, it's gonna be hard, but I'll do it. I'm doing it because I love the idea of having that content available, and I want to create that, and I want to follow up because we actually talked to Julia before the game was out. We talked to Julia in 2023. The game came out late. The last quarter, I guess, of 2024. She'd been working on the game for, I can't remember exactly how many years. A long time, though. A long time. And a project of passion that started from just creating some cool pixel art and then going, you know what? Maybe I can turn this into a game. And then that happened. And now it's a cozy mystery text parser adventure game. And it's fantastic with beautiful pixel art and great soundtrack using MT32 composed music, which is amazing. Yeah, both of them it's gonna be a pleasure to have a chat with them. I've been looking forward to it. I've been meaning to do this for like 2 months. I wanted to do it in January, but I wasn't organized. It's all on me. I was completely unorganized, but we did manage to get it done, and it's happening today. And then I've also lined up another one for mid next month, and then I'm gonna try and line up one more for either late next month or early the following month, because I've got to catch up. I wanted to do 12 episodes this year. I didn't do any last year. I did 12 the first year I had it on. We did a hiatus for 1 year, and now we're bringing it back in full force with game developer focused content for the year. Season 2's all game devs. Season 1 was mostly a mix of game devs and streamers, mostly streamers. Season 2 is all game devs. We're going to fully focus on that, and then season 3 will start in 2026, and we're going to go and do a bit of a mix again. I think we'll see.
We're having fun now.
So yeah, Look at Mike not being organized. Yeah. Who knew? Who knew? I'm actually playing through it at the moment, and it's a really cool game. It's a great game. Yeah, it is a really good game. So very much looking forward to that. I hope everybody is looking forward to hanging out for that too. Hopefully you can make it. I completely understand if you need to go and sleep, but the podcast, I will be uploading this to YouTube and like chopping the content. I can't create a highlight for the podcast like I used to. I'll have to just upload it to YouTube and create the highlight there. So yeah, looking forward to it. It's gonna be a good time. New pants mode.
Isortlem cheered 500 bits. Looking forward to that podcast.
I am looking forward to it too, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much for the 500 bits as well. That's freaking cool of you. When will you have Fractalmind Dev on? Yeah, that's Fractalmind Dev will step in for some portions of the podcast recordings, I guess. What is sleep you speak of? Yeah, there's going to be basically, I'm going to sleep later. I'll just sleep later on. I don't know how long. Last time I talked to Julia, it was like a really long stream because I did the same. It was a Friday night, so I just like stayed up late, took a short break between like finishing the gaming portion, and then like came back and did the recording for the podcast. And I think it was like a 4 or 5 hour podcast as well, so I was like up very late that time. Is there a way I can check that on... I guess I can check it if I go to my channel on YouTube. Let's do it. Let's go investigate that. Podcast. View full podcast. We have 12 episodes. Wait. We have 12 episodes because I cut Duke Donut's podcast into 4 sections because it was that long. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Right. So it was 3 hours. A 3-hour podcast that we did with Julia last year. So I don't think it'll be that long this time, but it might be. It could happen. Thank you so much for the hype train. I do appreciate that support. Thank you very much. We got... Wow. Level 232%. Thank you so much for the subs and the bits. 4 subs and 800 bits. Very cool. Mike watching Mike. Yeah, who knew? But yeah, if you want to check out the previous stuff on the podcast, this is the best place to see it right now. I did intend to push this all over to audio-based podcasts, but I didn't get around to it. So at some point I'll start that again. Bit of Mikeception. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Twitch is great. I love Twitch. I love YouTube because I can put all my videos there and they don't seem to complain about having videos on their platform, which is good. I wish YouTube would do streaming discovery a lot better. You know, discoverability of streaming on YouTube's not great. I wish they would fix that. I still don't understand it. People have told me that they do have some kind of way to... I don't know. It's not obvious, which is why I guess it's hard to get an audience over there when you're just creating stream content. But I'm going to keep doing it, though. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun doing that. What else do I have to talk about before I can get into gaming? I think we've covered everything that I wanted to cover. Yeah, so this week we've got Julia and Dan on. In a couple of weeks we're going to have the creator of Shader Glass, and also the creator of the game, I'm going to say it wrong, Castle Matsupa. I gotta look it up. Hang on a second. I know it. My brain just decided to forget the name. It's on the screen in front of me. I just can't see the words. Castle Matsumoto. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. I also did the 3D adventure games for like those SCI games, like yeah, they did what's the name of that one? I want to say Entombed, but I know that's not it. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, the creator of that. So we'll be seeing them. I guess I can say their name because I've already spoiled it. I was trying to keep it a little mysterious, and I just basically just said exactly who they are without saying their name. It's Malzimus. Malzimus will be joining us in a couple of weeks on the podcast. Hopefully I haven't nailed down the exact date and time yet, but we'll have them on. That's going to be a great time to talk about video games. AGI, not SCI. Thank you. Escape from Castle Matsumoto and Enclosure 3D. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name. Thank you. What would I do without you, Sonneveld? Maybe you should be my co-host on the podcast so that there's somebody with a brain. Somebody who can have a memory that works. Command & Conquer games are very good. EA released Command & Conquer source code. They did. I saw that news as well. I was going to talk about that today, but I figured I wouldn't have time with all the other stuff we were going to talk about. Podcast producer. Yeah, you could join me in the capacity of podcast production. I always love having Sonneveld on to chat too. So if anybody else is interested in seeing more of that, tell me and I'll nag Sonneveld some more. He's always one of my go-tos when I'm like, hey, I want to do something with other people. One of my go-tos, Sonneveld. So Malzimus does make some awesome stuff, Mad Moose. I'm a big fan. You should definitely check out their YouTube channel. There's a lot of content on there that I don't think is very publicized. It's not like in the bite-sized consumable pieces that other channels do, but they have some really cool content. Reason why I was slow to ask about no music was that both remix sites are currently broken. I tried to find out some tune and link from my drive. Here's some remix of classic Amiga game OST. Cool. Which game? Which game is it? No, my music wasn't never really stopped. It was just between tracks, I think, when you were going to comment. And also I have the volume low, so if the music ever dips below a certain point, it gets less audible. But I don't like having the music blaring like this all the time because it's too much then. It annoys me when it's too loud, so I always have it a bit lower level. It's R-Type? Oh, sick. Very cool. Spy vs. Spy was an awesome two-player game. It was a good one. And that's a big inspiration for the Escape from Castle Matsumoto. It's a cool thing. I'm very much looking forward to having this chat. I reached out and I said, look, I know I was afraid that they would say no, so I was like anyway. And then after that, I have talked to somebody else, but I haven't confirmed anything with them yet, but we have in principle agreed that it would be a cool thing to do. So I'm not going to say who they are, but yeah, we've got another person who's done some cool game dev stuff that I'd like to talk to as well. And then I would love to get back Ruhenthaven. It'd be great to get Ruhenthaven back on. And there's a few other people who I've reached out to in the past, and they've agreed in principle to join me on the stream, but it's been like a couple of years since I said, hey, maybe we could do this. And they're like, yeah, I'd like to do that. And then I kind of dropped the ball and never really arranged it. So I'm going to reach out to them, warm up those contacts again. Hopefully we can get some of them in. We're talking like developers from the vintage era of DOS game development and stuff like that too, and designers from that era. So it could be a really good time, and I'm sure that there's no other people who have really put them on a live podcast interview situation. So it'll be new and interesting, and that I'm looking forward to doing that too. It's a gargantuan day. That's right, Timur. Good to see you. Ron Gilbert. I haven't reached out to Ron Gilbert directly yet. I should reach out to Ron Gilbert. I should reach out to Tim Schafer. I should reach out to Brian Moriarty. I should reach out to a bunch of cool people from that Lucas era. I would love to have like someone like Al Lowe join us. That'd be freaking sick to talk to them. Because like Al Lowe did like a bunch of games, including Legislate Larry, but also like, there's a ton of other stuff that he worked on with Sierra as well, so that would be pretty cool. I wonder if we can get Big Balls Walls on. I wonder if we can get Jim Walls on. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty interesting, actually. It'd be cool to say like, so how did you meet? So, and then like, get the full answer. Get the full answer on how did they become a game developer from a police officer. And then like we could talk about like the process of learning game design and would they do stuff differently, and I could tell them how frustrated I was at some of the content in Police Quest 1, and then they can tell me if it was their fault or not, and then I can decide if I like them or not. Jim Walls arrested Ken Williams. Mike, break the news. I'm gonna be on the pod. Who knows when though? We'll see. We got full game dev streaming this year. I met Ron Gilbert briefly. Really, Noru? That's sick. I didn't recognize him for a bit. Really? So you were just like chatting away to some random guy and you're like, wait, you're Ron Gilbert. That would be so cool. That would be cool. A good way to get introduced to somebody. You're like, hold on a second, you're John Carmack or something like that. That would be pretty cool. Although I would instantly recognize Carmack or Romero because, like, yeah, how could you not? But yeah, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I wanted to get a couple of Australian devs on too, and I've kind of like danced around the idea with them, like talked about it, mentioned podcast stuff, but I haven't actually said like, come on, let's do this. So hopefully when I reach out to them, that they will be up for it as well. Hold on, Dave. Dave Gilbert, the Wadger Eye developer. Actually, that would be pretty cool. Get them on. That would be a pretty cool thing to do. Get them to come and have a chat. They know a ton of stuff. Sorry I've talked so much at the start of the stream today. I don't know why I did it. I mean, you know, I missed out on Wednesday, and I feel like I've got like a whole week's worth of things to talk about. So now that I've talked a lot, I guess I'll ask you, should I play Diablo 1 Hardcore right now, start my attempt of that, or should I move on and play Discworld Noir, which is not set up, but I could set it up. We could set it up live. Discworld Noir was what I was planning on playing between Police Quest 2 and Police Quest 3, so we'll see. Yeah, we could do a vote. Let's do a vote. Hey, MacLad, good to see you, man. And Grognak. Conversations with FMM. That's basically what it is. It's like, it's just the FMM Live podcast, which is a bad name, I know, but I didn't know what to call it, so that's what it's called. Until further notice. Maybe that's what I should call the podcast, Until Further Notice. That's a good name. There's probably already one out there with that name. It's probably a really good podcast. Anyway. OMG, you're fractured my mic. Whoa, I have a brownie. What's a brownie? Like a chocolate cake? That's a chocolate cake, right? I'm certain I raided in on Lurk, but glad to be here. Oh, thanks for joining the raid. I appreciate all the raids too. Very, very, very generous raids. I do appreciate that. Oh, the games are Discworld Noir and Diablo Hardcore. Diablo 1 with Hellfire. Discworld Noir. Why is it pronounced so not what it's spelled? Why is it pronounced so not what it's spelled? It's such a weird way to pronounce that word. This game, Discworld Noir. Terry Pratchett's latest adventure. I did say what's a brownie. I know what a brownie is. It's just like my brain just was like, wait. For some reason, I was thinking of the fairies that are called brownies. You know. It's, you know what I mean, right? Brownies. These guys. These little dudes. That's what a brownie is. So if you have a brownie, then that could be a good or a bad thing, from what I understand. Brownies can be good or bad. I know what I've actually eaten brownies before. My brain was just in a confused state is all. There is a poll actively running. Please vote. Please vote hard as you can. Vote as hard as you can. Do we play Discworld Noir today, or do we play Diablo Hardcore today? What if I finish it? I won't finish it in one sitting, but if I did, that'd be sick. Yo, buddy, no one. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Laced Brownies. You don't know about brownies, Pepto? See, now who's saying what's a brownie, huh? The guys from Germany in the brown uniforms. No, I don't. That's different type of. That's completely different. That's different. You Light Witness, very different. Which character? That well, if we get Diablo Hardcore run, then we can do a poll for the character too. Yes, we can. I had this thought that I was going to show some artwork that I've been working on, but I don't want to. I just decided I actually don't want to do that, so I won't. But we will take a look at a video game. We'll take a look at a video game whilst this is all occurring with the poll. Don't forget to vote on the poll. I should get a different camera set up here at some point. Diablo font. It's the Diablo font.
Dragonheart. Fire and Steel.
I really want to play this game. I heard it's not good, but I still want to play it. If people tie the vote, Mike will end the stream. No, no, I won't. Wow, looks like Discworld Noir is winning, and I kind of wanted Diablo to win, so please vote. Everybody vote. More people need a vote. This is Dragonheart. This is based on the movie Dragonheart, and it has like digitized people, and it's like, well, it's interesting anyway. I feel like I should open this. You look so different. Much teeth. Oh yeah, I do look different. Rawr. Oh, what's that? Oh, good news. This is not very sharp right now. Open old school J style. Oh, put it away too soon. Oh, did I put a hole in it? No. Where did I even hit it? I can't even. I must have just nudged it. That's lucky. Made a loud noise though. Oh, right on the edge, I think. Oh wait, no, right there. I can see it. It's just a faint mark. It's okay. I didn't put a hole in it. Hey there, Atreides. Good to see you. That's not a knife. That's a spoon. I see you played knifey spoony before, eh? Yeah, chuck this one out, MacLad. I'll get another one. I'll get another sealed one. No, this one already had like some nicks and damage on it anyway, so I'm not too upset. If it was like a really pristine like loom box or something like that, I'd be really devastated if I can't even see the mark, but yeah. If I did that, I can't even feel it. It's like, yeah. It's barely noticeable right here next to my thumb. Can you even see it on the camera? Just barely. See that little there? I think that's where it hit it. You can't really see it. Anyway, now I can read the box. It's not covered in plastic. The Dark Ages just got darker. 7 evil dragons rule the world of Dragonheart. Fire and Steel. The name is Dragonheart Fire and Steel, but it doesn't have a colon up here, but it does down here. 7 fire-breathing, razor-clawed, night-devouring monsters. 7 beasts too savage for the movie. Ah, they're like, how can we make this game good? I know, more dragons. That's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. If you can cut your way through the hordes of medieval knights hellbent on your destruction, if you can master the moves, if you can take the heat, then it's time to face your fiery nightmare in first or third person perspectives in the wilderness or in the secret arena. Get ready for maximum evil, medieval style. 48 medieval maniacs in authentic armor. Summon the fiery power of Draco. Fly on a dragon's scaly back. Live by the sword. Die by the sword. Friend or foe, only the fearless know. Pretty cool. But that's pretty cool. It's not even a nick, Grodnak. It's just like a little dent. Like a little, it's not even a nick. One thing I insist in my dragon riding game, authentic armor. That's right, Shin. That's right. You need to insist on that. Did we get the results of the poll? I didn't see it. No doomsday. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. I totally forgot to enable all of the redemptions. I guess I can re-enable some redemptions. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do that, hey? Discworld Noir one? Oh, man! Oh, no! Nah, that's cool. That's alright. What did I do? Did the wrong thing. Hang on a second. Community? No, that's not it. It's like, this one. Power-ups and channel points.
No! No!
Yeah, no, we'll play it. We'll play it for sure. We'll play it. It's gonna be great. This game is bad. I love this game. Doom. I'm not gonna turn on examine box because I'm already examining. No, I'll do it. I'll turn it on anyway. Who cares? I'll just do it anyway. Book time. Fine, I'll put on book time. What else is there? No, Talk American. I'll allow it. I'll put on Talk American. Ask Me Anything can come back. 300k, no big deal. Yeah, I think that's all I'll turn on right now. Maybe we'll turn on some more later. You could try to play Discworld, Mike, and then say, that doesn't work, and switch to Diablo. I could. That would be pretty funny. Mad Dog Williams, I was this close. I was this close to turning that on. All right, let's look at what's inside this box. Ooh.
You're doing very well.
Stuff. 500 subs and I turn on more redeems. What would I actually, like, if I actually had a sub goal, what would I even do, though, Refraction? Like, I don't even know. What would I... 500 subs and I'll... what? What would I do? Karaoke stream? See, I wouldn't do that, though. Like, I wouldn't subject you to that. That would be so embarrassing for everybody. Everyone would die of second-hand embarrassment if I did that. We need a Mad Dog replacement. Yeah, I do. I have been thinking that I need to do a replacement for that, but I haven't got an idea what to do yet. 100 subs Tim Tam Slam. I would just do the Tim Tam Slam anyway, though. We've gone like extreme ends of like, I'll just do that, and I would never do that. We need to find somewhere in the middle. Thank you very much for the follow there. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day today. I have anonymous followers on the channel, so feel free to lurk or to jump in the chat and say hello. Hello there, welcome. Good to see you there. Is it Joe? JF96 Joe, welcome in. Oh, look at that Dread game. That looks like a good Dread game. I played, I think, the DOS port of this Dread game, actually. During DOS Ember. That's pretty cool. 200 subs, play one run of Clock. You know what? Maybe. I'd make it. I wouldn't make it that many subs though. 500 subs, play through 11th. Actually, 11th hour is like a legitimate sub goal. If I was ever going to do a sub goal, I could put that on the list. Because I don't think I want to. Like, there's a part of my brain that's still definitely like, I have to play that because I'm really curious about the story and stuff. But the other part of my brain is, hell no, the puzzle design in that game is horrendous and just hates humanity. It's bad for, like, the reason that 11th hour is bad is because all of the freaking design that's in that is all about making you waste time, basically. There are, like, you can solve the thing, you just have to spend a lot of time on it. And so, as far as the puzzles I've encountered, they have not been fun puzzle designs. They've been like, well, like this simple idea, if we just make it more complicated, it'll take more time to solve it, and therefore the game's longer. That's what they were doing. They weren't like, let's make something interesting, we have to think laterally. They're just like, here's literally just a chess puzzle. A computer can solve it, you can write software to solve it, but no, we're asking you to sit here and think about it. And it's like a 47 move chess puzzle. It's like, what the hell, dude? That's not fun. That was never fun. It wasn't fun when it was a 5-move chess puzzle, but it was passable. You could figure it out and be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But when you're like a 47 freaking move, like, what? It's insane. 20 subs and you rant about 11th hour. Yeah. I would just do that anyway. We can't find the balance. Look at this Alien Trilogy. Alien Trilogy is pretty cool, actually. I remember playing this on PlayStation. I think it was this, or maybe it was a different Alien, actually. I can't remember which one it was. There was a PlayStation one that looked exactly like this, but it was different. This is not it, I don't think. Oh, it might be it. Somebody tell me, was this on PlayStation, Alien Trilogy, PlayStation 1? Somebody tell me. Batman Forever. I know this game. It was? Okay, cool. Yeah. I played that at a friend's house on the PlayStation. It was, and you own it. Sick. People were just excited to have moving video on their computer at that point. Yeah, exactly. NBA Jam TE Tournament Edition. He's heating up. Man, that game was fun. I really liked NBA Jam games. They were quite good. Separation anxiety? Well, this looks good. How is that not good? That's got to be good, right? That looks pretty cool. WrestleMania, the arcade game. I had Royal Rumble on the SNES. That was pretty sick. I didn't have WrestleMania, though. Separation anxiety, never good. Yeah. I got... What is that? That looks like a password. Oh, that's a cheat code? What is a man but a miserable pile of secrets? That's right, Archaeos. Just exactly that. What's on the other side of this thing? Wait, hang on. So you open it up like this, and then to look at the other side, you flip it this way. That's actually, they were thinking when they did that, because that is a natural maneuver to flip it. Like, I was thinking, like, shouldn't you just turn it? I was thinking, shouldn't you just, like, if it's a book style thing, then it's natural to go like this, but then it's upside down. But actually, I think they were onto something, because if you open it up like that, and then you just rotate it that way, it is easier to do that, actually. College Slam. I never played College Slam. Is that any good? I like the look of the basketball. That's pretty gruesome. Look at the teeth. Do we have autofocus today? We do. Look at those teeth. That's pretty cool. I love that. I have this game. Revolution X. I have that game. Mortal Kombat 2. Rise 2, Resurrection, or is it Resurrection Rise 2? Anyways, Rise of the Robots 2, the second one. D. She's looking at D and she's shocked. She's shocked at the graphics of D. NFL Quarterback Club 96. That alone, my dentist would love working on that split incisor. That alone would put his kid through elementary. Didn't know D was distributed by Acclaim. Apparently it was, yeah. Apparently it was. Well, that's pretty cool. Look at this, Dragon Heart. Fire and Steel. See if there's any hairs in here. Nope. It does look factory fresh. Dragonheart Fire and Steel Technical Supplement. System requirements. Minimum configuration. Operating system Windows 95. CPU 486 DX266 MHz processor. Hard drive space 15 megabytes. Processor 8 megabytes of... Wait, no. I don't know where I got processor from. Memory 8 megabytes of RAM. Graphics 1 megabyte SVGA video card. CD-ROM 2x CD-ROM drive. Audio direct sound 2 compatible sound card. Recommended configuration Pentium 75 megahertz processor or faster. Honestly, a DX266 versus a 75, it's like there's not that much difference, right? Like, it's not even a full 10 megahertz faster. You could probably, yeah, interesting. I'm surprised I didn't say like a 90 megahertz Pentium or something like that. Whoa. Oh, we got autofocus. Sorry about that. Just ignore it. It'll be fine. Yeah, 75 megahertz processor or faster. Graphics, PCI video card with 2 megabytes of video RAM. Audio, 16-bit direct sound compatible sound card. Input devices, grabber's gamepad, grabber's grip, or keyboard. Wow. Gravis was like so... They had their hooks into everybody.
Oh, you can use a Gravis gamepad?
Hell yeah. Like, everybody wanted a Gravis, right? If you were a PC gamer in the 90s, you wanted a freaking Gravis gamepad. Oh, look at that. We got a registration card here. Warranty registration, Acclaim Entertainment.
Dragonheart Fire and Steel.
Let's see what's inside the instruction manual here. Oh, it's black and white. I was really hoping for a full color manual, you know. I thought maybe they'd splash for a full color manual on this one. It is pretty cool aesthetically though. It is pretty cool. Although all the rivets are like stretched weirdly, like they're ovals. That's a weird thing. Look at that keyboard. That's a cool looking keyboard. Anybody recognize this keyboard? Like, does anybody recognize the model of this keyboard? It's unbranded, but it looks sick. I would buy that keyboard if I saw it. Fake Model M. Maybe it's a Model M with some branding removed, maybe. Ooh, everybody knows what that is though, right? Everybody knows what this is. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that.
You can use a Gravis gamepad?
It looks pretty good. And then you went into Gravis store in Germany and were so disappointed they had only Max. Is that like, are they still a thing? Is it still, they still around, New Light Witness? Gravis grip. Oh, look at the grip. The grip's pretty sick. Focus! Camera! I'm trying to force the autofocus into action. There you go. Yep. I wonder if it supports multiple players on the grip pads.
Dragon attacks. His heart knows only virtue. His blade defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His words speak only truth.
Whoa, hey, Alchemist Merlin, welcome in. Have you been doing some alchemy today? Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, look at that.
Magic the Gathering Battle Mage. Networkable real-time 3D strategic warfare based on the fantasy adventure world of Magic the Gathering.
Everybody was using this freaking font though. Seriously, look at this. Like every freaking game. It's the Diablo font. But it's... Every game was using it in the 90s at this point. Except for Diablo. See? They used real fonts on their boxes because they knew that they had graphic designers who knew what they were doing. So they used real fonts. They used good fonts on their boxes. See, Diablo doesn't use the font on their box at all. But everybody else does. Everybody else is like, oh, that's a cool font. I'm going to use it on my advertising and my boxes. Should have used Comic Sans. Hey, Comic Sans is not a terrible font. It's certainly you could do worse. Lars Mando, hi, good to see you. We're doing great. We just opened this box of Dragonheart for Windows 90X machines. We're gonna put it all back inside the sheath. Oop. Please don't collapse on me. Okay, it collapsed on me. That's very annoying. I'll have to do it more delicately. This is the cheapest inner carton I've seen in one of these for a while, actually. There you go. Unsealed a box. Just because I wanted to, not because anybody made me do it. I just felt like it. It's been sitting there for a while, and I've been wondering what's inside the box. Now I know. There you go. Thank you very much, Alchemist Merlin, for the raid. You were playing some Monster Hunter Wilds, the only game series where you can assault a dragon with saxophone. I actually didn't know that about that. That's pretty cool. So we're not playing Diablo today. We're gonna play Discworld Noir. I just have to get myself prepared for that because I wasn't ready. Let me just quickly look up Discworld Noir. Let's just look it up, because like I honestly was like, I'm gonna play that sometime soon, but I haven't actually like set anything up to actually play it. Let's see, Moby Games. Came out in '99. So it's a Windows 90X game. Let's look at the cover art. Windows. Let's look at the cover art together. Who drew this cover art? Hi, Valiant Cheese. You wasn't planning on hanging around, just lurking for a minute, but Discworld Noir so ran. Oh, if you're up later, if you're up late today, like say around 1 a.m. If you're up that late, then I'm gonna be talking to Julia Minamata and Dan Policar, the creator of Crimson Diamond and the OST creator, the composer of the music for the Crimson Diamond, respectively. Yeah, we're gonna have them on the podcast today. So I haven't done the podcast for like over a year. and it's high time we resurrect it. So it's coming back. Title updated. Thank you. Oh, gee, I don't remember Valiant Cheese. We'll have to do it again. We'll have to do it again, though. You and I. We will have to do it again. Because I looked and looked and I couldn't find it. And I don't know where it went. I may have just failed to actually back it up the way I normally do. So, we'll have to do it again. I've got 2.5 already lined up for the year. So I got a third. The third one is like not confirmed times or dates or anything like that. But as soon as I confirm that, then we'll have 3 locked in. I got a couple more, so we'll do another one. We'll do another one. I'm sorry that about what happened last time. So I could have sworn I had it backed up, but I did not. Okay, Discworld Noir covers. Let's look at the next image. The back cover. This is a full 3D game. Okay, so how do you play it? I assume I can just install it off my CDs, right? That's what I assume. Cooking up some chicken breast covered in vinaigrette and fried Brussels sprouts and onion bacon. I like everything except for the Brussels sprouts. I can't do it. I've tried to do Brussels sprouts. I thought when I was a kid I had no palate, so I didn't understand the flavors of food. So I'll try them again now that I'm an adult. And like, they were horrible. I hated them. They were so bad. I don't know why people eat that stuff. Everything else sounds great. And I know people say, no, you just gotta cook it right. You gotta cook it with like butter or whatever. I don't like them. They're not for me. Brussels sprouts, I just can't do it. Other kinds of things similar to that are fine. It's just Brussels sprouts. I just didn't like them when I was a kid, and I don't like them now for some reason. Yeah. All right, so I gotta play the game. One thing I want to check actually is Scum VM might have support. Discworld Noir. Third game in the Discworld series. Game follows blah 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 blah. External links blah blah blah. Well, is it supported or not? Like, thanks for telling me the stuff that I already knew, but what? Not supported. There it is. Okay, it's not supported. So I guess I just have to try it and find out, right? It's got to be pretty easy to set up and play, right? Let's go to PC Gaming Wiki. I normally do this stuff like offline, but I was just like, I just decided at the spur of the moment to do this, to like, and you guys voted for Discworld Noir, so we got to do that now. We gotta try at least. August 2024 should be relatively up to date. It's a stub and lacks some basic article components. Good. Why do we have thumbs down? Disadvantage. DRM. Does not work on Windows Vista and later. Bugger. Fix EXE. Resolves various compatibility issues with the game so that it runs without crashing. Does not resolve problems with mouse cursor not locking to the game window. I'm okay with that. There may also be issues with resolution, stretching, scaling on modern computer. Oh, I don't care. That's fine. I can work that out. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Save disk, retail, DRM does not work for Windows 10, 11, disabled, bloody on Windows Vista, blah, 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 installed. Running this game without elevated privileges, run as administrator option, write operations against location below, blah, 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 might be redirected to local app virtual store on Windows Vista and later. Do I care? I don't know. Okay, so that patch is presumably this fix exe. Yeah. I don't agree with anything, but I'll click the download button because I want the file. Hey, Brussels sprouts too. They're hecking disgusting. Hey, Cyber Brain Lord. I don't like Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts raw in salads. I think I haven't given them a chance raw, actually. Sprouts are best either fried or baked. Never boil them. I think I've had them all three ways, and I haven't liked them any of those ways. The only thing I haven't tried is like tempura. Maybe I'd like it tempura fried. I guess there's probably other ways of cooking too, but you know. Discworld, the color of fish. Here's a question. Thank you for the giant dancing rig emote, Master Gregor. I appreciate it. There you go. Another poll while I work this out. I just need another poll going to keep you guys all entertained while I figure out how to install Discworld Noir. I gotta get my game. Well, I've got Discworld. I've got the manual for Discworld Noir. I'm trying to find the CDs and I haven't found them yet. I can DM you some details of what I did last time I got it running, if that's helpful. That could be helpful, yeah. I'm glad that somebody voted no so far to that poll.
Well, I just went through a bunch of loose CDs and I couldn't find it. And now I'm wondering where it is. Maybe I can download it. Too bad it's not available anywhere for a legitimate purchase, because I could just buy it on GOG and then play it. What was the result of that poll? View results. Oh, overwhelmingly yes. 2 no's though. 2 no's. I don't know if I will actually do that, but yeah. Thank you for the DM. I appreciate it. Oh, it was a blog post. Helpful. That's a lot of complexity. Interesting. I'll try that out. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cheesiness. Valiant of cheese. All right. Well, that's going to take a while. Maybe we should play some Diablo. We'll just play some Diablo now. You know, just while we wait, while we warm up here. Hellfire. Hellfire. Because I do want to play a game, you know, like, I haven't played a game all night. I really want to play a game. So we're going to do that. While that download happens. Hi JP, over on YouTube. You probably came and went, but hi. Show your wee. That's not allowed on either Twitch or YouTube. So, single player, new hero. Okay, what class should we be, everybody? The third person to type a class into the chat, I will play that class. The third person to type class of Diablo character into chat, I will play that class. The third person. Not okay. Dragon says monkey, sorcerer. Okay, sorcerer it is. Evil tentacle. That was a. It could have been monkey. Valiant cheese. You could have been the third, but it was sorcerer. Thank you very much. Evil tentacle. We're gonna play sorcerer here. I actually. Full disclosure, I never play Sorcerer. Like, I experimented with Sorcerer a bit in the 90s, but I stuck with Rogue, okay? I stuck with Rogue. Let's go. Now, what shall my name be? First person to impress me in the chat, I'll name the character whatever you say. Give me a cool name to use. I experimented a bit in the 90s, Sonny boy. I did. You know, it's just everybody was experimenting in the 90s. I wasn't alone. I'm not impressed by Wee Mini Roach. Don't worry, you only have to last until Noir is installed. That's true. That's true. Return of the 90s Sorcerer. Simon. That's a pretty. You know, I'm going. That's good. Goostack, you got it. You got it. Simon. Hello. Simon. I can't. How do you even spell Simon? I don't know. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Normal. So there is no
hardcore in Diablo 1. I just have to treat it as hardcore, right? You die, you start again. Until I finish Diablo. So, well, normal difficulty I think is fair. I'm not gonna nightmare it. I'm not gonna hell it. I'm just gonna... Alright. Here we go. You know what? I'm also gonna turn off the... I had filters on. I had some filters enabled for save and raid. I'm just gonna turn off, you know, turn off the... Yeah, there you go. That's a little better. That's a little better. It was fun for save and raid, but I don't normally play like that because it kind of annoys me with the fake CRT look. It just doesn't do it for me. You know what I mean? Difficult question to answer because Simon is impossible to spell. Yeah, it's a well-known impossible to spell word. Of all words, it's probably the most impossible. I want to turn on run in. Can I chat? Am I allowed to turn on run in town? When I was playing save and raid, they told me to turn it off. I had assumed they'd want it on, but you know. Yes. I need a consensus, or not a consensus, but I need like more than one person to say it. Run in town? Okay, that's 2 people said it. You're on a time limit. Yeah, I'm on a time limit. Options. Oh, I can't do it here. I'll have to do it later. Well, what can I do for you? And go for it.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
What's my spell that I've got right now? It looks like a firebolt.
Weak. You're all weak. I'm a master of flame. And staff. Oh. 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 Die. Uh-oh.
Oh.
He's not dying. I'll wear it. Whoa, hi.
Palerzan cheered 666 bits.
Thank you for the hellish bits.
Fresh meat.
Ah, fresh meat.
Thank you very much for the hellish bits, Pie. I appreciate it. Oh, look, healing. Healing potion! Here, mana potion.
Not enough mana. Fresh meat.
And my throat is not lubricated enough to do that. Temporary error retrying. Okay, cool. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna experimentally do this. Cool. It's cool. Give me your treasures! I'm gonna join the club. Smash. 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 I like Diablo. I do. I think it's a good game. Discworld Noir is coming. Don't worry. It's very slowly coming.
Scroll of Inferno.
Give me that level.
Magic.
I also should put something into strength, right? Ooh, stuff.
I like daggers. Strengths for squares.
You should add the download progress bar to the overlay so we can see it slowly tick up. That's a funny idea. I would have done that if I had thought about it, but it's a bit late now. It's like 80% done now. Actually, no, it's not 80% downloaded. It's 80% like prepared or whatever. I don't know. You know, it's one of those downloader sites. It's probably like a little bit after that as well.
Scroll of healing.
Wouldn't mind some mana potions. How rich am I? Oh, this was a mistake. This was a mistake. I thought I could take it. Ooh. Did I leave anything behind? No.
Uh-oh.
Not enough mana.
Oh no!
Oh, yay.
Firebolt?
I already got that. Shimmering Shrine. Hey! Ha! Oh wait, is this the Staff of Mana? Staff recharge skill. Staff of Mana, 18 charges. Does that give me mana? That's how much I play Sorcerer. I'm like, I don't even know what the mechanics of the Sorcerer are. What's the Staff of Mana do? Yeah, it's mega. It's mega. Oh, hang on. It says completed here. Oh, sick. Hold up, hold up. Alrighty. It's happening. While it's happening, we'll play some more Diablo. Let's go. Hey, Flip Flap Flop Flipper Flaps, how are you going today? Hope you're doing good. Cloaked Alien, your legend. Thought the Steam froze. Stream froze? Yeah, it did. The stream actually froze. That was I was talking the whole time. I don't know what happened. Why am I getting such crap armor? I mean, it is level 1. I don't know why I'm complaining. I'm great. Thanks for asking. It's going to be your first time playing Discworld Noir. Yeah, it is actually going to be my first time playing Discworld Noir. It's at 11% installed right now, or extracted, I guess, is the term. Don't know why it's so slow. It's ridiculously slow.
That doesn't work.
Indeed it doesn't. Blacksmith oil? This early? I didn't know it came that early. I thought blacksmith oil would be like deeper levels. Looks like my hat's gonna break. Sorry, I got a whole other hat right here. I heard the writing is amazing. Never got to play it myself though. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it since I played the other two. So, you know, I wanted to play it while those were still fresh as well in my mind. So I played those last year and Discworld 1 and 2 in the lot. Kind of like, I think Discworld 1 I technically started like in 2023, finished it in 2024. I think that's how it worked, right? Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. What? I thought I selected the other spell. Look at all these dead idiots walking around. Library book. Scroll of Identify. Ooh, Book of Charged Bolts. Sick. Nice. Scroll of Search. I assume Scroll of Search is a Hellfire edition. Quite different to the others, not a continuation. Yeah, yeah. It's completely different from what everything I've seen, like visually, it's completely different and such. Wait. Have I not been in this room? Guess not. Oh boy. Oh wait, there's another book. What's with all the scrolls of search? What does search do?
Where's my godly plate of whale? On level 1, damn it.
That's right. That's right, Evil Tentacle knows what's up. Yeah. Oh look, it's successfully installed.
Save game.
Let's see now. Launch Discworld Noir is checked. I don't want to do that. I want to check the install first. Let's look at it together with the background music. All right. Okay, so what's in source? Oh, it's source code. Sick. So it's a PCM thing? Okay. Cool. Okay. Full screen first is 0. That means it shouldn't try in full screen. Spell makes finding items lying on the ground easier, highlights them with a distinguishable blue outline, and if the auto map is enabled, it will display blue boxes around the items for the duration. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Pi. How's Discworld Diablo going? It's going great. It's going great. So far.
Hi, guy.
Hey there, some guy in a hat. Greetings. Hope you're doing well today. All right, my brain's just slowly catching up. Sorry about this. I just gotta do things. Let's see. Cool, cool, cool. One second, I'm just working things out here. Is this even working? Hello?
That doesn't work.
So I think it's not working. So when it captures the mouse, I can't move the mouse around on it. So that's not good. System. Okay. Yeah, so PCM ain't working for me. Fancy making a whole VM for a specific game and actually making sure it works. I'm sure it does work. I'm sure it does work. It's probably just like, I don't know, maybe I actually don't know why it wouldn't be working, to be honest with you. I will try this. Okay, now that's there. Now it's working. Close that. Okay, so that worked. Let's just try adding a couple of things here. So I'm just going to do... Yeah, I'll do this. So what is the desktop resolution here? Just checking. Settings, it is 640/480. I assume that's what it runs in for the game, so we'll assume it's 640/480. Sorry about this. I'll put the music back on because it's weird without it, and I'm just sitting here thinking in my brain. Cool. There we go. Cool. We're good to go. G'day, Slayer King. Good to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Emulate older PC on your PC. That's what we're doing, yeah, to get this game to work. A strange way of doing things, I know, but that's what we're doing. It should be fine. It should be absolutely normal and fine. Yeah, we use so it's PCM is the emulation tool that's being used. It's good for emulating older games. All right. Yes, I have my manual here. This is what we can examine because I couldn't find my discs weirdly. So we had to go the PCM download route. But yeah, this is an English, Italian, and Spanish language manual. So I guess the first, like, third will be English. And then it'll be Spanish. And then Italian. Got original discs, but they were secondhand and a bit scratched up. Oh, man. I actually was planning on getting a big box copy of the game before I streamed it, but I gave up on it because I haven't been able to find one that's like a decent price. Hey, Mikat, good to see ya. Oh wait, there's a foreword here by Terry Pratchett. We better read it. Film Noir, a guide for those people who think Star Wars is an old movie. It is an old movie though. Even the prequels are old movies at this point. Technically, film noir means black film, but look, you know what it has come to mean. Even if you didn't know what it was called, because I doubt if there has ever been a movie style that can be so recognizably parodied. Film noir is what you get when you stir together The Maltese Falcon, The Big Sleep, Casablanca, To Have and Have Not, and several dozen other movies made in the 40s and 50s. The weather is bad, the lighting is low, the streets are mean, life is cheap, and the women are tougher than nails and have shoulder pads on which a competent pilot could land on a small jet. Oh, on which a competent pilot could land a small jet. People tend to lie a lot and double-cross one another. It's the monochrome world of cynical detectives with their names spelled backwards on the glass doors of seedy offices and a bottle of rye in their desk drawer. And people smoked a lot, probably because of the stress of the lying, double-crossing, and bad weather and walking into the furniture in the low light. Technically, it died out in the mid-50s, and the lightening of post-war gloom but surfaces in countless parodies. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, homages, Blade Runner, and references so ingrained in popular culture that you probably know exactly what I'm talking about, even if you've never seen one of the movies. Play it again, Sam. Discworld, a guide for those people who think fantasy only comes in brick-thick volumes. Discworld is, but you're just bought the third Discworld computer game, and you don't know about the 23 books, the maps, the posters, the badges, the beers, the diaries, bookmarks, figurines, fan clubs, conventions, and very popular cross-stitch embroidery designs. Shall we wait for you to catch up? All right. The action in many of the books centers in and around the ancient, thriving, cheerfully corrupt city of Ankh-Morpork. The weather is bad, the lighting is low, the streets are mean. Oh yes, life is expensive because it's death that's cheap. And the women are pretty tough even without shoulder pads. People tend to lie a lot and double-cross one another. It's a naked city of a million stories. Many of them badly spelled and cut very short. There are trolls, dwarves, werewolves, zombies, wizards, vampires among the citizenry.
Mostly, they just want to earn the next dollar. And now it just got its first private eye.
Don't worry about the focus, it's fine. I'm just reading.
He can look forward to being lied to and double-crossed, but only the start of his problems. As they say in Shamhagra's house of ribs, play it again, Sham. Terry Pratchett.
All right, we read a little bit there. There's more to read. We got a background and introduction, rough guide to Discworld, from sea to shining sea, population of Discworld, Ankh-Morpork, of gods and small and dark, the races of Disc. Oh my gosh, there's so much freaking. There's a lot of background. I didn't know we were in for a reading here. Gosh, all right. All right. I'll fix the camera issue. I'll fix the camera issue right now. Properties, configure video, camera control, no, autofocus, off. Okay, done. And you know that I'm going to want to use the autofocus in about, 5 minutes, right? Now that I've turned it off, we'll want it back on again very soon. You know what I should do is drink some water, but I didn't bring my water bottle back in. I only got coffee. The Zeros was your cat? Nice. I don't know. Five minutes, something will happen. You never know, Evil Alex. Should pay attention to the redeems. Oh, I'm sorry, some guy in a hat. I'll do it. I'll do it now. I just wanted to read. I just wanted to read the book. It's fine. I'll do it. You're right. I shouldn't have turned it back on.
Introduction. This is a story about murder and intrigue, a story about the occult and relics of a forgotten era. It is set on the Discworld, a world which is flat and rides on the back of 4 giant elephants who stand on the shell of an enormous star turtle, Great Twin, and which is bounded by a waterfall that cascades endlessly into space. Scientists have calculated that the chance of anything so patently absurd actually existing are millions to 1. But magicians have calculated that 1,000,000 to 1 chances crop up 9 times out of 10. Our hero, if such a word is not too strong a description, is a man named Luton, formerly of the Ankh-Morpork City Watch. Expelled from the watch for taking a bribe, he has only just started to pull his life together after years of lost in a drunken haze. Trying to get his life back together, Luton has set up shop as Ankh-Morpork's first private investigator. All he needs now is a case. Rough guide to the Discworld, from sea to shining sea. It was the Ephebian philosopher Expedius who first proved that the disk was 10,000 miles across. Viewers from space can appreciate in full its vast 30,000 mile circumference. Garlanded by the long rimfall, where the seas of the disk drop endlessly into space, it gives the impression with its continents how do Americans say this word? Archipelagos? Seas, deserts, and mountain ranges that the creator designed it to be looked at from above. Its tiny orbiting sunlet with prominences no bigger than croquet hoops maintains a fixed elliptical orbit while the disk revolves beneath it. The little moon shines by its own light, owing to the cramped and rather inefficient astronomical arrangements. Owing to the position of the sun, the hub of the disk is never closely warmed and is covered in permafrost and barbarians. It is well known that barbarians prefer tundra to warmer climes, since it is more dramatic to emerge from the screaming tumult of a snowstorm than to be found sunning your pectoral muscles on a deck chair. Hey, Adventure Josh, good to see you. Americans don't say that word, it's banned. We say bunch of islands. That sounds great to me. I'm just gonna do that next time it comes up. Hey Jigga, good to see you. Archipelagos? Okay. Conversely, the rim of the disk is covered in sunny islands, balmy weather, and a suspicious lack of horizon, such as the cost of being flat. There are 4 cardinal directions on the disk world: hubwards, rimwards, turnwise, and widdershins. Seasoned travelers have learnt to navigate solely by the sensations that they feel. If it gets warmer, you are headed to rimwards. If it gets colder, you're headed hubwards. If you get dizzy, you're headed widdershins. The geography of the Discworld world, I can't do it. Discworld can be divided into 4 main continents, excluding the many others which have been sunk, blown up, or have simply disappeared. This sort of thing happens all the time, even on the best regulated worlds. The first of these 4 continents is the unnamed continent, of which the Stowe Plains and the Ramtops are a major feature. It stretches all the way from the rim to the hub and finishes around the Circle C. Its most famous and most pestilent feature is the city of Ankh-Morpork, the oldest city on the disk. Ankh-Morpork is renowned for its mud, trouble, cabbages, trouble, politics, trouble, mud, and trouble. It is here that the game is set. The next continent is Clutch, which contains a dazzling collection of nations, including Sword, Ephebi, and Omnia. The city of Al-Khali on the Hubward coast has been called the gateway to the mysterious continent Clutch. It's rather like Ankh-Morpork, but with sand instead of mud. Al-Khali's temple frescoes are famous far and wide, and least among discerning connoisseurs. Tours leave hourly from the statue of Offler in the square of 967 delights, but are restricted to males over 18 and married women. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 123 Discworld bits.
Adventure Josh cheered 123 bits. Ah, Discworld, just like me Pappy used to read to me.
Aw. That's so cool. The city of Al-Khali lies on the river Sword, whose chocolate brown waters are famed in myth and lies. It insinuates its way through the brown landscapes like a long, damp, descriptive passage punctuated with sandbanks, and every sandbank is covered with sun-baked logs, most of which have teeth. Also on the River Sword is the site of the ancient city of Sword, long since destroyed in the Sortian Wars. It's not entirely clear who put Sword to the torch, but it's believed to be the armies of Ephebi, or under Lava Aeolus? I don't know how to say that word. Lava Aeolus. It is certain that the cause of the Sortian War was a woman named Eleanor of Sort, or Crinix, or El Harib. It depends who you talk to, really. Beyond that, the legends have a certain pick and mix quality to them. Much like the Gods of Swords, some of which seem to have been built from all the bits the creators of the other gods had left over. The Clutchian Tourist Agency runs daily trips to the ruins from the nearby village of Sorta, home of Sortie's mint cake, a rare delicacy best admired at a distance. The existence of the counterweight continent, the third of the Discworld's 4 land masses, is widely denied in Ankh-Morpork. It's not that they don't know of its existence, it's just they choose not to have discovered it at this time. In fact, every citizen of Ankh-Morpork knows the existence of the counterweight continent will remain unknown for as long as the patrician, Ankh-Morpork's benevolent dictator, says it's unknown. Interestingly, the Agatian Empire, which would be situated on the counterweight continent if it existed, would deny the existence of any civilization outside itself. This balance of denial has kept the Agatian Empire, from dealing with outside nations for centuries. However, the Agatian Empire has the unfortunate distinction of producing the disk's first tourist. And since then, a handful of its citizens have ventured forth into the wider world. The patrician, in his wisdom and benevolence, calls such people spies. Despite a recent political arrangement, international relations between Ankh-Morpork and the Agatian Empire remain somewhat frosty. Such is the legacy of the wonderful tradition of distrust and denial that has been carefully cultivated over the centuries. It doesn't work, buddy, no one. It just doesn't. Population of the Discworld. Chaotic, as it's sometimes... Do I have to read this entire freaking book? That's a lot. That's a whole lot to read. Do you want me to read pages 8 through 12 and 13 and a half? Do you want me to read all these pages? That's a lot of pages to read, everybody. Controls and gameplay are the main thing, but that's going to spoil the game. Let's see. Installing, playing. Okay, what does it say about playing? Using the mouse. Okay, click, double click, right click. So click means press the left mouse button once. Oh, they're telling me what basic instructions mean. Okay. The lead character, blah, 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 blah. I don't really want to read any of that. Mouse buttons used in 3 different ways. Right, okay. Luton's mouse controls. Walk. To make Luton walk to a specific point on the screen, click the place you want to go. He will walk across to it as near as possible. If you click on a tag, Luton will walk over to it. Interact. To cause Luton to interact with a tag, double click it. Yada, yada, yada. Look. Right click. Change of views. In some locations, walking a certain part of the area will cause camera angle to change, blah, blah, blah. Exit, who cares? Notebook, clues, hint, notebook structure, notebook commands, blah, blah, blah. Object inventory, yada, yada, using the keyboard, who cares? Alright, copy protection. Discworld Noir is a product of thousands of man-hours, blah, 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 therefore, blah, 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 blah. What's more, if you do this, we'll be forced to unleash our team of hardened mercenaries to hunt you down for sport. We don't like to do that, but these are desperate times. Okay. Cool. Discworld Noir. Manual. Done. Video game time. I haven't even tried to run it yet, so we don't even know if it actually works. All I've done is like looked at Windows briefly and set up the screen capture. Let's hope that this just works. Did I just see an error message pop up?
That doesn't work.
It's loading. Oh, one other thing I haven't done is set the volume, which I know that's normally a thing I do. We'll go for about there on the volume scale. Seems about right. New game. Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor the Sword, or at least everyone knows the legend of Eleanor of Sword, or Krenix, or El Harib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Sword and Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of Swords and Wars was a little-known goddess called Arata. It was the wedding of the pyramids. Ophrey, I'm not going to be able to read this. Suffice it to say that being the goddess of misunderstandings, she wasn't especially popular and didn't... Oh my god, I can't read this. She...
Do you want some coffee, Mr. Tully?
Do I? Yes, have some. Yes, have some.
Palerzan cheered 200 bits. Breathe, Mike.
I can't breathe. I have to read the text. In the carnage that followed, the Sorties Falcon was lost, perhaps forever. I guess we're in some kind of a chase scene, but this... It doesn't make sense. Oh, somebody got stabbed in the stomach with a big knife by the cameraman. Look at all the blood, and you can see the reflection of the moon in the blood. So he's dead. Wasn't that the main character?
I've had some bad days since I started work as a private investigator, but I'd never woken up dead before. It all started the week before, on a cold and wet Sectober day in Ankh-Morpork.
Nice.
The oldest and most depraved of all the cities on the Discworld.
It's real noir.
But hey, you've gotta love it.
You gotta love it, baby.
Where's Tony Robinson?
I've been working as a PI
You have
for
to
a
do
little
time
over a
team.
month, and business was slow. Hiring an investigator to look into your business requires trust. The amount of trust in Ankh-Morpork wouldn't fill a cup. And it's a small cup I'm talking about. Sure, people trust that you don't get on the wrong side of the patrician. People trust that you don't walk into the shades alone. People trust that the Assassin's Guild will fulfill their contracts or double your money back. Yeah, people even trust death. Just don't ask them to trust their mothers.
He's so strong, he's bending the lamppost. Just by leaning on it a little bit. Luton P.I. Discworld Noir, Act 1.
Mr. Luton?
If I'm not, I should fire the guy who painted the door.
So this is what a private investigator looks like. I expected someone more heroic.
Heroism costs extra. What can I do for you, Miss...
Mrs., actually. And the name is Carlotta.
Okay, Mrs. Actually.
Wow.
Carlotta,
Look at the size
What's
of
a girl
those
like
knockers.
I was waiting for it. I didn't say anything.
I want to hire you, Mr. Luton.
Please, call me Luton. Mr. sounds so formal.
How much do you charge for a simple investigation?
I don't know. I've never had a simple investigation. A tricky one is 20 a day.
I'll give you 200 in advance, plus expenses.
For 200, I guess I should treat you with some respect.
Oh, I wouldn't ask a guy like you to
I stuck my finger in the
impossible.
hole.
What's the case?
Nothing happened.
I want you to find a man named Mundy.
Why do you want to find Mundy?
Do you know him?
No. And then this case will go a lot faster if you let me ask the questions.
You like to be in control, don't you, Luton?
If you don't pull the strings, then you're the puppet. Tell me about you and Mundy.
I've been a lonely woman, Luton.
You amaze me.
Be surprised.
Shocked, maybe, but not surprised.
Mundy is my lover, Luton. Or used to be. He's been away for a while, over in Sort.
Archivist Merlin, that's hilarious.
A couple of days ago on the milk cow. But he didn't come to see me. I think he may be having an affair. You're wondering whether my husband knows about it.
Actually, I was wondering when you were going to give me the money.
My husband passed away several years ago.
I hope the poor guy was smiling at the time. Is there anything you can tell me about Mundy that might help me find him?
He's got blue eyes, brown hair, and a black heart. You'd like him.
Has he got any friends in Ankh-Morpork?
Does anyone?
How tall is he?
Touche.
I don't know. I don't picture him standing up.
What was Mundy's business in Sort?
I
She
don't
married
know.
him or not?
I never asked about his work, and he never told me.
Must be a very straightforward relationship.
As simple as they come.
Fake marriage.
Where can
She's
I
not
find
really
the ship
married.
you came in on?
Down at the wharf.
Have you been there yourself?
I avoid places like that. Women and seamen.
Forget I asked. This is a bad neighborhood for you to come into alone, Carlotta.
I can take care of myself.
I believe you.
I can
Good.
read the script
Trust is
myself.
important.
I said I believed you. I never said I trusted you.
Don't you like me, Luton?
I like a lot of things. I like dogs, but I wouldn't trust one not to bite me.
I won't bite.
Shame. I haven't been bitten in a long while. I'd better get started on your case. Where can I contact you?
I wasn't paying attention to Bench Josh, that's why.
Luton.
I got it wrong.
I hoped I would see her again, because she still hadn't paid me.
I try, but I just
Still, it wasn't
don't, you know.
every day that a beautiful woman offered me a case. Frankly, it wasn't often that anybody
A lot of words in this
offered me
game.
a case. And 200 would certainly help pay the rent, if I had anything left over from my bar bill.
Pay the rent!
They're lockers.
Alright. Let's see now. I got an idea here. Press escape. How do I get the options menu to come up?
Carlotta had hired me to track down Mundy. At the beginning, that was pretty much all I knew about him.
Maybe next week she'll ask us to track down Tuesday.
The Milka was the tramp schooner that Mundy had come in on, and I knew it was berthed at the wharf.
Somewhere about there.
Yes!
Well. What have we
Oh my
here?
gosh!
No need for that. Sound effects volume, that's probably fine. English is good. I like English. Oh, I can't delete a save? Okay, whatever. Game saved. I can't look at myself.
A lot of strange things had happened to me since becoming a private investigator. But the weirdest was the irrepressible sensation that the most important thing for me to own as a PI was a door with my name painted on the glass. Some mysteries are best left unsolved, I guess.
I guess.
Sapient pearwood comes from a plant so magical that it is totally impervious to all forms of magic.
Wait.
And so valuable that thieves have cut each other's throats.
Is the desk made of sapient pearwood?
Unfortunately, I couldn't afford a desk made out of it, so I made do with pine.
Oh, okay.
It's a nice desk, though. I had purchased a large indexed scroll rack to keep track of all the cases I was going to handle. The Monday case made it 2.
Cool. Two files. It's a whole lot of files. I'm gonna see if I can adjust the video a little bit. See if I can do some see if there's any filters I can apply. It doesn't look like there is. I can do something in post though on... Yeah. How's that look? That's probably a little... That's not a great look. G'day, Whiskey. Good to see ya. I just want to, like, be able to see. I want a little bit more detail visible, you know. How's that? That's not bad. Let's see about gain. How's that look compared? It's very subtly pumped just the brightness up a little bit there. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. That's probably okay. All right. What else is in the room? Is there a button in the manual? Did they describe a button to hold down to reveal elements? Like you know, show hotspots and stuff? I don't think they did say that, but I'm just gonna double check now. Using the keyboard, arrow keys to move around. Oh, sick. No, wait, it moves the cursor? The arrow keys move the cursor around? That's crazy. Space is equivalent to single click. Okay.
Oh, you can use a grab as gamepad?
Return equivalent of double click. Control key is equivalent of right click. Used for looking at tags and returning objects to their inventories. Okay, F1 opens window, the options window. F2 opens the object inventory. F3 opens the notebook. Oh wait, they've got built-in gamma correction? Where would that be? If your graphics card supports gamma correction, this option will allow you to... yada yada. I guess my graphics card doesn't support it in this emulator. That's fine. Wait, there's a coffee machine? Hell yeah.
Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee to make me jittery and paranoid.
Use it. I double-clicked.
I'd purchased the imp-powered coffee bean machine from Cut-Me-Own-Throat Dibbler, the man whose name was the byword for quality. With CMOT Dibbler, you could say bye to quality. I'll say this for the ICBM. It made coffee strong enough to blow your head off.
Intercontinental ballistic missile?
Use most of the beans to fuel its own addiction. Some days the poor thing was so jittery
Why not? I didn't even hear the grabber sound.
Right off the shelf.
Did it work? Or did it not work? totally worth reading the manual. It's forward by Pratchett. Yeah, I read the foreword. Oh, it did work. Okay, I guess I was distracted. I read the foreword. I stopped reading it on page 8 because I got bored. Yeah, population of the Discworld, Ankh-Morpork, gods and small and dark. I skipped all of those. Races of Discworld, skipped that. Werewolves, I skipped that. Maybe I should read it. I don't know. Vampires, skipped that. Other races, skipped that. Yeah. So I skipped all those bits. I just got bored. I get, you know, when I'm trying to play a video game, I don't really want to read all the time. And when I'm trying to read a book, I don't want to play a video game all the time. So, you know, I'm in the gaming mood, so I got to do the gaming stuff. Use the desk.
I could hardly carry the desk around.
Use the filing cabinet.
All I had to do was track down Mundy and tell Carlotta where he was.
Okay.
I think we could safely say that the door to my office was just for getting in and out of my office.
Right. I can't look at or use myself. Fantastic. Luton's office. Look at that. Look at Ankh-Morpork in all its 3D glory. We haven't seen it in 3D yet. That's pretty cool. The Wharf. I don't see the Unseen University. I guess it's not here anymore. Unless that's it, but it's like not a destination. Is there seriously only one destination to start the game off? That's pretty cool. It's unseen. By the way, did you saw the trailer for the new Terminator game? We actually looked at it at the start of the stream, yeah. Mini Roach dropped a little link to it. We had a good look at it. It looks sick. The pixel art is amazingly good. Very high quality pixel art.
The wharf was on the upmarket side of the river in the city of Ankh. The Morpork docks on the other side of the river were not a place wise travelers disembarked at. But then again, wise travelers tried to avoid Ankh-Morpork altogether. But if you traveled a lot, it was hard to miss. Like malaria.
Okay, okay. The game is so dark, like, which is fine. I'm cool with it, but I'm just going to point out the game is so dark that I can barely tell where the characters are on the screen. Like, it's quite dark here. These backgrounds are pre-rendered, right?
A tramp schooner, one of the many ramshackle ships that plied their trade around the Circle Sea. From the looks of it, it should have sunk years ago. Even the rats thought twice before boarding it.
Even the rats.
The first mate wasn't as hostile as I might have expected, but he wasn't particularly helpful either.
There's a gentleman right here, but I can't. He's not a hotspot. He's not that hot.
The first mate didn't.
Crate.
A crate. What more could I say? The sailor was busy loading the ship, and I decided not to disturb him.
He's clearly doing nothing. He's just leaning on a crate. The sailor was too busy leaning on the crate.
Something told me I wasn't going to learn anything useful from the sailor.
Fine. What did they say the button for the inventory was? This one, right?
My purse might not have been my most valued possession, but I sure felt happier when it was full than when it was empty. There wasn't much in my purse, just enough for emergencies. I couldn't carry the crates even if I wanted to. I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. Outgoing cargo.
It's not called Discworld Loom, is it, Mike?
I needed to know whether Mundy had brought something with him.
You know what they say, all roads lead away from rank Morpork.
Are you the first mate?
Shiver me timbers. Hoist the main brace.
Let's start again. Are you the first mate?
Aye, that I be.
You're not going to get any money off me, so you can drop the fake accent.
Sorry, you know how it is. Some people are stupid enough to fall for that sort of thing. What can I do for you?
If it was Rincewind, he would have had at least 4 paragraphs of text on that crate. Yeah. This game's pretty wordy still, and it's not as wordy as those last 2 games were. That's goodbye, I'm assuming. Look at the horrifying image. Look at this horrifying image.
That doesn't work.
That's so... Look at this. Look at that. Oh my god. State of the art, yeah. Oh god. Oh no. Look at the sausage fingers too. Yeah, they were learning. Animated emote waiting to happen. Yeah, actually. If I could get it to animate without, there you go. I just need to let that run for a minute and maybe I can capture it in post. All right.
When as soon as
oh, I didn't mean to click.
How much is passage?
Where are you looking to go?
I don't know. Sort, perhaps.
We've just come from there. It'll be a long time before we get back there again.
Did you bring any passengers?
Sure. We always try to take a couple of passengers. They pay their way, and if there's a big storm, they are very useful as to sacrifice to the angry sea gods. Of course, we tell people they were washed over the side.
What were the passengers on the last voyage like?
There were 3 of them. One of them seemed all right, but the other 2, I don't know about them. There was something strange about them.
Oh, you better write that down.
Sacrifices?
Do you sacrifice passengers often?
No. The captain doesn't like it. He says it's bad for business. I said that we were advertising ourselves as offering an exciting tour of the Circle C. But he pointed out that most people would expect the tour to be above the water. If I'd had my way, we'd have thrown some people off the last voyage.
Bad omens?
The whole crew had a bad feeling of dread from the moment we set off.
Looking at the state of the ship, that doesn't come as a surprise.
That's a good line. That's a good line. I'm just thinking, because of the power of AI we have, we could train an AI exclusively on the voice of Tony Robinson's voicing characters in Discworld 1. And then we could replace all of the dialogue in this game with Tony Robinson, like, doing all of the NPCs. It would be hilarious. Like, the idea of that is hilarious, and I kind of want to do it. Oh boy. Okay, alright. Because you love the dialogue from Discworld 1 so much. Look, it just make it feel like returning to an old friend, okay?
I suppressed the urge to ask for money. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate.
Yet.
I don't know. One of them seemed kind of foreign.
What the freak?
Mean, more foreign than most.
Try again.
What was strange about these passengers?
I don't know. One of them seemed kind of foreign.
There was like a wall of
more
text
foreign than most.
that I missed somehow.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
This is the Milka, isn't it?
That's what it says on the prow.
It's impossible to read anything written on that hull.
Just because you can't read it doesn't mean it isn't there. Reality is subjective, after all.
Don't get all existential with me.
It was more ontological than existential.
That's a really bad habit you've got there.
What? Oh, sorry. I picked up a bad case of philosophy in Ephoebe a couple of years ago, and I haven't been able to get rid of it since. Just can't seem to shake it off. Normal as anything 1 minute. Next moment, I'm wondering if anything can truly be said to exist. A bit of a drawback when you're supposed to be navigating.
Okay. Assuming the existence of an objective shared universe, is this the Milka?
Yes.
Can I have a look on board?
No.
That better not be some kind of philosophical objection.
No one gets on board without Captain Jenkins' permission.
Where is the captain?
I don't know. But you could try the Cafe Ankh. He usually goes there when he's in Ankh-Morpork. If it exists, of course.
Yay, we got a new location to visit. Sick.
Was there a man named Mundy on the last voyage?
It's funny you should ask that. You're the second person today to have an interest in Mundy.
Who was the first?
A dwarf. He didn't give his name. I don't think he was from round here, though.
What about Mundy? What was he like?
I don't pry into the passenger's business, but for a man who came on board pretty happy... No. Like I said, I don't pry into passengers'
I'm
business.
sorry.
Unless you actually look
Control advances the dialogue. I didn't know that.
The side.
Hey, what are you inferring?
I'm not inferring anything.
I'm implying, you idiot.
You might have had a look at their luggage at one point.
If I had, I certainly wouldn't admit it to you.
Which either means you didn't look, or you didn't find anything of interest.
You better watch your steps, son. It's not good to make accusations like that.
Don't worry. Anything we discuss is strictly between you, me, and anyone else I tell.
Wow. We're getting progressions. Just want to make sure that I didn't have any new redemptions come through, because I just realized I hadn't been paying close attention to that, because I was trying to keep an eye on the YouTube chat, even though it's very inactive. I want to pop out the YouTube chat, and then I'll put it somewhere I can see it. There you go. That'll do. I'm going to be right back, actually. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to take a moment here. Thank you for the redemption of the Doom sound effects there. Let's put a little bit of this on while I go use the bathroom. Rob Brydon, yeah, it is actually. Trying to recognize the voice actor. Does he have any massively long diatribes like Tony did? Not yet, but I'm sure we'll hear. I'm sure we'll get some Stickster. The writers of these games couldn't resist writing like a novel for each time you click the mouse, so I'm sure we'll see that happen. All right, I'll be right back.
Copy that, com. Birds fled the nest. Destroy all bridges. Repeat, destroy all General Declaration will be. Do not allow SAV to Rajcom got that. Safe in my hands. Plotting coordinates sector 5. Sector is set. Stand up. Yeah, you there. Complete. Super weapon is down. Hop on into the exercise on fledgling. You're gonna love this one. Out and clear, John. Go ahead. Destroy all activity fits. Watch those gliders on a Regicom on my way. Tactical super weapon reported to be met with space activity. Condor is safe in the nest. Come on. Coordinates set on the way.
Step up to the challenge. High-stakes robotic combat in new Metal-Tech battle drone. You and your stable of 10 Herculans, pure fighting machines and riveting 3-space graphics. Now light source shaded with exquisite texture mapping. Mighty Hercs articulated perfectly to prowl the drone, to seek and engage your opponents. Only one fighter can be ranked #1. Set the battle conditions. Customize your warrior from the weapons arsenal. Wager cold hard cash or bet your life. Fight toe-to-toe. Battle with cunning, power, and skill. Ever want to launch a missile at your boss? With real-time network or modem play, you can challenge anyone, anywhere, anytime. Reach out and blast someone. Metal-Tech Battle Drone, a virtual reality combat arena.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. All right, back to Discworld Noir. Launching a missile at my boss seems like a horrible idea in terms of staying employed. Yeah, Flygon, you gotta, yeah. It does sound like it. Let's see. Stranger asking questions.
Since that was who I'd learned about that from in the first place, I didn't feel I had much to gain by going over old ground.
Okay. Didn't we get the cafe location? I can't use that as an input. Okay.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible.
Yeah, I have those mech games. I have the Metal-Tech series. Metal-Tech Battledrome, Metal-Tech Earth Siege 2, Star Siege, Star Siege Tribes, Tribes 2. I'm sure there might be other games in there that I've forgotten to mention. Cyberstorm, Mission Force Cyberstorm. Same keyboard? The Keychrome, what is it? Something 2? I forget this keyboard, yeah. Enjoy the way the game uses the notebook. Definitely makes you think of things as clues more than if they were just dialogue options in a list. Yeah, it's actually an interesting approach. I quite like it, actually. That is a fun way to do it. I guess I can leave this way. And now we have a new location to visit, Cafe Onk. Keychron C2, that's it, yeah. I don't know how you got pause break working on yours. I didn't. It's a screen, it's print, wait. It's a microphone button. Right? Where's pause break normally? It's normally here, yeah? It's like, print screen, pause break, what do you call it? Scroll lock? Oh, that's the lock key? The lock key is pause break normally? I had outright disable the lock key to stop myself locking myself out of Windows, by the way. Yeah, I don't even know how to do it. It's got this switch on the back to switch it to, like, Microsoft and Macintosh modes. I think it's Windows and Macintosh or something like that. Got so frustrated I had to figure out how to disable it in the registry. Oh, I see. This keyboard's terrible refraction. It's okay though. Like, it's an alright one. I just wish I could disable this Windows LED. It says Win and Mac. I don't need either of those. I've been playing Noir, actually, yeah. I hope your work meetings are going okay. How are you enjoying it so far compared to the other two? It's very different. It's cool. I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it, actually. Good luck with those work meetings. It's not Amstrady enough? Oh, yeah, that's fair. I should bring the old one back. It's saying you're winning, Mike. It's positive reinforcement. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's how it works. My wife screamed in pain during labor. What's wrong, honey? I asked. What's wrong? She screamed. These contractions are going to kill me. I'm sorry, babe, I replied. What is wrong? What is wrong? That's terrible. That's terrible, Damn Veins. Terrible. Except it turns out, only hiring keyboards can be remapped. What? Oh, you wanted remappable keys. I see. What is that sound? Tape will disable the LEDs. Then I have a piece of ugly tape on my computer. Keyboard. Cafe Yank. Is there anything else I can click on in the scene? Ooh, I like the lightning effect. It looks like I can go that way or that way. Interesting. I'm surprised there's not a single hotspot on the scene. That's crazy. Gee, he looks vampirific. Cutscene, I guess?
You can't recall if the whiskey knocked you flat, or if everything was a blur when you met her. All that you remember are the tunes of a vampire, a melancholy tune about impending doom.
Hello, Cuting Stan. I'm pretty good today, thank you. I hope you're well as well. Witness Light, hi. This is an emulation. I didn't do anything, I just downloaded it. Because I couldn't find my discs.
I thought I told you never to play that song again. Sorry, Mr. Luton. It's just I wasn't expecting you to call by tonight, and... You weren't expecting me? It's only been 8 years, Samael. I guess my memory ain't what it used to be. I don't know why Samael put up with my temper. He could have broken every bone in my body if he'd wanted to, but that's what made him special, I guess. That he'd take almost any kind of abuse from the clientele, and he'd still be there at the piano, playing better than anyone else in Ankh-Morpork.
So, I think like Samael, or whatever his name is, the pianist, is a pre-rendered 2D element. Unlike this guy. And it looks like that's pre-rendered as well. I wonder if most of the characters are 2D except for the protagonist. Very interesting. Because like so far it seems like it. Not doing too bad today, just warming up after a trip out. Oh, nice. Yeah, good. Yes, we have more Rob Brydon. We do. We do indeed. Nobby? Captain Jenkins. That's who we're here to see. Let's look at Nobby.
My old friend Nobby from the Watch. I hadn't spoken to him in ages.
And I wasn't about to start now.
Are you Captain Jenkins?
That depends on who's asking.
Don't play games. I'm just after a few answers.
That song really put you in a bad mood, didn't it?
If you're trying to get me angry, it's working.
No need to get upset. You need to drink more and think less.
If I drink any more than I do now,
it's all 2D.
I'd never think again.
That's the ticket.
I think it's only 3D, like when you're walking around, and then everything else is pre-rendered. That's what it seems to be. Sound like something you would say in a therapy session. My friend is a pre-rendered 2D elephant.
So, you're the captain of the Milka?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately?
Ordinarily, I'd be happy being a captain of a fine ship like the Milka. But after this last voyage, I'm thinking of taking up farming.
Tough journey?
I don't want to talk about it.
Previous voyage?
What was so bad about the last voyage?
I told you I don't want to talk about it.
Sometimes it helps to talk about these things.
Why would I want to talk about it?
All right, let's put that another way. I want to talk about it, and the sooner I finish talking to you, the sooner you can get back to drinking.
By that logic, my best bet would be to just ignore you and carry on drinking.
I was never much good at logic. I did home economics at school.
Home economics at school. These beads are 2D elements as well in the scene, which is kind of cool. Like they, rather than like spending all the processing power doing 3D rendered beads, they've just drawn some nice beads and then manipulated them in like Photoshop or something, some tool. That's pretty clever. Good technique. Good technique. Dat chin? Yeah, it's a big chin. Big chin.
I was hoping you'd let me have a look around on the Milka.
I was hoping that I was going to make enough money to be able to buy myself a harem of exotic dancers called Chantel. But it looks like we're both going to be disappointed.
Dang it!
I understand you were carrying a man named Mundy on your ship.
What's it to you?
I was hoping to find him.
Owes you money, does he?
No, he's an old friend.
Him? You must think I'm as drunk as I look.
Aren't you?
Well, okay, so maybe I am. What did you want to know?
Where is he now?
I've no idea. We picked him up in Sort a couple of weeks ago and we brought him here. That's about all I want to know about him.
Did he say what he was coming to Ankh-Morpork for?
I think he said he was meeting someone.
Meeting
I
someone?
can barely remember my own name, let alone something I overheard through a doorway last week.
The Milka looks like a good ship.
You know nothing about ships, do you? She looks like exactly what she is. A run-down tramp schooner with no future.
Any chance I could look around her anyway?
All I want to do is get the cargo loaded and get out of this god's-forsaken city. I don't need people snooping around on board.
Okay.
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
On your last voyage, there were 3 passengers, right? Mundy and 2 others.
You tell me. You seem to know more about my ship than I do.
I just want to know what you can remember about them.
I remember that we picked them up in Ecclepon, and I know they had a lot of cargo. Oh, and one was a woman, and one was a man, I think.
You think he was a man?
There was something particularly foreign about him. I'm not sure what.
Where's Ecclepon?
Up near the hub. God's forsaken place. All there is to do there is drink and eat fish sandwiches with no tops on.
Sounds like a long way from the Circle C.
We got lost.
Royal Llewellyn.
It's easy to mix up port and starboard.
Slow down a touch? Yeah.
Port.
Are they still on board?
Nope. We dropped them in Ankh-Morpork. And before you ask, I have no idea what they were doing here. That's not my business.
I was beginning to realize that Captain Jenkins only had 2 questions to ask his passengers. Where are you going? And how much money have you got?
Okay.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
There's no one I know.
I suppressed the urge. I was broke, sure.
Let me on the ship.
Is there any way I can persuade you to let me on your ship?
Is there any way I can persuade you to go away?
Yeah, let me on the ship. And then I'll go.
I'll see you around, Captain.
Let's go look at the pianist.
The pianist, Samael, was one of Cafe Ankh's greatest assets. Not only was he a first-rate musician, but there was something about him that made you think it'd be a bad idea to start any trouble.
Cool.
I decided not to disturb Samael while he was working. Hello, Nobby.
Hello, Luton. How you been keeping?
I've been worse. Of course, I've been better, too. And I've been a hell of a lot better and not much worse.
Hi, Sushi.
That's
welcome.
Good, isn't it?
Don't worry. If Commander Vimes sees us together, I'll tell him I made you talk to me.
Game seems pretty cozy. It is pretty cozy,
it's not that
yeah.
I don't like you, Luton. I mean, we was friends and all.
Sorry, I was a little slow to say hello.
It's just, well...
It's just he'd bite your head off if he saw you talking to me.
He'd go spare.
Hankaro, you're wanting to replay this game? Want to remember that it had some really cool aspects? Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. I mean, I barely started it, really. Somehow I've hardly played the game today, even though I think we spent most time just setting it up, which is a bit unfortunate. I can't get over this icon here. It's crazy. It's a crazy icon.
How you been keeping, Nobby? How's the rest of the watch?
Not so bad, Luton. Been keeping myself busy. Been working with Sergeant Colon.
How is old fatty Colon?
Still fat. I'll tell him I saw you.
No, you won't.
Okay, so maybe I won't. I was just being trite.
Polite.
Yeah, that's the one.
I want to get this running on in some other way, I think, because the emulator is like getting that skipping dialogue and stuff like that, like the stuttering. That's what I'm looking for. Stuttering dialogue. So yeah, it might be worth trying to set this up to run on maybe a vintage machine. Maybe I should do that. It is very atmospheric. I like the atmosphere. It's cool.
I guess I never really understood why it was that you didn't get kicked out as well, Nobby.
Me? I ain't never done nothing wrong.
Don't give me that, Nobby.
Yeah,
when
Nobby.
you were serving as quartermaster under the Duke of Pseudopolis, it was widely known that several items from the stores were found in your kit.
That was all above board. I had all the paperwork for him.
Your kit at the time consisted of 2 warehouses. I just think Vimes had a grudge against me.
Luton, I know you're my friend and all, but you took a bribe.
Are you trying to tell me you never took a bribe?
Never.
The ham from Harga's House of Ribs?
Evidence.
The pocket clock from the Suicide in the Shades?
I wanted something to remember him by.
The money in the petty cash box?
Mislaid by someone.
Misappropriated by you.
I never misanthropated anything.
I just want to understand why it was that you could get away with all your petty theft, and I couldn't get away with one act of weakness.
Well, you see...
yeah, I can see the Grim
just say
Fandango
it,
similarities.
Nobby. I'm not going to hold it against you.
Well, I reckon Mr. Vimes thinks that a bit of petty theft ain't something to get excited about. I ain't admitting anything, mark you. Nothing's ever been proved. Compared to some of the stuff that goes on in this city. But someone who's taken a bribe, well, that's like allowing the rich to avoid justice.
That wasn't why I did it.
I know. But you know Vimes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I know Vimes all right.
I know Vimes all right. Let's talk Vimes.
What's Vimes up to these days?
He got married.
Married? He was only ever married to his job.
Nah, straight up. He married into nobility.
Old Stoneface in the nobility. That'd drive him crazy.
Well, he's sort of nobility himself now.
What?
They made him commander of the watch. And we got a great new premises down on Pseudopolis Yard. They're full of paintings and vases and all sorts.
Full?
Well, maybe not as full as when we moved in, but pretty full.
I'll have to call round sometime.
Yeah, that'd be good. We got a lot more members in the watch these days. And we got a new dartboard.
Life in the fast lane, huh? Do you seriously think it's a good idea for me to call around? I mean, Vimes isn't gonna like it.
Whatever you may think about him, he's loyal to his job. I can't say he'll welcome you with open arms, but he won't stop you.
Just gonna go grab a jacket. In a couple of hours, we're gonna have Julia and Dan join us on the podcast to talk about the Crimson Diamond and gaming and game development and all that kind of stuff. So stick around for that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited to be finally getting on with the podcast for the year. So that's in a couple of hours from now. So keep an eye out. Keep an eye out, and we'll be getting into it. It's gonna be a good time. Very much looking forward to doing that. But I do need a jacket because I'm getting cold. I'm actually getting cold. It's been so warm lately. I've left the air conditioner on now and it's gotten down to 17 degrees Celsius and now I feel cold. So, g'day there, Leather Soup. Hope you're doing well today. Greetings, greetings. I think my jacket's just in the other room. I won't be too long.
All right. Yeah, we're starting to reach towards autumn. Cold at 17, now you're just humble bragging. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am. Look at this. This is Discworld art book. Now, I believe we've got the City Watch in an illustration in here somewhere. Nobby Nobbs and Sergeant Colin. So, there's Nobby. I think they did a good translation of the character into 3D there, from the look of it. Captain Vimes. Now, His Grace Sir Samuel Vimes, Commander of the City Watch. There he is. That's what he looks like there. Hey, the G-Funk. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Pepperoni Pizza Man, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining the G-Funk raid. G-Funk, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we got... There you go. There's a City Watch group image. There's no Discworld Noir main character, Luton, or whatever our name is. Luton? Is that right? G-Funk, thank you so much, dude. Good to see ya, and glad you're here. You're playing Power Slave? Wow. You are playing through all those build engine games. Good on you, man. That's awesome. Well, I prefer pixel art. This 3D art style works well for the noir vibe. It does. Yeah, I think they did a good job. Like, artistically, they've, like, chosen a good, yeah, they've got a consistent art design, and that helps. Angwa at the back in the middle. This one here. I wonder if she gets her own portrait like the other characters did. One long bad head. Sergeant Angwa of the city's of the Watchers is a werewolf. Ooh. Ooh. Exciting. Which Haven 1 and 2 next? Oh man, good luck with that. First person Friday tonight. Played some more Power Slave. Took down an evil Scorpion Queen. Sick. That's pretty cool, man. Alas, I need to raid and run as I have TAFE tomorrow. Okay, good luck. Good luck with that 6:30 start. For those of you who are joining us, though, welcome in. We're playing Discworld Noir tonight. And it's my first time playing it. And later tonight, in like 2 hours-ish, we're going to be starting the podcast recording for Crimson Diamond. I'll be talking to Julia Minamata, the designer and creator of the game, and Dan Policar, the composer of the music for the game. All of this is in theory, of course, because I haven't checked my messages to confirm that it's definitely happening or not. But yeah, there you go. Hey, it's your boy Jay. Thank you so much.
15 whole minutes. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow, 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 indeed. Yeah, I'll put the sash on. I'll put the sash on. Thank you for that. I actually just realized I didn't have that. Thank you very much for the resub. I do appreciate it. There you are. It's back. Also, I could probably stand to add tags to my stream. Like, no backseating. First playthrough. Blind playthrough. Whatever else, I don't know. Those are some good tags. Good tags. Have fun with the podcast. Necro is playing that game at the moment. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, sick. It's gonna be good times. I definitely am looking forward to it. Let me just check my Discord messages and make sure there's no DMs asking questions. Nope, that's good. I'll keep an eye out for that. Still have hair. Yeah, I didn't put that one back on. I suppose I could get rid of the save and raid tag too, huh? Cool. I heard you mention the Crimson Diamond. The wife and I just started playing through it, playing it together. It's been amazing so far. It's a really good game. I had such a good time playing it.
I'll give you a fair warning though, Boy J. When you get to the end of the game and it's like starting to close out the game, there's a lot more stuff to go through, a lot more content, because like there's like several things at the end of the game, we like sort of wrapping it all up. So give yourself some time to get through that, because I wasn't prepared for it, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm tired. I thought I was finished. And so I had to keep going until, like, I thought I'll just keep going until, and so I kind of went through that too quickly and didn't really enjoy it for what it was. So the next time I play it, I'm going to definitely make sure I'm ready for that and take my time to go through it. Like the Colonel's request, yeah, a little bit like that, except it goes for a while. Like, it goes for longer than I expected, for sure. But yeah, we're talking with Julia today. In a couple of hours, we're talking to Julia and Dan, who did the game and the game music, respectively. So, pretty exciting stuff.
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions?
Can't this wait till I get back to the yard? I'm off duty.
Why does that matter?
Do you know anything about some passengers that came into town by ship a few days ago?
That's not much
Ask about murder.
You're a corporal in the watch. You're supposed to have a keen, insightful mind.
Persona
They
5?
brought
No.
that regulation in after I joined.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
I'm not getting drawn into anything while I'm off duty. Wait till I'm back at the yard.
Literally just won't answer any questions. I'm guessing he won't answer questions about the milker either.
Have you heard of the Milka? It arrived in town a short time ago.
How long ago?
3 days.
That's strange.
Why?
Well, there's been a string of odd murders in the last 3 days.
Well, that is
What do you mean,
strange.
odd? I mean, this is Ankh-Morpork we're talking about.
I'm not sure I should discuss the details with a pavilion.
A
Civilian.
Nobby. How much have you had to drink?
I'm as sober as the day I was born.
That's a frightening thought.
Ooh, we got something. Lucky. I was about to give up, so I'm lucky I didn't. You saw that clip? Yeah, it's a good clip. Because it's like, that actually was only clipped just to, like, share it as a bug report, basically. But yeah, I was like, I'm going to ask about, nothing's happened to indicate that there's any murders, and I'm just going to ask. What can you tell me about Loom? Tell me about Voodoo. Voodoo's great. Everybody loves Voodoo.
Since that was who I'd learned about that from in the first place, I didn't feel I had much to gain by going over old ground.
It's weird that you don't get an opportunity to ask for more details. They're like, oh no, you learned about that from this character, so they've already told you everything they know. It's not like you can probe them for more information. Weirdly. Yeah. I think that's kind of weird. We now have a murders section in our notebook, which is good. Did we ask about Carlotta again? Oh, I think we did, right?
What do you know about...
I'm not getting drawn. Wait.
Yeah. Can we ask about Mundy?
Do you know anything about a man named Mundy?
I'm not getting drawn in. Wait.
Might be a shoe salesman. Cases, contacts and suspects, and murders. Moyers. Alright. We talked to the man.
I'll catch you later, Nobby. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, don't get caught doing anything I wouldn't do.
What? Is this a cup of blood on top of the piano? Well, we got a new locale to visit. Is there any other exits? There is another exit. Here we go. Audio's just weird in the game, Leather Soup. It's doing a bit of skipping, a little bit of stuttering or whatever, so yeah. I don't see anybody behind the bar.
My old friend, the bar. I was tempted to order a drink, but I was working. I suppressed the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one.
Yeah, I think it's PCM. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Tomper. I think the game could sometimes serve as better when you can get different responses for the same thing. Like before when you got the, what would it take to let me on the ship? What would it take to make you go away dialogue with Captain? Yeah, more stuff like that would be pretty cool to have. I wonder if there's something I can do with the PCM setup to make it run better.
Hello again.
Oh.
Hello yourself.
Bye.
I'll see you around, Captain.
Never read the Discworld books. Seems pretty interesting though, and this art book is awesome. Yeah, the art book's really good. Sushi, yeah, I agree. I like the I have only read one Discworld book. I read the first one, Color of Magic. And it was good. I remember liking it, but I also remember like thinking like, oh, I should read the next one, and I never really found the time to pick up the next one. So that's something for me to think about. All right. I'm trying to work out if he's 2D or 3D. Yeah, finding time these days especially is tough. He feels kind of 3D. Like, yeah, that definitely looks very 3D to me. But I don't think these characters are. I think anytime you're sitting down static, you're 2D. Like they are. It's pretty cool. It's pretty well done. Like, they've done a really good job on this. You started with guards. I should probably read that. Or guards. How many guards are in the name of the book? I should read that, because a lot of people have said that's the best one to start with. Terry was just getting into his stride with the first two. Yeah. I like to read them in order. So, I don't know. I guess I'll just skip to guards when I do eventually pick up the books again. But yeah, finding time can be tough for sure. What if we go this way? We didn't go this way last time. We went straight in. So let's just see what's this way. Ooh, a crowbar. What the hell? A golem? Yoink.
A good-looking crowbar. It looked like it had a good heft, too. I figured the golem wouldn't notice that the crowbar had gone missing. Not that I'm saying it didn't need it, just that I'd figured I'd get away with stealing it.
Sweet. Look at how nice this scene looks too. It's a very nice looking scene.
The cart was being loaded with barrels of wine. Apart from the wine, I can't say I was interested. I decided...
I was like a back entry.
I guess I never really noticed that the Café Ankh had a wine cellar before. Perhaps if they'd run out of drinks at the bar, I'd have been more inclined to investigate.
Yeah, the pre-rendered reflections are a great touch as well, I agree. Can I open the trapdoor?
I knew full well that I wouldn't be able to get down there without permission and the right key.
That is our first inventory item pickup, yes.
The main doors to the Café Ankh were one of its most useful features. Without it, no one could get in or out.
Interesting. So wait, that's the main door. So like, it looked like we went down a side entrance, but is that really? Yeah, it's just the main door. I guess we were just like looking in this little corner here. We weren't really. Yeah. All right. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. So we go open to a new location, Pseudopolis Yard. Let's go there. What character do you play as in this game? You play as a guy named Luton. Who, yeah, he got fired from the Watch, being a guard, I presume. Because he took a bribe. But from what I understand about Ankh-Morpork, that taking a bribe isn't a thing that you would get fired for. So there must be some political reason why he was ousted. I don't know what that would be.
I headed over to Pseudopolis Yard, but Nobby wasn't there yet. I decided to come back later.
Dang it! We only unlocked that one location. Let's go back over here to the ship, just see what's happening. Hey, this bloke's gone.
I couldn't.
What's the point of this area? Maybe I can, whoops, that's the wrong button. Use this bad boy on something.
I didn't much like being jammed into a crate and loaded onto the ship, but I could think of worse fates. Like being jammed into a crate full of rats and loaded onto the ship. What's your name then, little fellow?
Hilarious! I could think of worse things. Like the thing that just happened to me.
Dark and dank, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone.
Yeah, I agree, Shaboy J. Like, they did a good job mixing the art. And you know what? Like, I guess one of the interesting things here is also the tone of the game, like the visuals of the backgrounds and the tone of the character. They're very well matched, so it does feel like it feels very well integrated. They've done a good job with 3D. It's giving Blade Runner vibes, yeah. I think Blade Runner does some pretty interesting stuff. Label.
I thought I could see a label amongst the wreckage. I pulled the label out of the wreckage. It had writing on it that I couldn't understand.
Yeah, that's unreadable.
The bilge water was littered with flotsam that looked like the remains of a smashed crate.
What? Oh, I like how he's walking atop the crates. That's pretty cool. Camera angle cinematography really works hard to make what's there feel extra compelling too. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, Necro Keys, good to see ya. Blade Runner is basically future noir. Yeah, it is. It is. Layer.
It looked lived in. The question was, by what? There was nothing of value in the debris. It looked lived in. The question.
I don't really have any.
I'd pulled the label out of the flotsam in the bilge water of the Milka. I didn't think there was much I could do with the debris.
All this debris everywhere. Crazy. I like that you can sneak onto the ship. That's cool. I wasn't even really thinking about... I was just thinking like I would inspect the crates and maybe find something interesting, but we learned very quickly that that's the way you get onto the ship, which is kind of cool. I like that. I can't look at this man or interact with him. River Ankh. Let's look at it.
The River Ankh, the mighty river which gave Ankh-Morpork its characteristic stench. Even before it entered the city, it was already slow and heavy, with the silt of the snow plains. By the time it reached the seaward side, even an agnostic could walk across it.
What's this way? Ooh, the quarters? Bunk.
A perfectly ordinary bunk bed.
Perfectly ordinary. Why would you say it like that? Now you're making me suspect something.
A bunk bed like any other.
There's not much to interact with in here, is there?
I searched a bunk and found a small scrap of cardboard. It could have been anything. There was a number on the back. Either a 6 or a 9.
Oh boy.
It was hard to say.
That's definitely a 9. I've got to do something about my yawning. I got like another 5 hours ahead of me probably.
I searched one of the bunks but found nothing useful. And nothing I wanted to think too closely about.
Pretty much a direct quote from one of the books about River. Yeah. It's good when they do that. It's good when they, like, you know, respect the source material a bit with the descriptions and stuff. I think the first 2 games were extremely wordy, but they were kind of like trying to do their own thing in some of those cases, and it just got to the point where it's like, hey, this is like too much, guys. You gotta calm down. Yo. Thank you. I couldn't combine them.
The scrap of cardboard I'd found in one of the bunks on the Milka had a number on it, either a 6 or a 9.
Are you doing Crimson Diamond podcast later? That's right, Necro Keys. We are talking with the creator of Crimson Diamond, Julia Minamata, and we are also talking with Dan Policar, the creator of the music for the Crimson Diamond. Composed with an NT32, which is sick. Very cool. I'm excited to talk to them. I'm just hoping that I can stay awake enough. You just finished? Awesome, dude. Congrats. What did you think? I thought it was a great time. I enjoyed it. How does a sound card get ill?
I'd managed to remain hidden on the ship, but I knew my luck couldn't last forever, because I'd stopped being lucky around age 12. The first mate looked less than happy, but I don't think he saw who I was as I dived in elegantly on my Ankh. Fortunately, the crust of the Ankh was soft that night, and I escaped both injury and discovery, although I needed 2 baths just to feel dirty.
Gross. At least in this game, when Luton goes off on a monologue, it's got his noir but almost tongue-in-cheek writing delivery, so it's fun to listen to. I love Eric Idle, but the dude's voice is not pleasant in large doses. It's not even so much Eric Idle's voice, it's Tony Robinson. After you... Like, Tony Robinson gets a lot of monologues in the first game. And it's just like constant talking, and like a lot of it is just poorly written jokes as well. Like they're not snappy delivery or anything like of the actual joke, and it's kind of painful. Yeah, and it's also the same with Eric Idle's lines in that game. But yeah, I think between the 2 of them, there's like a whole lot of audio. It's basically like an audio book each, at least. Rob Ryden was a good pick for this character. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is, it's had a few verbose sections, but for the most part, it's been pretty good in terms of dialogue and stuff like that. Why did I end up back here? And not, like, say, in the town overview kind of thing? Huh.
I need a coffee.
Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee.
We can go there now. Rincewind is hard character to like, as he's such a coward in the books. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like him. I think the game feels like the game crashed. Okay, here we go. It's just loading a long cutscene, probably. Kind of point. I think he's meant to be a very strong, not protagonist type person. Coffee? No, you need tea. I'm gonna just like eat caffeine directly, just direct caffeine into my veins. Eric Idle's voice is perfect for the one-liners as a woman asking how someone became king. Very specific, Leathersuit, very specific. Hey, Nobby's back.
You could say this about Nobby. Deep down, he was a good man. Well, deep down, he was probably a man. Good might be stretching it a bit.
Okay.
Hello again, Nobby. Hello, Luton. Did I disturb you?
No. What made you think that?
Well, there appears to be smoke coming from your ear.
Oh, that,
I can't see it.
I've been working hard, you see.
Working so hard that your ears have caught fire. Don't worry about it, Nobby. It's not like I'm going to report you.
I have been working, see?
Oh, sure. I never doubted it for a second.
I didn't get any of that. I didn't understand what was going on there. Mean Machine Dean. Hi, good to see you. I'm good, thank you. Thanks for noticing. How are you today, Mean Machine Dean? Thing about Rincewind is that he's a coward but ends up doing morally right things, so it makes him better in a way. Yeah, it's interesting to have that. That combination of character traits.
How's work treating you then?
Not so bad, Luton. I've been busy though. Rushed off my feet.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yo! Babylon Zool, thank you very much
44 months of pure awesomeness. Party popper. Can't believe it's been this long. Thanks for all the fun, the laughs, and the good vibes. Here's to many more months of epicness and good times ahead. Keep being awesome, Mike, Blue Heart, #Fractal forever.
Wow. Babylon Zool, you absolute legend. Thank you very, very much for the tier 3 subscription. 44 months of support as well. What a freaking legend. I do appreciate it. Completed sexy eyebrows. That's right. We sure did. Babylon Zool also streams. If you haven't checked out their channel, it's good times over there. Book time, Archaeos. What book would you like to take a look at, Archaeos? No pressure. I can choose one if you don't have anything in mind. But you can give me a theme if you like, and I can see if I got one that matches the theme. Roll a D20. All right, let's hang on a second. You've chosen, by requesting a D20, you have chosen to look at Dungeons and Dragons. The Dungeon Master's Rulebook. Or the Creature Catalog. Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeon Master's Rulebook. This is the TSR edition. Set 1, Basic Rules 1011. Does this have a date on it? Does this have a date on it? '83. First printed in '83. There you go. We'll just flick through the book and have a look. You know, let's enjoy looking at the book. Look at this carrion crawler. Your first game. Well, we gotta find something. We gotta find something interesting to look at in here. Here we go. This is interesting. Group adventure map. Level 1. That's pretty cool too. Look at all that treasure. So much glowing treasure back there. Mike, one of my save and raid milestones is to complete Down Under Dan. The game is, well, broken. Any chance you may run the game? I have a copy of it here somewhere. I haven't tried running it, but I think we can. I know that it's possible to run. I know other people have played through it, so I don't know if I can help immediately, but yeah. I have not played it yet. Is the answer. It's 20 years old, Valiant Cheese. Yeah. So it's just 20 years old. 1983. 20 years ago. I was born in 1983. I'm trying to find something a little bit more interesting in this. This is probably like the least picturesque book. So maybe maybe we'll take a look at here we go. There you go. It's a good wolf picture. Let's look at the creature catalog because it's a little bit more picturesque. Don't look at day over 19. Why? Thank you. You were born in 80, Shaboy J. Nice. I wonder if any of the artwork in this book is stolen. Probably not. I bet you they paid their artists. Hey, look, it's a vampire, just like in the game we're playing. That's a cool picture. Just a bunch of cool creatures. Unicorn. Being born on a 0 year has the bonus of making it easy to remember how old I was in any year. That's true. You can easily do the math. It's like bird, giant freaking worm, enormous spider, tree with mouth. Bird. Oh man, Boldendar. Boldendar looks sick. Be great if Bird was the most dangerous on the page. Yeah. Beetle, earthquake. That doesn't look much beetle-like to me. It's got like a... I don't even know what kind of head to describe that as. It's like half fish, half... horse? Also ox? I don't know. I like the aquatic beholder. It looks very determined. It doesn't quite look angry. It looks determined. This aquatic beholder. Like... He's like about to compete in a sporting event or something, you know? Like, he's really keen. Hey, Darth Elwood. Great to see you. Welcome. Bolonda looks sick. You're the man to a healer. Yeah, he needs some help. I just like this guy. This beholder is awesome looking. Yo, Babylonzul, thank you so much for gifting your 359th sub to Darth Elwood. Darth Elwood, enjoy the gift sub. Enjoy the awesome emotes. Wait,
This guy's just called Butt. Butt. He looks pretty cool, actually. Let me read the description of Butt. Butts are similar in many ways to lycanthropes and undead. During the daytime, butts appear to be normal humans. At night, their skin becomes scaly, their hair becomes wild, their hands turn into claws, and their teeth... What's the asterisk for? I actually don't know. That's a really good question. Why is there an asterisk next to its name? Maybe it explains on the next page. Become fangs. While in this form, they hunt humans and demi-humans for food. They're extremely cunning and often use deception and trickery to obtain their meals. In combat, butts attack with their claws and bite. Their bite is freezing to the touch. Besides receiving normal damage, any creature bitten by a butt must make saving throw versus paralysis or be numbed. Numbed creatures always lose their initiative, and all attack rolls are at -2. The numbness lasts for 1d4 rounds. Butts have all the immunities of undead creatures. They are very stealthy and difficult to hear. They cannot be turned. They save at 3 levels higher than their hit dice, etc., etc. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Brain Collector. I like this guy. Brain Collector. He looks pretty cool. Let's flick through a little bit here. Nothing worse than a numb butt. Yeah. Probably the butt of many jokes as a kid. Of course, of course. Man, this guy here, I like him. Decapus, land and marine. Is hairy. A hairy Decapus. These foul creatures are usually found in the forests. They look like bloated, 4-foot wide, hairy globes from which sprout 10 long tentacles. The hair is usually brown, sometimes black, and the body is often green, although purple or yellow examples have been found. In the center of the Decapus's body is its mouth, which is terrible to behold. It is extremely wide and has long yellow teeth and horribly foul breath. Yeah. This guy looks pretty cool too. Death Fiend. Ostago. This is a cool illustration over here. The Deep Glorant. Let's jump over there. Let's jump in a little deeper into the book here. Saberclaw. Saberclaws are sick. Look how cool he looks. It's rad. Wonder how many, like, how much repetition is in this book. Like, how many creatures are, like, very similar to other creatures in the book? Like, in terms, like, I guess descriptively, like, they're gonna be fairly different. But, like, I wonder, like, oh, look at Gator Man. Gator Man's pretty cool. I bet you, like, they're, like, ooh, that's a cool illustration. Dragon Undead. That's an undead dragon looking sick. Looking awesome. They're just, yeah. Dragon Pocket. Dragon Sea. Dog. There you go. There's Dog. Dog's pretty cool. Going to mentally replace Gator Man's sword with a sick guitar. That's a good idea. Old folks asked me to drop by. The garden needs a kind touch. And me being a gardener, landscaper, something, wiping my butt and paying back-ish. I'm glad that you're taking care of them. That's awesome. Very cool.
There you go. That was the Dungeons and Dragons Fantasy Role Playing Set 1 basic rules and the expanded book there for the creature catalog. I couldn't easily reach back to the shelf, so I just put it on the ground behind me. Hopefully I don't step on it later. Points well spent. I'm glad you enjoyed looking at that. Yeah, we're playing Discworld Noir right now, and in about probably like an hour and 20-something minutes, somewhere around that range, we're going to have a nice chat with Julia and Dan and talk about the Crimson Diamond. I'm very much looking forward to doing that. Let's go ahead and ask some questions of Nobby. Now that he's no longer, you know, working. I mean, no, wait, now he's no longer on his break. He might answer my questions.
Any word on these murders?
Nothing yet, but our top investigators are working on
Hey,
the
Adrian,
case
good to see you, dude.
24 hours a day.
Nobby?
Yeah?
Are you one of those crack investigators?
Yeah? Why?
Never mind. Just a thought.
The game's pretty good, Babylon Zoo. I'm enjoying. I really haven't gotten that deep into the game yet, but I'm having a good time nonetheless.
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions?
It's the entire D&D culture.
No.
It was quite a phenomenon. Yeah, it was. Wait, what? I don't know. His answer was, I don't know.
I don't suppose you've investigated the passengers on the Milka, have you?
Of course I have.
Sorry, but you're not the most, diligent of investigators.
I work as hard as any man of my rank.
You're the only man of your rank. There's 3 dwarfs, 2 troll, a woman and a zombie with the same rank as you, but you're the only human male. I know you're human because you carry a bit of paper to prove it, signed by the midwife. The maleness, I'll take that on trust.
Do you want me to help you or not?
What have you got?
Well, I interviewed one of the passengers.
Well,
what did you learn?
That's official watch business.
You didn't learn anything, did you?
Not as such, no.
Any chance I could interview this passenger?
I don't see why not. She's down in the Cafe Ankh now.
Well,
I was
that's
just there
something,
before.
I guess.
Dang it. Okay.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Do you know anything about a man named
A man
Mundy?
named Mundy?
Never heard of him.
Have you learned anything about the Milka?
Yeah, not as such, no.
You go to great lengths to conceal how little work you do, don't you?
Hey.
Well, I guess we got one thing that we learned out of that exchange, which is we got to go back to the cafe.
Catch you later, Nobby.
Can I explore around here at all, or is that pretty much it? Seems to be the extent of it, really.
The troll stepped out of the shadows
hello.
like light was too intimidated to illuminate him. He seemed like the quiet sort, but you got the feeling that if you stepped out of line, you'd get your teeth kicked down your throat. For that matter, he could kick your throat down your chest and your chest through your legs. But I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, because none of my clothes would fit.
Find Therma.
Sorry, friend, I don't understand.
Find Therma.
You want me to find Therma? Is that it? Well, what is it? A person? A thing?
Find Therma. He says it so slowly.
Look, if we're going to carry out a conversation, it'd help for you to talk.
Find Therma.
Okay, find Therma. What's your name, friend? There was something about a troll that big that made you want to call him friend.
Malachite. Find Therma. You've got to find her.
I wasn't about to argue with a troll that could twist
Not
my
a
head
case.
off and use it as a cocktail onion. Okay, friend. What can you tell me about her?
We're gonna get
Any
paid?
suggestions of where I should start looking?
Used to sing at the Octarine Ballad. Find Therma. Got to find Therma.
How can I contact you?
Find Therma.
That was all he said.
Very good troll.
I guess he
very
wasn't
good.
very bright. But then there's things under damp logs that are brighter than most trolls.
That's harsh. All right. Wait, Octarine Parrot. When did we learn about that? Was I just not paying attention to something? I'm a little confused. The troll just told me. I wasn't paying. I must have been reading the chat at the time, or thinking about Find Therma the way they said it. Yeah, I do that to myself sometimes and get confused because I sort of like lose the thread of conversation. So go back to the cafe, or we can go to the Octarine Parrot. I think we'll go back to the cafe, yeah. No, let's go to the Octarine Parrot. Let's have a. We'll probably get a nice intro to the scene too. You said Therma used to sing there. Oh, okay, cool. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. I appreciate you
I'd
reminding
heard
me.
of the Octarine Parrot. It made other dives sound appealing. What a place. I could feel the rats in the walls. Hell, I could see the rats in the walls. In fact, some of them had come out of the walls and were sitting at the tables.
Cool. That's not Therma then, I guess. Menken.
The bartender was a half-elf called Menken, and I knew he wouldn't appreciate someone coming into his place and asking questions. Fortunately, I didn't care what he appreciated. The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. It made me think that all the discs a stage and all the people players. Unfortunately, I felt like I'd been cast as an extra in my own life story.
I can't look at the singer. Just the stage. He's stuck. That was funny. No, seriously, Luton, get it. Get to the bar, Luton. Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
I couldn't imagine who would pay attention to the notices in a seedy dive like the Parrot, but I guess they were of interest to someone. Come and see the greatest historical tragedy ever told, Antilogy and Cleffatara, Whell's masterpiece as 'twas meant to be performed by actors.
By actors?
Eat at Harga's House of Ribs. All you can gobble for $1, menu available. Famous wherever huge appetites gather and mountainous stomachs rumble. The amazing panacea that cures all known ills. Cut me own throat dibblers, genuine authentic soggy Mountain Dew. Guaranteed to cure all problems or your money back. Ah, there's some small print. Guarantee will not be honored.
Gotta read that fine print, especially when it comes to cut your own throat dibbler.
Come and see the greatest historical tragedy ever told, Antilogy and Cleffa.
All right.
The bar looked almost as appealing as every other bar in town to me, but the drinks didn't exactly fill you with confidence.
Oh, really?
If I could have taken the bar with me... Can I help you? You could sell me a drink. What's your poison? I prefer whiskey, straight with a whiskey chaser. You didn't come here to drink, did you? Well, I didn't come here for the sparkling conversation. Most of the customers go squeak, squeak.
Half Elf seems wrong for Discworld. Interesting. Having only read one book, I guess I haven't noticed yet.
All right. Let's keep talking.
This seems like a nice place. No, it doesn't. It seems like what it is. A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Oh,
It's tough
the
to
references.
get to the top in that field. You could have that on a sign outside. Come to the Octarine Parrot, the most wretched hive of scum and villainy this side of the Ankh. Are you being funny? Apparently not. You look a little nervous. I can't shake the feeling that sooner or later someone is going to get their arm cut off.
All right. I mean, we've already talked about the Octarine Parrot a little bit. Let's keep talking about it.
Have you always owned the parrot? No. It used to be a troll bar. I took over the place after the riots. Did you keep any of the staff? Sure. I kept anyone who wanted to stay and wasn't too badly injured by the riots. But there's something about a group of rioting trolls that makes people reluctant to walk back into a place. Or indeed,
Understandable.
unable. Did you keep any singers on the staff? Only Sapphire.
Sapphire, you say?
Tell me about Sapphire. Why don't you just talk to her yourself? Just don't bother her while she's working, alright?
Okay.
It's not often I see a half-elf bartender. Be honest. It's not often you see a half-elf. Okay, you got me. What's the deal? I don't like to talk about it. I thought elves were supposed to be irrepressibly likable, so that they can get away with whatever acts of cruelty they want. Like cats. Well, I'm not an elf, alright? That's the problem, isn't it? Everyone can see that you've got elf blood in you, but you've got none of the advantages. All you get is people's prejudice. I don't like your manner. I'm not selling it.
That was quite funny, actually. Malachite.
Do you know of a troll who goes by the name of Malachite? Tall, terse, and dense, in both senses of the word. Might have been one of the customers from when this used to be a troll bar, but I wouldn't know him if he was.
Is Malachite fool's gold?
Do you know someone named Therma? She used to sing here. That'd be before my time. Sapphire might know. She knew all
That's
the
pyrite,
trolls
you're right.
back before I took over the parrot.
You're right. I knew that. Green, kind of like jade. Oh, okay. Cool.
Do you know someone named... She used to sing here. That'd be before... Sapphire might know. She knew all the troll singers from back before I took over the parrot.
Sapphire's the one on the stage, yeah.
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions? Nope.
Oh, that's where I know it from. It's copper ore. Thank you, Chaos. Yeah, I knew the name. I just couldn't remember where I knew it from. Yeah. That does make sense. I'm pretty sure you're right.
Have you seen two strangers recently? Anyone who seemed more foreign than most? No. What do you know about... I know a lot. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them.
Okay. He ain't talking.
Do you know anything about the Milker? If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get... I gave Mencken Mundy's description and asked if he'd seen him. He told me that he hadn't. Maybe I could trust him. A half-elf doesn't need to make any more enemies.
That was weird that they didn't record the dialogue, I guess. I don't know. That was weird.
Do you know anything about the recent murders? Only what you're about to tell me. You're not very helpful, are you? Just because I don't want to help you doesn't mean I'm not helpful generically. Say, I do like your hard-boiled dialogue. How long do you boil it? About 12 minutes from when the water begins to bubble.
That's good. That's very good. That's so dumb.
I guess we have to talk about Sapphire. We have to talk to Sapphire, but she's currently singing. Bye-bye.
Until later, Mankin.
Look at Sapphire.
The troll singer was something else. I didn't know what, but she was something. Can we talk?
Certainly look that way. Move mouth, waggle tongue. Yeah, it all working.
My name's Luton.
Sapphire.
I could already tell that Sapphire was a troll who could look after herself. I knew I'd have to watch my step around her. It was quite a long way around her, too, and not the pretty way. You been a singer here long?
Long enough.
Long enough for what?
Long enough to want to be singing somewhere else.
Cool.
Have you heard of a troll singer named Therma? She used to work here.
Huh, a troll singer named Therma.
What's so funny?
Huh, nothing. Sure, Sapphire know her.
Know where I could find her?
Try
Have a good net.
She dead.
Should be here in time for the
on Tallow Street collapsed
podcast.
a while back now. We trolls may be tough, but we're not indestructible. Rumors say she was practicing her moves and knocked out load-bearing beam. Brought whole place down on top of her.
Oh, I know.
That's why Sapphire never practiced.
That's the only reason.
That, and I don't wanna.
Know where she's buried?
Sapphire don't know, but think they buried her under stage name Madame Lodestone.
Madame Lodestone?
Sure, on account of how attractive she was.
She brought the house down. She sure did.
So Therma performed here under the name Madame Lodestone.
Who are you, the narrator? I told you that already.
That was good. I like it.
Have you heard of a troll singer named Therma? She used to work here.
A troll.
What's so?
Nothing.
Not
sure,
new dialogue.
Know where I could find?
Try. She. Her. Rumors. That's
the.
That.
Know where she?
Sapphire.
Madame.
Sure. On account.
I don't suppose you'd know a big troll called Malachite.
Sure. He troll a few words, 'cause he don't know that many.
Do you know where I could find him?
Sapphire not seen him in years. But you try Rodin's workshop. He used to hang out there.
Cool. We'll have to think about that one. I know it's not spelled the same, but still.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd tell you about myself in 4 words. Big ideas, small results.
Why did you become a singer?
Aren't many jobs for a troll like me. And at least this one's honest.
Is honesty important to you?
As much as anything else.
I'm guessing nothing much matters to you right now, Sapphire.
You catch on quick, Luton.
What do you know about the barman?
Interesting.
Mankin? Not much. Know that him a bigger loser than me.
How come?
He owns this place. At least Sapphire leave if Sapphire wants to.
Why don't you leave?
Where would I go? No place on disc for a troll like me. Spend our whole lives waiting for break. Just one chance to come our way that can seize in both hands tightly. But it never come.
Mom spaghetti.
Or if it do, we don't recognize it. So we go back to grind of job we hate. And just keep on ticking each day, one step closer to end.
Do you do children's parties?
That was dumb. Hey, Mac. Good to see you, dude. Welcome. What a shock. What a shock indeed. How's it going, dude? Welcome. Cheesiness needs some sleep, of course. Get some great sleep. Thanks for streaming. Good luck with the podcast recording. Thank you. I am enjoying Discworld. I will continue to enjoy it. You have a great sleep, Valiant Cheese. Thanks so much for being here. Get a little shout out for you. Might as well shout out Mac while we're here too. I saw your compilation video that you posted, Mac. It's sick. It's very, very funny. I had a good time watching through it.
I'll be back.
Ooh, anywhere else we can look inside the bar here or not? Not really. All right. I guess we could talk to Mankin and ask about Madame Lodestone. Maybe he'd recognize the name then.
I'm back, so I can see.
So I can see. That was a good time, Mac.
Heard of a troll singer named Madame Lodestone? Sooner or later, you're gonna get tired of me telling you to talk to Sapphire.
I just had to check, you know. Hey, Persian Air, welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good evening, good day. Whatever time of day it is for you. Oh, man. I always lose track of when time is for everybody. So we go to Rodin's workshop. That's spelled different than the artist Rodin, right? The sculptor, an artist. Oh, intro cutscene. Long day, but it's over now. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, he is a sculptor. Interesting. Yeah, with an eye. That's right, Rodin. This is interesting. He's got like a 3D printer. Sort of. I guess more of CNC.
All I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress. I didn't have any reason to steal Rodin's statue. At first glance, Rodin looked like a typical sculptor. On closer examination, I decided he was much less.
Sorry to hear it's been a long day, Persian Air. I'm having a great time with the game. I'm good. I'm getting a little tired, and that's a bit nerve-wracking because I've got a podcast recording coming up soon. So I'm sure I'll make it. Remember seeing a preview of this in the old PC Power Play mag, but never heard of it since. Oh, interesting. PC Power Play magazine was cool as. I had a few of them. Alright, let's talk to Rodin. Whoa! Dual raiding. Double raid. Grubby D and enter your initials. Thank you for the raids. Welcome. Welcome. Hey, sign up, DK. Good to see you. And you don't remember Boot magazine? I don't remember Boot. No. Maybe it's cool though. I might like to look at that. Ryuki47, hello. Hey Grubby, how's it going? What were you up to today? Enter your initials. Are playing some pinball tonight. Some Foo Fighters. Awesome. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Enter your initials. How's the new venue? How's the new venue treating you? Grubby, you're playing Dune. Awesome. That's really cool. Feel like moving some pinball machines? Sure, I'll come and give you a hand. After I wake up at like midday tomorrow, I'll come over. Listen to the Retronauts podcast episode for Discworld, fascinating stuff. I haven't listened to any Retronauts before. It sounds interesting though. So I came in from this way, but there's also a direction over here we could go. Maybe I'll sneak around and explore the area a little bit before I talk to him. Oh, there's a troll over here. Oh, that's Malachite.
Malachite was the biggest troll I'd ever seen. Actually, Malachite was the biggest living thing I'd ever seen, and
so Grubby, how did it go today? How does it wait with the dog out? Oh, no problem, no problem. How did it go today? What were you up to? Your June first play, session number 4. You're talking like the first Dune, right? That game's really interesting. You made a lot of progress. Awesome, congrats. I've only played that for probably collectively over the course of like probably like 3 or 4 like small short sessions. I've probably played about an hour worth of the game, but I've always started it from the start each time, so I haven't made that much progress in it. It's pretty interesting though, very cool game. I actually really want to give it a proper playthrough at some point. Yeah, it's quite an interesting one. The pin barn is awesome. Nice. Yeah, my the next day my forearms were very sore. Everything else was fine. It was just the forearms. Like, for some reason, my grip strength had really degraded. But yeah, I for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I helped Enter Your Initials move 6 pinball machines one day to move them into the new venue, and it's really, really cool. It's a cool looking venue. Definitely go drop a follow on Enter Your Initials channel, especially if you like pinball. It's definitely worth going and taking a look though, for sure. And if you like some speed running and some awesome gaming, then you got to check out Grubby D as well. Grubby D's got a pretty awesome channel too, so go drop a follow over there. Go drop a follow on both of them, both fellow Australian streamers. And for those of you who are new here, let me just introduce myself briefly. I collect old video games like this and stuff like that. There's my pinball machine back there. My one and only pinball machine. I like The Dig, I like Doom, and I like... Oh, that's John Romero and John Carmack. It's signed by Romero, but it's not signed by Carmack yet. I need to get that signed. I like video games and stuff like that. I also make them. And today, in about like an hour-ish from now, we're starting a podcast recording with Julia Minamata and Dan Policar. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a good time chatting about The Crimson Diamond, which is the game that Julia designed and created, and Dan did the music for. So I'm very much looking forward to doing that today. And I'm a little tired, so I'm going to try and stay awake, try and stay like keep some energy up. So I might need to go get some chocolate or some coffee into me, something like that to keep going, but we're going to do our best to keep it going. Last time I talked with Julia, it was started at the same time. We went for about 3 hours, so a little over 3 hours. So we'll see how it goes tonight. Hopefully get a decent amount of time in on the recording. It's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to doing that. That's why we use a lift table with wheels, no picking them up. Yeah, but if you have to carry them across the dirt, then the wheels don't work when it's not even ground, right? That was the problem. We're moving them from the garage to the new shed, the new pin barn shed. So that's why we had to pick them up and carry them, bloody cactus. I agree with you that we had the cart, but that was only good for moving them around inside the buildings, not through the grassy, dirty ground. Yeah. Speaking of tired, I definitely need to go to bed, but thanks for being an amazing raid target as always. Thank you so much, Grubby. I appreciate you being here. Have a great sleep. Enter Your Initials, you have a good sleep too if you're going to be doing that. Pin barn, I really like the sound of that. It's really cool, Babylon's All. I'm serious. Go check it out. Definitely go check it out. It's so cool. Yeah. Have a great sleep, Grubby. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you had a good time with Dune, and I hope you continue to enjoy it. Yeah, it's a fun game from everything I've seen about it, so I'm looking forward to getting into it myself sometime. Yeah, we're playing Discworld Noir today. Got the manual. That's all I could find. The discs are around here somewhere, but I had to find a different way to play it today because I couldn't find the discs. It's funny because I was thinking like the reason I'm playing this is because I was thinking between Discworld 2 and 3, I'll play. Sorry, not Discworld 2 and 3. Police Quest 2 and 3. I'll play Discworld Noir because it's the third Discworld game. I played the first 2 last year, basically. I thought, getting into the third one would be fun. But I didn't really set it up. Like, I've been too busy with work this week to set it all up. And it was a toss-up between playing this or playing Diablo. And this one, the poll, so I had to had to spend a little extra time fiddling around on the stream, but we got it working. With big thanks to Valiant Cheese, who has also gone to sleep. Anyway, the Tilt Barn sign out. Nice. I'm gonna have to check out the VOD from tonight because I want to see what it looked like. Yeah, that would be cool. All right, let's talk to Malachite.
You're a tough troll to find, Malachite.
It wasn't that hard. I found him easy.
You could say something.
He just nods.
Okay, so I'll do the talking. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think Therma might be dead. Her house collapsed. She's been gone a while. Are you going to say something?
Need to see the body.
The body?
Find Therma.
Find Therma.
Need to see body.
Okay, the body. No problem. Sheesh.
All right. Let's ask about Malachite.
There didn't seem much point in asking Malachite about... He wasn't likely to say anything useful. Frankly, he wasn't likely to... It was looking like the only way to get through to this guy...
Well, that's a lot of dialogue for saying he has nothing to say. Gosh.
It'd be really useful if you could tell me something about Therma that I could use to find her.
Therma. Find.
Yes, but I need some leads if I...
Find.
Malachite what? But he was tall and threatening, so I guess everyone...
Alright, yeah, we're not getting much else out of him, I don't think. Let's just move on. Let's go talk to Rodan. I'm gonna run out to an appointment, but I'll be back in about an hour or less. Awesome! Good luck with the appointment. A shoulder dolly is great. I don't know exactly what you mean by a shoulder dolly.
You wouldn't happen to be Rodan, would you?
Ah. I know that one. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Take your time.
He doesn't know who he is?
Yes, I think I am Rodan. How can I be sure?
Beats me. I had a note from my mother the day they did philosophy at school.
You must conceive form in depth.
Why?
Do you know, I don't remember.
It figures.
What do you make of this?
I stared at the statue he was working on. Face to face with art, we shuffle our feet and apologize. We say, I don't know much about art, but I know what I like. Well, most people do. I can't even say I know what I like.
I'm gonna look up shoulder dolly while they talk.
The point is that if knowing what you like is good enough for shoes and drinks and women, what's wrong with applying the same rule to art? I guess people don't like to look stupid.
Oh, okay,
Personally,
yeah. That would be helpful. That would have been very helpful.
Do basic maths.
Do you like it?
I hope he didn't say anything important, because I wasn't paying attention.
I don't know much about art. Sometimes I could be such a coward. So you're a sculptor, then?
Yes. Yes. I'm reasonably sure I am.
I hate this guy.
Something like that.
Just talk, man.
Why do I get the feeling that you aren't going to be much good at small talk?
He's not much good at talk in general. Forget about small talk, gosh.
Do you know anyone named Therma?
Yeah.
It wasn't hard to lose every...
I've already lost patience with him, mate.
Have you heard of a troll named Madame Lodestone?
Madame lodestone. The fount of all relief. Relief. Relief to be observed and not outlined. Relief tours determination. That's the main thing. To hope, tremble, to be drunk.
Oh,
It's
shut
a
up.
man's life in the imperial...
You're not making any sense.
Sorry.
The game design is like, the puzzle is putting up with our crap. Oh, hey, it's Mac on the YouTube too now. Wow. Hi there.
You can't recall.
Are you gonna make me listen to this song again?
I thought I told you never to Ilsa. I thought I would never see her again. I prayed that I'd never see her again. But either the gods didn't listen, or they were having a laugh at my expense. Knowing the gods of the Discworld, I had a pretty good idea which. Play it again, Sam. You know what? No one's ever going to believe you said that. Hello, Ilsa. How long's it been?
Too long.
That's funny. I was thinking that it wasn't long enough.
Aren't you pleased to see me?
Sure. Like a jellyfish praying for the tide to come in.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
Back then, you always knew what to say.
I still know what to say. I just choose not to.
You're getting a big kick out of making me feel cheap, aren't you? Well, maybe I had it coming.
Hey, don't take my side. You'll take all the fun out of it. I spent years rehearsing what I'd say if I saw you again. What I'd ask you. I tried to imagine what you'd say.
But now I'm here. You can't think of anything to say?
Now you're here, and I just want to slap you. Just once. Across the cheek.
What will that prove?
That I still haven't forgiven you.
You're not making this easy, Luton.
Did you think I would? Did you think I'd just come bouncing up to you like a trained puppy? Maybe I'd wag my tail and wait for you to throw me a stick. Well, I'm never going to be another woman's dog for as long as I live.
As long as I
That's
live.
cruel.
Not as cruel as the day you left me.
Wow.
What made you ask for that song?
I was feeling sentimental.
It's good to know that you still remember me.
How could I forget?
I don't know. But you managed to leave. I figured you'd probably manage to forget as well.
Never.
I'm gonna
I
forget.
tried to forget you. I tried to forget the day you left. I tried to forget the good times. I tried to drown your memory in cheap whiskey.
And did you forget?
In
I don't
cheap
remember.
whiskey.
I still remember you. That's what the song means to me. It's everything that's good about our time together.
You got lucky, Elsa. You got all the good memories, and I got all the bad.
It didn't have to be like that.
It's always like that.
You got all the good memories, and I got all the bad.
I suppose you have some explanation for what you did. Some pat excuse that'll make everything all right.
There's no excuse for what I did.
At least we agree on one thing.
Why do you hate me so much?
Because I had everything when I had you. And when you left, you took everything with you. It's easy to hate someone who took it all away from you.
It hurts to hear you talk like this.
Good. Have you heard of a singer named Madame Lodestone?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Do you know anyone named Therma?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Yay, she knows nothing.
Tell me one thing, Ilsa. Are you involved in these murders?
What?
What?
The murders. They started when you arrived in town.
I can't believe that you would think such a thing. That's terrible. I mean, I know I've done some bad things, but I've never killed anyone in all my life.
Just checking.
You know what's weird? Is that people haven't used the knockers command since we've been on this scene. Normally people are on that real quick.
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions?
I'm sorry, Luton. I don't know anything about that.
It would have been pretty cool
So,
to drug the
you
cat.
came in on the Milka, did you?
Yes.
Alone?
No. I came with a companion.
It figures.
What?
Women like you are never alone.
I've been alone.
You know nothing about loneliness. You know nothing about what it's like to not know why you've been abandoned. You don't know what it's like to watch your career slip away because the one thing you care about has been taken from you. You don't know what it's like to spend years going into restaurants and asking for a table for one.
You don't eat in restaurants.
Okay, but if I did, that's what I'd ask for.
Why did you ask about the Milka?
You came aboard in Ecclepon, right? With a man.
Yes. His name's Two Conkers.
There's a lot
How
of
did
dialogue.
you know?
It's my job to know.
You're being
His
paid
name
to
what?
find out where people board ships?
No, I'm a private investigator.
We writing it down. We writing it down. Hey, that's all scribbled off. I didn't know you could scribble it off things. What did I ask about there? So there's mysterious passengers or whatever. And now we got the name Isla and Two Conkers.
Ilsa had told me she was traveling with a man named Two Conkers. For now, that was all I needed to know.
For now, that was all I needed to know.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
I've not met them. Sorry.
I've not met them. Sorry. I think I already asked all this.
Ilsa had told me she was traveling with a man named Two Conkers. For now, that was all I needed to know. Have you met a man named Mundy?
Yes, there was a man named Mundy on the ship we came in on. He kept himself to himself mostly.
What can you tell me about him?
He seemed nervous.
Anything else?
I remember him going down to the cargo hold at one point. He looked really shifty, as if he was hiding something.
Is that it?
That's all I can think of.
Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I think that's it.
I found this on the Milka. Does it mean anything to you?
A piece of cardboard with a number on it?
I think it might have something to do with Mundy.
If you've constructed murder and a giant conspiracy out of that, I'm going to be very impressed.
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Can you read this?
Yes,
Ooh.
it says Pier 5.
Pier
What
5?
language?
Agatean.
How do you know an obscure language like that?
Actually, Two Conkers is from the counterweight continent.
Ooh.
I learned it from him.
I thought that people weren't allowed to leave the Agatean Empire.
Oh, things have freed up these days.
I'd be careful who you tell about Two Conkers, Ilsa.
Why?
People can be funny about foreigners, and there's always been rumors about the Empire. They say they use powerful magic there.
Really?
The last time one of them arrived here, the city got burned down.
Two Conkers isn't going to burn the city down.
You
Power
know
magic?
that, and I know that. But the average man on the street doesn't know that. They see the unknown as a threat.
Why? Two Conkers is harmless. No one's that stupid.
Let me let you in on a little-known secret. You know how stupid the average person is?
I think so, yes.
Well, statistically, Half of them are even dumber than that.
Two Flowers introducing Ankh-Morpork to in-sewer ants. What? Oh, insurance. Yeah, right. I remember now. Yeah. That was funny. It was funny situation, that, yeah. Hey there, Sabo Tender. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you.
Don't go far. I might want to shout at you again.
I'm sorry, Luton.
Not sorry enough.
Not sorry enough. I don't even know what she really did, actually. I wasn't paying attention. It got a little bit boring, so I stopped listening to what she was saying, and he was saying, and then they stopped talking, and then I kept playing the game.
Hello again.
Hello yourself.
I didn't even talk to this guy, really, but maybe he knows something about one of the situations.
Do you know anything about the recent murders in Ankh-Morpork?
Skinny one, g'day.
Always murders in Ankh-Morpork. See Ankh-Morpork and die, they say. Often in the same day.
That's not a very helpful answer.
It wasn't a very sensible question.
Speaking of in-sewer ants, worked for a Norwegian university a while, and in their library, they had the Norwegian translation of Discworld. It's very poorly translated, and none of the jokes come across. Oh no. Oh no, it was directly translated word for word, so the puns and wordplay don't work. That's rough. That's really unfortunate. Has there been any attempts to retranslate them at all? Oh man. How would you feel being a kid? You're like, I've heard these books are hilarious and great, and you're just reading, you're like, I don't get any of it. What? That would suck. Oh no. Reflected noises of underground. What was the other word? Reflected noises of underground? Oh man, I don't know. I don't know, you eyewitnesses. I haven't read it in a long time. No idea. I can imagine Pratchett is very hard to translate in general. Probably, that's true. You'd probably need somebody who's got like a similar sense of humor but natively speaks the language to take some poetic license when they do the translation. Punny humor is hard to translate outside the original language. Yeah, of course. It's kind of like in the nature of a pun. Interpret, not just translate. Exactly.
Do the names Ilsa and Two Conquers mean anything to you?
How many names is that?
2.
Apparently not.
They were on your ship.
Ah, I see. Ask me that question again.
Do the names Ilsa and Two Conquers mean anything to you?
Yes, they were on my ship.
You're not gonna tell me anything useful, are you?
It's not looking likely, is it?
Not looking likely. No, it's not. Oh man, I don't think I need to really ask him about any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anywhere with this guy. Let's just go. This game looks pretty great for the year it came out in.
I decided not to
Oh boy, we're having fun now!
Better write your own using the general idea. What? Oh, right. Yeah. Can I go down there before he closes it? No. It's kind of like Grim Fandango. Yeah, there's a little bit of Grim Fandango looking stuff. I don't think they were really using that as inspiration. Actually, I'm not sure. I think this game is like 99, right? And Grim Fandango is what, like 96, 7, something like that? I forget.
I should probably know this, but I don't, apparently. It's... Wait, Grim Fandango's 98? Or this is 98? This says copyright 99 on the back of the manual. So Grim Fandango's only 1 year earlier than this, huh? Pretty interesting. I'm trying to decide if there's anywhere... Oh, Pier 5! Right, we discovered Pier 5. We also got a... Didn't we get another name? I thought we got another name. Anyway, let's go to Pier 5. I'm gonna need to take a break soon and, like, just... I got, you know... Give my voice a rest and stuff for the podcast timing. Maybe get myself a fresh cup of coffee to keep me awake. Stuff like that. A poop? No, I don't need a poop.
Cheese snacks.
Ooh, yum. I like cheese snacks.
The watchman had a look of mad dedication about him. It was the kind
I wouldn't
of
know,
look
can't
that
see
could
him
only be
anyway.
achieved by someone whose job was so mind-numbingly tedious that their only pleasure came from being blisteringly unhelpful to everyone who came along.
Jiggy, that's hilarious. I love it. I love it. That's so good. Thank you. It's not a terrible shock that a 1999 3D comedy noir detective adventure had some similarities to a 1998 3D comedy noir detective adventure. That's so good. Oh, they're probably being developed at the same time for the most part. Yeah, probably. Indeed. They've taken different approaches to the way they present the environment and stuff like that, which is interesting. Crates?
I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. The doors led into the warehouse itself, but the watchman wasn't about to let me in.
Let me save my game. Pre-rendered 3D like this was also very much becoming a norm during the time. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's true. Their house final. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week.
I take it you're the watchman for this warehouse?
Wow, you're sharp. People never work that out.
I can't tell.
I mean, there are so
anything
many
about this
reasons
character
that I might want to be out here on a pier in the middle of nowhere, but you went straight to the fact that I'm a watchman. Well done.
That's a real talent you've got there. It usually takes me much longer to take a dislike for someone.
That was good. That was a good one.
Let me guess. Not only are you the watchman for this warehouse, but you are so bored that anyone who comes along is a target for abuse.
I
You're
believe
good.
it.
I'll give you that. Sharp as a pancake. What brings you here?
Research. I'm on an investigation.
You with the watch?
No, I work alone.
So you're a criminal.
This is Ankh-Morpork. We're all guilty of something.
I'm not. Pure as the driven snow.
Oh, yeah? Well, you've just directly violated the patrician's laws about groundless metaphor.
What?
Well, can you prove to me that you're as pure as snow?
Ah, but that wasn't a metaphor. That was a simile.
Because, of course, the patrician is going to be swayed by a pedantic defense like that.
I guess you have a point.
I guess.
Do you know anything about the recent murders in Ankh-Morpork?
That's nothing to do with me.
Murders. That's nothing to do with me.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
Sorry, I don't get to socialise much with this job. It's the night work, you know.
Do you know anyone named Therma?
Sorry, I don't get to socialise much with this job.
He's going to say that about everything, isn't he? Yeah, this guy's useless. I'm not talking to this guy.
I was never going to get anywhere if I didn't learn to resist the urge to use the crowbar at every available opportunity.
That's pretty funny.
The doors, useful though they are, an exit is just...
That doesn't work.
It really doesn't. Let's try sneaking around the corner here. Ooh. An alleyway. I guess we'll just walk down the alleyway. See what we see.
The River Ankh. Probably the only river in the universe on which you could chalk the outline of a corpse.
That's a good line. That's a good line. What is the warehouse when it's not a full moon? A shopkeep? I mean, I don't know. There's nothing here? Maybe we come back to this some other time. Oh wait, skylight.
The skylight sat on the roof.
How could he see it?
Inviting alternative entrance.
He can't see that.
I wasn't the disc's greatest climber, and the warehouse wasn't the easiest building to scale. I was going to need some help.
Wonder what kind of help you could get. This guy ain't gonna be no help. Wonder how we can get some help. Let's go back to the off. Ooh. Sneaky dwarf.
On an ordinary night, I'd sit around waiting for business. But this night, business was coming to me, and bringing trouble with it. Business, I didn't mind. But trouble was an unwelcome guest. And like all unwelcome guests, it was hard to ask it to leave. And by the third day, it was generally wearing your shirts and leaving its stuff in your bathroom.
Hello, Mr. Luton. I've been expecting you.
I should hope so. This is my office. How'd you get in?
Through the door. It was only locked. I know all about doors.
Good. Use this one to get out.
I have a message for you, Mr. Luton.
I don't take messages from strangers.
Then let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Al-Khali.
I don't take messages from dwarves named after cities.
My name isn't important.
You seem to think it was.
I'd come to warn you to stay clear of the Mundy case.
I'll bear that in mind.
Stay clear of it.
Out.
No.
If you don't stay clear of the Mundy case, something untoward may happen
Give me
to you.
400 a
This is
day and I'll stay
Ankh-Morpork.
clear of it.
Something untoward may happen to me whether I investigate this case or not. Now either you get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Mr. Luton.
Don't say I didn't ignore you, Mr. Alkali. A dwarf named after the Klatchian city of Alkali. And correct. This case was
Thanks for the
getting more
Doom.
interesting by the minute.
Oh, you have the same book, Saboteur?
Sorry,
Saboteur.
We could open an ethnic comedy on Broadway.
Brown.
The dwarf had tried to threaten me off the Mundy case. I knew right from the start that he knew more than he was telling me.
I will just say Sabo from now on, thank you. I'll try to anyway. Oh, look, a note.
The note had been pushed under my door by Carlotta.
Luton, I am anxious to see you again and to find out how the case is going. Come to the von Uberwald mansion on Moon Pond Lane. Carlotta von Uberwald.
Sounds pretty good.
Carlotta was a member of the von Uberwalds, one of the richest and most reclusive families in Ankh-Morpork. That explained why she could afford to offer to pay me so much. It didn't explain why she hadn't got around to paying me yet, but I could wait, at least until the rent was due.
I'm just checking some notes here from yeah. Yep. Cool. Alrighty. Alright, I think it's time to save the game because very, very soon we're going to be having we're going to be starting the podcast recording. So very, very soon we'll have that going. So I'm going to take a little short break between. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. I have anonymous follows on the channel. Discworld Emporium official store is located not far from my parents, so I visited a couple times. Oh, that's cool as. I'd love to do that kind of thing sometime. Rob Brydon trying to go for some kind of transatlantic accent. I find his delivery kind of distracting. I think he's just going for that. Yeah, I guess it's a typical transatlantic or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, like that film noir sort of, you know, classic sound, I guess. This is an extremely cool looking 3D model, and they can afford to put a lot of polygons on it because everything else is not really polygonal on the screen. Cool stuff. Hey there, Crazy Sam. Good to see you. We're playing Discworld Noir, but not for much longer. In fact, I'm gonna quit now. We'll come back to it. Can I suspend the system, or do I need to? I probably need to, like, yeah, it doesn't look like there's a suspend. Okay. Shut down. Cool. I'm very pleased that that all worked out. I'm going to, let's see now, what can I do here? Let me see. I'm just going to go over to... Oh, you got t-shirts, jigsaws, silver, scythe, coasters. They only gave me some free stuff too, since I kept bringing friends from Norway to his shop. That's so cool. For reference, I live in Norway, but I'm from the UK, and my parents live there too. Oh, wow. That's cool as. That's really, really cool. Hey, Divor, good to see you. All right, let's go. I'm going to just for a little while go to this scene. No, I won't leave you on such a boring screen, actually. I'll go to this screen. I'll go to this screen, and I'll just put on these ads for a bit. I just need to take a little break, get prepped, and like go. I'm going to make a coffee. I'm going to eat a little bit of chocolate or something, give me a little bit of boost of energy to kick off the podcast section when that's ready to go. I believe we're scheduled for about 5 minutes from now, so we'll see. It'll take a little bit of, there'll be a little bit of setup time before we kick it off. Also, I didn't set up the scenes properly yet, so I might need to fiddle around with some scenes before we go ahead with it all. So yeah, we'll have to just see what happens. Alrighty. Hey, welcome, Yagman. I'm very happy to have you, mate.
Tribes too. Take up arms and
don't get eaten by your monitor. Yeah, I won't. Don't worry, I won't be playing any Doom 2 while I'm gone.
Through an entire single-player campaign. Maximum intensity. Grand strategy. Cunning tactics. Deliver carnage from above using an armada of air vehicles.
I have all my scenes set up for one-on-one chats, not for two people chatting, so I might have to do something a little tricky later on. I'll be back in a minute, though. Be lurking? Oh, nice. Very cool of you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Studio audience, time to file in. That's right, yeah. We'll give everybody a bit of time to rock up. I will be back in a bit.
Has arrived. It's a new era. The quest to define the most agile and articulated mechanical robots of the decade is complete. The Hercs are battle ready. From the designers of the original Mech Warrior comes a superior line of armored might. Metal Tech, a menacing line of Herculean power. The first battle, Earth Siege. You and your squadron must save the Earth from invading cybrids. Headquarters maintains visual and audio contact with you and your squad. Herc weapons customization and battle strategy will decide your fate. Launch a few trigawatts of firepower from your electron flux at enemy ground rovers and skimmer aircraft. Your cockpit is your base of operations. Fight campaigns across desert terrain, polar ice fields, volcanic ash, and urban remains. Survive 30 missions, each with randomly generated battle elements to test your military prowess. Metal Tech Earth Siege, the future in robotic warfare simulation.
At first, I didn't know what to think. Maybe they just celebrated Halloween early in this town. Maybe every day. I began looking for answers. But soon I couldn't get the images I'd seen out of my head. And it was clear that their world was becoming mine.
Bad dream, hun?
Diablo 2. Play it now on PC and Macintosh. Rated M for mature.
Sierra Online proudly
proudly presents the richest, most significant animated adventure ever created on CD, King's Quest VII. Roberta Williams and a cast of the world's most talented multimedia musicians, artists, and animators spin an enchanting interactive experience guaranteed to touch your entire family. In King's Quest VII, you'll enjoy graphics and sound of a caliber you've never seen or heard before on CD. So experience the magic with the most elaborate adventure game of all time, King's Quest VII.
Attention all units, be on the lookout for convicted felon Jesse Bain. Suspect has escaped from Lytton Prison and has taken hostages. Baines is considered armed and dangerous. 10-4.
2310 Mary, responding code 3.
Sierra Online brings you the real-life action drama of Police Quest 2, The Vengeance. This is the city, Lytton, a peaceful, law-abiding community, but not for long. Innocent lives are at stake once again, with the escape of the ruthless drug thug, the Death Angel. Convict Jesse Baines is back with a vengeance for the cop who sent him to prison. Your job, should you choose to accept it, is to help homicide detective Sonny Bonds return the crime-ridden Lytton streets to safety. From the lofty sky to the slimy sewer, Detective Bonds will stop at nothing to nab the infamous Death Angel and rescue his hostage-held honey, Sweet Cheeks Marie. Police Quest 2 continues the real-life authenticity of Police Quest 1 with improved 3D graphics, an expanded cityscape, and an intriguing plot that will test your detective's street smarts. Experience what it's really like to be a cop.
Hero Quest. Deep inside another dimension, face battling barbarians and evil magic on a quest for adventure in a maze of monsters. This is Hero Quest, the fantasy adventure game where winning means mastering the arts of combat.
I'll use my broadsword.
And magic.
Why would you want to play Hero Quest?
Discover traps and enemies. Uncover secret doors. Once you get into it, you'll never be the same. Hero Quest.
Phew! Sierra!
You know, we could sure use a little
Warning.
light in here.
Tim 2 alert. Sierra unleashes the next version of the most addictive game recorded to date to unsuspecting masses.
That's much better.
First, Sierra pulls you in with Tim 2's award-winning design. Next, they make it easy for anyone to get started with a 40 puzzle tutorial to play and replay at will. From there, they've got you. There's no way out because Sierra has developed so many puzzles and challenges at so many different skill levels that once you master your goal, there's always another challenge that beckons you back. Now they've added head-to-head play so that all the Tim 2 junkies in the land can battle for solution one-on-one. The incredible Machine 2 from Sierra.
That's much better.
would you want to play Hero Quest?
Step up to the challenge. High-stakes robotic combat in new metal tech battle drone. You and your stable of 10 Herculans, pure fighting machines and riveting 3-space graphics. Now light source shaded with exquisite texture mapping. Mighty Hercs articulated perfectly to prowl the drone, to seek and engage your opponents. Only one fighter can be ranked #1. Set the battle conditions. Customize your warrior from the weapons arsenal. Wager cold hard cash or bet your life. Fight toe-to-toe. Battle with cunning, power, and skill. Ever want to launch a missile at your boss? With real-time network or modem play, you can challenge anyone, anywhere, anytime. Reach out and blast someone. Metal Tech Battle Drone, a virtual reality combat arena.
When you want to play the hottest, fastest, most advanced fighting game ever. Forget everything else and play Doom 2 on your PC. No other game gives you the incredible realism, the 360-degree smooth scrolling, and explosive action like Doom 2. It's easy to start playing, but it won't let you stop. Doom 2, it will consume you. Play solo against a computer, against a buddy by modem, or online in an awesome 4-way deathmatch. Doom 2, playing in a PC software store near you.
Cover our flag carrier, force the open. Our flag is secure.
Tribes 2. Take up arms and fight with up to 64 other players online. Take the battle offline through an entire single-player campaign. Maximum intensity. Grand strategy. Cunning tactics. Deliver carnage from above using an armada of air vehicles. The virtual battlefield of the future has arrived. Tribes 2. A multiplayer phenomenon. Team combat on an epic scale. When you fight together, you win together. Use your jetpack and go vertical to engage in aerial combat. Tribes 2. Play it at home. Take it online. The sequel to the 1999 online action game of the year has arrived.
It's a new era. The quest to define the most agile and articulated mechanical robots of the decade is complete. The Hercs are battle ready. From the designers of the original Mech Warrior comes a superior line of armored might. Metal Tech, a menacing line of Herculean power. The first battle, Earth Siege. You and your squadron must save the Earth from invading cybrids. Headquarters maintains visual and audio contact with you and your squad. Herc weapons customization and battle strategy will decide your fate. Launch a few trigawatts of firepower from your electron flux at enemy ground rovers and skimmer aircraft. Your cockpit is your base of operations. Fight campaigns across desert terrain, polar ice fields, volcanic ash, and urban remains. Survive 30 missions, each with randomly generated battle elements to test your military prowess. Metal Tech Earth Siege, the future in robotic warfare simulation.
At first, I didn't know what to think. Maybe they just celebrated Halloween early in this town. Maybe every day. I began looking for answers. But soon I couldn't get the images I'd seen out of my head. And it was clear that their world was becoming mine.
Bad dream, hun?
Diablo 2. Play it now on PC and Macintosh. Rated M for mature.
Sierra Online proudly presents the richest, most significant animated adventure ever created on CD, King's Quest VII. Roberta Williams and a cast of the world's most talented multimedia musicians, artists, and animators spin an enchanting interactive experience guaranteed to touch your entire family. In King's Quest VII, you'll enjoy graphics and sound of a caliber you've never seen or heard before on CD. So experience the magic with the most elaborate adventure game of all time, King's Quest VII.
I can't see!
Attention all units. Be on the lookout for convicted felon Jesse Bain. Suspect has escaped from Lytton Prison and has taken hostages. Baines is considered armed and dangerous. 10-4.
2310 Mary, responding code 3.
Sierra Online brings you the real-life action drama of Police Quest 2, The Vengeance. This is the city, Liquid, a peaceful, law-abiding community, but not for long. Innocent lives are at stake once again, with the escape of the ruthless drug thug, the Death Angel. Convict Jesse Baines is back with a vengeance. A vengeance for the cop who sent him to prison. Your job, should you choose to accept it, is to help homicide detective Sonny Bonds return the crime-ridden Lytton streets to safety. From the lofty sky to the slimy sewer, Detective Bonds will stop at nothing to nab the infamous Death Angel and rescue his hostage-held honey, Sweet Cheeks Marie. Police Quest 2 continues the real-life authenticity of Police Quest 1 with improved 3D graphics, an expanded cityscape, and an intriguing plot that will test your detective's street smarts. Experience what it's really like to be a cop.
Hero Quest. Deep inside another dimension, face battling barbarians and evil magic on a quest for adventure in a maze of monsters.
All right, chat. It's time for me to get things set up here for talking with Julia and with Dan. I don't have. Is it okay? Are you okay, Julia? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. You're super quiet on my end. Is there a way you can boost your mic?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Let me just see if I can do anything on my end.
Check. Oh, I'm on the wrong. It's on the wrong. How's this? Hold on.
And did Dan get the request as well?
I will check with him. Oh, okay. It's on the wrong. Oh no, it's on the right mic now. Snowball.
Cool.
Hmm.
Bear with us, chat, while we get the technical difficulties sorted out. I haven't done a podcast in a while.
Huh. So it's still quiet.
You're doing pretty good now. You're very audible. I think
Okay.
you're good. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just gonna check the performance settings.
Oh, also, I should send out all these social media stuff.
Okay. Hello there, Dan. Dan's joining us, everybody. We're going to do this, and then we'll actually start it properly once we've got all the technical stuff sorted out. Sorry about that. All right, that's the wrong
can't
scene.
hear Dan.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah,
Yes, can hear you
very
now.
good.
Okay, nice. I'm trying to figure out how to get my camera up.
Whoops.
Let's see.
Yeah. You may need to, in the top left of the window, next to the address, you might need to click that and say allow camera or something like that.
Oh yes, copy. Interesting. Okay.
Are you using OBS for your camera source?
OBS, yeah.
Yeah. My scene is not very well set up. I realized tonight my chat scenes are all sort of set up for one-on-one talks and not multiple people. So I was just like, oh, I gotta figure that out now. But it should be okay.
About right. We still don't even know how to use this feature.
Nope.
Yeah, I really like this feature though. Actually, it's quite good. See if I can make my camera a little bit similar, something like that. Hi, Amy Cat. Only professional streams here. That's right. That's right. We only do professional streams here on Fractal Mind Mike. Oh, I saw you for like a brief second there, Dan. And before we get started, I just want to say a huge thank you to both of you for finding the time to join me as well.
Good morning. No, it's fun. It's fun times. I remember us doing this early last time too.
Yeah, I had to mess with stuff that time too. It seems like I'm always messing with stuff.
Yes, I think we're always all messing with stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Dan left. He had enough of this unprofessional production. All right. I'm gonna move the chat. Where? There. Cool. I don't have like enough space to put like a... If we want to look at some images, I might need to put it in front of us or switch scenes or something. But I think we'll be okay. So you both have your...
There we go.
Excellent. There he is. Hello. And you
Good
both
morning.
Sound pretty good.
Morning for you and morning for us, right?
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m., 1:20. Yeah. So yeah, morning technically. I got myself a coffee to keep me going. I've been up since early this, well, yesterday morning, I guess, technically.
Oof.
Mm.
Yeah, thank you for also accommodating our East Coast, East.
Yeah, no, that's
East
all right.
And yeah.
I just really appreciate we could find the time. It was difficult. Yeah, we're going to change the stream title as well. And then I think we're pretty much right to go. You can't see my face. I can turn on a camera actually. I just realized that.
Ooh.
I will use not the virtual camera because that's not running. I will use that one.
Oh gosh, I hope we're not all three of us going to play Discworld because I'm not good at video games. Despite
no Discworld. I was just playing it actually. It's interesting because the first two are completely different to this. So yeah, we're talking. What is this? This is this is called the FMM podcast. I can't remember what I called it anymore. It's been a year since I did it. Over a year since I did it. I'll just call this live chat with Julia and Dan, and then I'll do the Crimson. Do you want me to put this into the category of the Crimson Diamond, or are you okay staying in retro?
Whichever you want.
I'll just stay here. It's easier.
It's fine.
All right. So I will do a proper intro in a second, but everybody in the chat's already knows you're here, so it's more for the recording, which I'll make sure I hit record this time. Yeah, you're seeing me in like the not good camera, so you know it's fine. You can see all my junk,
So
all my mess.
That's the important stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, is there anything you want me to say as part of the intro, or are you cool just for me to riff it and then hand over to you to introduce yourselves a bit?
That's fine. Yeah, do
All
that.
Cool. I was too cold before, so I turned the AC off, and now I'm warming up.
We don't have that problem in our area of the world at the moment.
It's just always cold.
It's just cold.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll just do it. Are we going to sing a cappella? No, Gusak, you don't want to hear that. Hi, Refraction. Welcome back. Hope you had a good nap. All right. I didn't even have a splash screen this time. Normally, I'm way more prepared. I just remembered all the other work I used to do to prepare for stuff, having a title card and everything. Anyway.
Next time.
Yeah, next time. That's right. It's been, what time of year was it? I talked to you in 2023, Julia, right?
Oh my goodness. I don't remember anything about that conversation.
It was so long ago.
9 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning. Well, also because it was morning and I'm not at my best anyway, so yeah.
I know the feeling. I have the same problem. My wife is, if it's late at night, she won't remember what we talked about. If it's early in the morning, I won't remember what we talked about. So you always have to figure out like the right time of day to have the important conversations. Otherwise, one of us is forgetting. Yeah. All right. We'll get started. I don't even have music to play. This is weird. I feel awkward not having everything ready. But this is fine. This is exactly what we need to do. I can edit in some music on the front end of the YouTube upload. Okay. I also wrote down like a few outlined questions, but I think we're just going to talk. Oh, Dan, this is the first time we've got to talk like voice to voice, and rather than chat to voice or chat to chat. So, yeah, that's
for
good
sure.
Too.
But you know what's interesting? We've watched so much of each other's streams, it just feels like we already know each other.
It does,
I
mean? Yeah, we've had plenty of conversations, just not like this. This is new.
For sure,
yeah.
for sure.
All right. Cool. For some reason, I'm nervous, but I'll just do the thing.
Do the thing.
Yeah,
You're
first
good.
time streamer. Thanks, Killick. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm here with Julia Minamata and Dan Policar, the creator of Crimson Diamond and the composer, respectively. And I'm very excited to have them here with us. It's Julia's return to the podcast. Last time we had her on was in 2023. I don't remember exactly the date, but we talked all about the Crimson Diamond, gaming history, and I think we talked pretty broadly about a lot of topics. So it'll be interesting to see what we get into tonight. Dan is his first time here, but Dan and I have just been talking. We actually have gotten to know each other a little bit over Twitch and chatting and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to having an actual like a real-time conversation with you, Dan, as well. So welcome in, both of you. Do you want to do a quick intro, Julia, of yourself, and then Dan will get you to follow up?
Sure, yeah. Hi, I'm Julia Minamata. I released the Crimson Diamond with Dan's awesome music last August, and yeah, I'm mostly known as kind of a solo indie dev, and also I do pixel art. I've done pixel art for some strange scaffold games like Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator and Witch Strandings, and a playdate game called Recommendation Dog. I'm also streaming. I also stream on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern for Crimson Tuesdays. I'm A_Maple Mystery on that. And since the Crimson Diamond, I worked on another like really quick little project that hopefully should be coming out later this year that I can't really talk about, unfortunately, but I'm
gonna probe. I'm gonna ask.
Okay. I shouldn't have said anything. And yeah, that's pretty much been it for me. Just keeping on. Dan, how are you?
Who, me?
Yeah, over to you, Dan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm Dan Policar. I made music. I helped Julia get the music and the sound effects into the Crimson Diamond, although she probably did most of the work. I think that to me, the most interesting part about what we did is not just using the retro hardware, but I think that the most interesting part is probably the fact that 95% of the soundtrack was composed live on stream, which I doubt most game composers or composers in general are doing with like their releases. So that probably is the most interesting piece to me anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that is something that doesn't get shared. And so it's kind of weird because on Twitch, right, you want to kind of have something that audiences are familiar with that can catch on to. But this was like not something that was really being done very much. There's game development on Twitch for sure. Like Mike, you've streamed plenty of your development.
Yeah.
Julia obviously has streamed mostly art. I don't think you showed too much of the back end and stuff like that, right? So it's like this, you get to see kind of behind the scenes of the music part of it. And the music part of it for us was focused on the Roland MT32, which is period hardware, accurate for a 1989 text-based EGA graphic game, which is very heavily influenced by Sierra, LucasArts, specifically. I mean, the Colonel's Bequest, obviously that's the
big influence,
the real the biggest influence, I think. And but just in general, that era of gaming, and specifically DOS gaming, you know what I mean? PC gaming. Yes, Mac to a lesser extent, or Apple. I don't even know if they had Macs out in '89. They probably did.
They did, yeah. Probably.
But and Amiga. Amiga is a little different because the sonic palette is you generally weren't using MIDI. But anyway, before I get too nerdy, I'll let you guys take it over. I'm Dan. I make music and noises and stuff.
Thank you so much for the intros. And Dan, like you said, you composed live on Twitch, and that I was so impressed the first time I saw you doing that, because like I'd been sort of following along with Julia a bit, and then we came into your channel for one of the streams with you, and I was like instantly in awe, because you're just like, oh, like it's something a little bit like this, and you just like magic just happens. I was like, I have no idea how you can do that. It was so impressive. And yeah, I mean, I always thought like maybe one day I'll learn music, and then I see somebody who's like dedicated like their life to being, you know, good at it, and it's just amazing, just so impressive. Very talented. Both of you very talented as well. Julia with the art and the game design as well was frankly quite inspiring as well. I really enjoyed playing the game. So we'll probably talk a lot about the Crimson Diamond, but I'm actually happy to talk about everything else. I know, Dan, you collect video games and hardware as well. You've got some cool stuff behind you. You can see the trapezoid Final Fantasy box behind you, which is awesome. I've been trying to get a copy of that for a while and still haven't found one for a reasonable price.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You know, I think I just gave my other copy to a friend, but I had two of them.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I had to. This is the second one I got. The first one had like a little tiny rip in the, because the way it folds out. Let's show it. The way it folds out is kind of interesting because it folds out like this. So this part was ripped, but then I managed to somehow get another copy of this. I think my friend Kevin sent me a link.
Very cool. I've got a couple of the trapezoid boxes from IDOS, but I don't have that one. At one point I was like, I'll get all of them. I'll try and collect all of them, but they got more and more expensive, and I just never wanted to spend as much as whatever they were at the time was too much, and it just kept going up. I was like, oh, I should have bought them ages ago.
Final Fantasy, I feel like, is one you can still find for semi-reasonable, but I mean, you're obviously somebody who's been collecting for a long time.
Yeah.
So the prices you remember are not the prices of today, kind of thing. You know, it's like some of them are still, you know, about retail price from when they released. You know, $59.99. This box you want is $60 still, but some of them have gone a little crazy, I think. Yeah, and it makes collecting harder. You know, especially in Australia, I'm sure. And Canada too, for that matter.
Yeah, prices here get ridiculous. I'm just dropping some screenshots in front of your face. Sorry about that.
Nice.
I just thought I should bring in some assets that we can have on the screen to fill that empty void at the bottom. So.
Yeah, shipping is an issue, I'm sure, as well in Australia, probably even more so when you're ordering anything.
It's very expensive to get stuff shipped around here, for sure. Absolutely. We
believe it or not, shipping to Australia and Canada is about the same price from the US.
Yeah.
That makes me really sad.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
I have a friend, Dr. CDCS.
I don't know why. I don't have answers. I don't want to get into the politics of it, but it is about the same price.
It is. It's weird. It's weird because I was talking to Dr. CDCS, and he collects boxes as well, and he told me that. I was like, really? But it's just like, you can just drive there, right? He's like, yeah, I drive there all the time. Well, not all the time, but he said he drives there, and it's like no big deal to drive. So he sometimes gets stuff shipped to an address in the US, crosses the border to pick it up, and then, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 60 or 70% cheaper in some cases to just ship in the US, you know? Sadly, that's one of the limitations of our collecting hobby. And you know, Australia, which I'm sure your viewers probably know, Australia got a lot of great exclusive boxes.
Yeah, we did get some cool stuff, for sure.
Specifically, one I'm looking for is the Freelancer big box, which I have the small box, but only Australia got the big box version.
Yeah, I don't have that one. I would love to be able to pull that one out and say, yeah, I got it, but I actually don't have that one, so it's kind of well sought after. There's a few boxes like that, and there's like a few local publishers that just did their own thing a little bit as well, so it's kind of cool to see some variations of boxes. Like Manacom would do that a fair bit, just like yes, you can get to some different
all very
boxes.
Desirable and expensive boxes too.
Yeah. Well,
I actually think like back in those days there'd be a lot more like local printing, because my copy of Daggerfall was printed in Canada, which is kind of I don't know. That's weird to me.
That's
It's
awesome.
got it stamped on there, so.
Hmm.
And I also remember when I was a freelance illustrator driving across the border to send out like promotional postcards and stuff because it was like way, way cheap, like more than half cheap, 50% cheaper than trying to do like a Canadian postcard to the US versus US to US. So
I'm just, like, the idea of driving across the border to another country is crazy to me still. Like, we don't have that here. It's like you could drive for hours and you won't cross into another country.
Well, you cross into like another, what are they called, provinces there?
We have
Or are they
states,
called
yeah.
states?
Yeah.
States, yeah. So you cross into a different state, but there's no real border crossing or
No.
anything like that.
They do have border checkpoints for things like throwing out your fruit when you cross the border, because there's fruit flies in
Yes.
New South Wales, and
Yes.
yeah, so but it's not like heavily policed either. So yeah.
Well, it's interesting. If you fly into Australia, which I'm sure you know this,
Mhm.
you are very heavily policed for fruit.
That's true.
And things like agricultural items. Like if you take a apple off the plane, you could be fined.
Yep. Or like, hopefully they'll just like dispose of it and like it's fine. But yeah, if you declare it, I think it's fine. If you declare it, then they're like, okay, you got to get rid of it. My sister had bought some pens in, I want to say it was Thailand, and they were made of wood. So like the pens were just made of wood, and the core was like the ink or whatever. And they took them as well because they were like a biomaterial or whatever.
Maybe they were out of pens.
Maybe. But yeah, she had this set and that was taken. So yeah, that was a strange situation as well. Yeah, I would like to turn the conversation to Crimson Diamond for a minute because I want to say congratulations to you both. So that was a massive effort, and you like seeing you guys get the game out and across the line was just very inspirational to me, and I was so proud of you and so happy for you. And I haven't had a real chance to like talk about it with you. So what was that feeling like for you both? I know Dan, you've worked on a few other games, put music for a few other games before, but this one I feel like it has a bit of a special place for you as well, working on it with Julia and this like era of inspiration that it comes from.
Well, I feel like this. Yeah, I feel like this game was specifically tied to my childhood. You know what I mean? Like that experience of reading the names, reading the publisher Sierra, reading Roberta Williams and Ken Williams and Lori and Corey Cole and all these different legendary developer teams from Sierra. So like I had that already well shoved into my head better than anybody could do with study now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, as a kid, your brain's a sponge. So you absorb all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, me and you are sitting here, and Julia too, even though she's not showing it off, are collectors of artifacts from that era.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was kind of a natural progression to do that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what possessed me to buy the MT32 to make the soundtrack, but it might have been, maybe I was like nervous that it was going to be easier to do it on MT32 than try to program FM sound or something like that, or AdLib or PC speaker. That's actually really difficult, especially now. I was able to like strong arm my current DAW to use the MT32, and it worked most of the time pretty well, I would say. Not too many
a strange
headaches.
device, that thing. It's like not quite MIDI like standard.
It's not general MIDI.
Yeah.
It like predates general MIDI, even though the standard was kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go back into the history of that stuff, you get to like George Sanger, the Fat Man, who's a famous game composer.
Yeah.
Who's actually responsible for some of the standardization of things like the levels of sound in your PC sound card and stuff like each sound needed to be roughly similar levels. So one sound wasn't screaming loud, one sound wasn't super quiet, and there was no standard before that. So they kind of helped to standardize that.
I had no idea that he was part of that. That's cool as.
Team
Yeah.
Fat, George
Nice.
Sanger, Fat Man, whatever, you know,
Yep.
whatever. And you can read about it a little bit in his book, and he's talked about it
Mhm.
on interviews and stuff. He's definitely a good guy to go check out. Oh, and speaking of great composers to go check out, if you can find any stuff with him, Ken Allen is the guy who did the music for Colonel's Bequest. So and Colonel's Bequest and Crimson Diamond, I don't know, Juliet, I don't think they share a lot of musical like there's not a lot of shared musical harmonics, or you know what I mean? It's kind of, they're very different compositions.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I know that when we started off, I kind of had this discussion with you about like what I wanted from the music, like the general sound. And we had started off with this idea of Canadian folk tunes. And I even still on my stream, I have like 6 hours of MIDI versions of all these Canadian folk tunes. So I sent those to you and mentioning, when we talked about instrumentation, talking about the types of instruments that would be around in the early 1900s, and also stuff that would be kind of like pioneer type of stuff, like stuff that people would bring when they would travel from place to place, that would be smaller instruments that would be handheld, and that type of like that those types of sounds. And also the idea of having cozy mystery music and the type of music that's often going along with that genre. And also the tone was really important to me too, to kind of, sometimes I tell them, oh, that's too tense, or that's too scary, or that's too something. We want to really kind of hit the sweet spot where we start off nice and cozy, and then it ramps up later to being something, as the situations get more tense and
Mhm.
the stakes increase. And we didn't really actually, I mean, of course, look, we looked at other MT32 soundtracks and the stuff that Colonel's Bequest was doing, but actually the music that I would often refer Dan to more was Dagger of Amon Ra music,
Ooh.
because I really love that soundtrack a lot. And they also really, it also gives more of that, I think, cozy mystery feel than Colonel's Bequest actually did. There is very little music in the Colonel's Bequest. There's way more music in the Dagger of Amon Ra. So that
Mhm.
was it was a really nice reference point for having Dan kind of just set off and create all this original stuff based on these very specific parameters that I had in mind.
Yeah. The soundscape of the game is really amazing too. Like you did nail that feeling. It's got that real cozy feeling. Like even the train ride at the start, you get this like this sense of like heading out for the adventure, and then you get to the, you find out that you can't go to the house, and then you have to go to the house. It's like this whole thing, the whole journey is like this little build up, and the music kind of builds up with it along the way. It sort of brings you along on that journey. Yeah, I really enjoyed the music throughout the whole game. I don't remember ever thinking like some games I've played and I'm like, oh, this track is not great, like it's annoying me or something, like it's got the wrong it's got some note in there or something that's like too much. But no, this game did not do that at all for me. Julia, just jumping back to the question that we started with was how did the launch feel? It's been a little while now. What was the launch date again? It was October?
August 15th.
August.
August 15th, 2024. Yeah. Yeah.
How did that
It was
feel?
nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. First of all, people ask me, yeah, how did you feel about launching it? And mostly I was just relieved that it happened properly,
Mm-hmm.
because the Steam backend is famously not super user friendly. Especially, I mean, you probably know now too as well.
Yeah.
Have you dealt with Steam?
Yeah, I dealt with it quite a
Yeah.
while back, yeah.
Yeah,
And then
and I'm not super technical, so there's all these things to do with it that I'm just asking friends about, how do you
Yeah.
do this, how do you do that, and there seems to be just so many ways for things to not go right, that I was mostly just worried that after all this build up and saying it's going to happen at 11 a.m. whatever Eastern on this date, and then just pressing the button and nothing happening,
Mm-hmm.
that was the big concern for me. And when it seemed to go okay, then I just was just okay. There's still a lot to go because there's going to be bug fixes and all these things. You're just mentally preparing yourself for all this other stuff that happens after.
Yeah.
That I don't even know if now I can say, oh, it feels finished, or it feels like I'm done with it, or I feel I am happy with how it got received. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
it's been really wonderful to see how people reacting to it, and just people seeming to just wanted to share it and stream. Lots of people streamed it, which has been great. And I think it is sinking in now, but it takes a while for stuff to sink in for me, I think.
Yeah.
Just at the time, we're just battle stations. You just want to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that everything is gonna come out right.
Were you at that point? So did you leading up to it, I'm sure you were, like, had some nerves and that kind of thing. But like, was it business as usual a little bit after you launched it, and you're just like, okay, I'm going to keep working on this, or were you ready for a break?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I was just mentioning before we got started that almost right after the Crimson Diamond launched and a bit of the more critical post-launch stuff was handled, I started working on this other small project from about October to February-ish. And then that kind of consumed my time until that was finished. And now we're just at the end of February and I don't know. It actually feels like I haven't really had a break too much between anything, and so I feel like I want to do some of that a bit more before I get into other things. But now I've already gotten into some things, so
Yeah.
I can't even stop myself. But
Would you say that's a lesson
yeah,
learned? You're gonna, next time you release a game, you're
uh,
gonna take a break?
yeah, you gotta schedule that stuff in. Well, because you say, okay, I'm gonna take a break right after, but you can't take a break right after because there's so many
No.
things to fix.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I'm really trying to get better at that because I do feel like I'm gonna need I should take a bit more of a
Oh,
break.
thank you for the follow. I'm gonna turn off my I'm gonna turn off my alerts. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I forgot to
I'm
turn
seeing
that
it on
off.
the
I turned off
screen.
everything else and forgot the alerts.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. And going back to what Dan was saying about, the way we collaborated on the music, I always have to give Dan credit, like whenever we're doing anything like this, and we don't often go on the same stream or the same kind of chat at once, but
Mm-hmm.
I always have to say that it was Dan's idea to start streaming on Twitch at all. I wouldn't have started it otherwise, and it's
Wasn't
been
my
so
idea. It was our friend's idea,
okay,
our mutual friend's
okay,
idea. But I relayed that mutual friend's information to you.
okay. Yes,
I'm
yes.
glad that they did. I'm glad you did.
And so, yeah, it was really amazing to get to collaborate like that with Dan in real time because he works so fast and he comes up with the ideas so quickly that it just worked really well. It was a nice flow that we had going on. And it started Crimson Tuesdays. It started us like having like this nice community show up every week to week. And I'm still streaming, even though the game is now long since launched, still coming up with ideas to busy ourselves with. But the reason why we're talking to you today, Mike, and the reason why I think it got a lot of streamers interested was because we were also streaming and we also started connecting with people
Yeah.
and the retro Twitch community and everyone, all these wonderful people where because we did start getting involved in Twitch. And I just think it's been so amazing just to not only get to see other people play. Now, people we consider friends streaming the game and having a good time, but also like meeting people in real life. Like I've met like Toiji in real life and Old School J and K and Robot Spacer and Unsecret Crush. And it's just a wonderful just addition to my life, I feel like.
Kind
So
of
I always have to say
jealous.
thank you, Dan and Omatali as well for, for suggesting all this. Because 5 years later we're still going strong.
Yeah. Wow. That's how long did you work on the game for before you started streaming it? Like, how far along was it when you started the streaming?
Okay, we started streaming in March 2020, I think, which is COVID lockdown time, and that's why
Okay.
that's why Omatali suggested because yeah,
Actually, here's the funny story
Mm.
about suggesting why. I was in Australia, of all places, on tour, driving in the van either from the venue or the airport or somewhere, one of the drives, and the guy I'm talking about that's a mutual friend of ours. He's an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So he was telling me, hey, listen, you got to get on this streaming thing. You got to be working on your, social media presence, this and that and the other. And, 5 years later, we're still working on it. But Julia, it really kind of took off and became a lot more successful. And I think at the end of the day, like it did a lot of marketing that we couldn't really have paid for. You know what I mean? Like, so it did help to bring a lot of awareness to the game. And I don't think, I mean, you could correct me, but I don't think our focus was just Crimson Diamond. I think it was adventure game community and specifically the people making those games now. Like how do we like bring more visibility to, obviously Grundislav and Dave Gilbert and Wajidai and the Theropods cats. I don't know if they're still working on it on stream, but I a lot of it. And then obviously we met you and everybody else, and so it led to a lot, even though it was like just a simple conversation in a van in somewhere in Australia. That I remember that conversation.
That's so cool.
And the pandemic was just beginning, because this is February of 2020. I remember this happening because I came back from Australia and everybody was asking me about the fires in Australia, because those had just happened in 2019, right? In 2019, 2020. And I said, well, they're not really worried about the fire so much anymore, but there's this virus thing that everybody's really worried about. So who knows, who would have known a month later we would have been in this situation where it worked out. There was, if you want to call it a silver lining or a positive to come out of it, that's part of what came out of it, because I wouldn't have been home, that amount of time.
True. Yeah, that's wild. The way that worked out, the pandemic for me as well was a big change, like, because I was like, I can't do anything else. I might as well stream. I've been meaning to try it out for a while, so might as well do it now. So I think that kicked off a lot of people. That time kicked off a lot of people. I got to meet so many great people through that as well. I think the first time I heard about you, Dan, was on DOS Nostalgia podcast. I think I heard you on there as a guest, and you were talking about the NT32 and all that kind of stuff, and that was cool. And you talked about the Crimson Diamond briefly on there, or maybe it was extensively. It's so long ago since I listened to it. But yeah, that's the first time I'd heard of you, but I didn't make the connection until like a little while after I'd seen you on Twitch. I was like, hang on a second. Same person, obviously.
That's the same knucklehead.
Yeah. And Julia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Anatoly actually lives right by me. So we didn't, I think we filmed or did the podcast in separate locations, but he's been over to my house, and him and I used to work on the Long Island Retro Gaming Expo. He's actually now the head of PC. I was the head of PC gaming, but
cool.
He became the head because he's way more knowledgeable than me. But yeah, that guy, I wish he had time to do more content, because
me too.
I enjoyed his stuff. You know what I mean? And his knowledge.
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable for sure. Yeah, I wanted to go because Julie, you sort of like had a reaction when I said how long were you working on the game before Twitch. Time. Now I'll ask the question you were cringing at. How long were you working on the Crimson Diamond?
Oh boy. Okay, yes. So this is the question a lot of people like to ask it, and I understand why, and also it's tricky to answer it because the Crimson Diamond was my first game, and so there was so much like teaching and learning and asking questions of people, and it started out super casual, like kind of hobby like, where I was just making pixel art. I just wanted to start exploring pixel art because I mentioned earlier that I was a freelance illustrator, and I was kind of having trouble getting work for that. And so in my spare time, I started. This is like the early 2000s, and I was starting to watch like let's plays of like Grindaslav's games, like Francisco's Ben Jordan games, and Jauchi Kroshat's Shizo Mythos, and discovering there's this thing called Adventure Game Studio, and these were like full-fledged adventure games, but like back in the day, and only this one person working on them. And I've always loved adventure games; they've always been my favorite genres. That got me interested. And I started to just use that, looking at the old stuff that I loved from Sierra as a template for what I wanted to what kind of pixel art I'd want to do. And then just slowly teaching myself, and I would say that on my illustration blog, maybe the earliest like screenshots of process work was maybe in, oh my goodness, maybe 2011 or something, 2012, maybe something like that. And then I was just tinkering with it on and off as I was just trying to still be an illustrator until about 2018, fall of 2018, when I showed what became the Crimson Diamond demo, which is chapter 1 of the game. Up until that point, from about 2011 to maybe 2018, I just had been puttering away and getting together this demo. And then from November 2018, when I first showed it at an event, in a local event, from then until August 2024, so we're talking like almost 6 years to make the rest of the game, which is another six chapters of the game. But at the same time, I was also, I was working on those strange scaffold games, doing contract work, not
Yeah.
just doing pick, but also like narrative consultation. I did some cultural sensitivity consultation. I did limited run games. I did these portrait commissions for the Monkey Island anthology.
Thank you for doing that. They're beautiful.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
I don't have it. That's fantastic.
Oh, really? I'd send you mine, but I
No.
really like it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, it's so that was so for I think about 4 years I was doing all, like these, helping Strange Scaffold with like those 3 projects and then doing other side stuff like that. And then it's only the last 2 years of before launch when I'm just saying to myself, I need to like stop taking contracts and really focus on finishing the game. And so that's like the long-winded answer to that
Mm.
question, which is, so from anywhere from 2011 to 2018, and then 2018 to 2024, but it was all kind of, there was very little actual full-time work
Yeah.
in that time, just the last 2 years.
And I think that's something we have to remember when we talk about how long it was on the calendar versus how long we actually spent in front of the
Yes.
thing. They're very different
Exactly.
time frames, right? And like you said, you started out as sort of like a hobby, just trying to figure it out, looking at it and playing with it. And I remember you telling a bit of a story like that it was more of a just drawing the artwork at first, and then you thought, oh, maybe I can turn this into a game. And that's a really like pure way to get into it. I think I really like the sound of that. Yeah, so it was very impressive though, looking at the way the art all progressed, like going from what we'd seen with the demo and the placeholder animations and placeholder art assets, and then we saw that release, and it's just like it was a revelation. Like it was so refined and polished, and you've done an amazing job like making those scribbles like into a reality, like those sketches into a reality. And yeah, it really feels like a place, like it gives you the same vibes as playing the Colonel's Bequest. For me, I think is one of my favorite Sierra games, and like it gives the same sort of vibe as that. You feel like
Oh, good.
you could almost inhabit that place. So yeah, it was really cool, and it's really cool.
Oh,
Like,
here we go.
oh, you've got two
Oh my goodness. Two
Colonel's Bequests.
Two.
I tried to buy a
games.
third one too recently. But
Really?
I think I was too late. Yeah, I just when I see a good deal for these, I'm just a sucker. I just
When you
get
see a
them.
good deal, I know what you mean. I was obsessed with collecting,
Especially if it has the pencil.
Yeah, the
Yes.
pencil. It's like often not in there. That's true.
The pencil's hard to get.
Oh gee.
Pencil's hard to
My
find.
my
so
one
if I
copy
can find the pencil.
has the pencil, but that's just the one. I don't
Oh.
have two.
I don't think mine has the pencil. I do have my big
I
box
thought yours
copy.
has the pencil. I'm pretty sure it does.
I should like
Yeah,
unbox
I'm
it
pretty
right
sure
now.
you showed it on stream.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it does have the pencil.
We could all three unbox it. It would be
Um,
the most unboxings on the stream we've ever had at once.
Oh no. Colonel's Bequest simultaneous unboxing. But I will say at least for mine, we mentioned last year Dan and I, we didn't actually mention, but Dan and I got to actually meet like Ken and Roberta Williams, and you met Ken Allen as well, Dan, I think. Or was
I
Ken
didn't
Allen?
get to
Yeah.
meet Ken
Oh,
or
no.
Roberta Williams. I
Oh,
didn't get to
no.
meet Ken Allen, but
Oh,
I did get to meet Corey and Lori Cole, which was
Yes.
important.
Awesome.
That's
And I'll
very cool.
explain later.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. My Colonel's Bequest box has been signed by Ken and Roberta Williams and Ken Allen and Douglas
Wow.
Herring, who did the artwork. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I
That's so
cannot
cool.
replace that one quite so easily.
Yeah, that's very
unfortunately.
irreplaceable. That's
Yeah.
that's an amazing artifact to own, actually.
You should trade it to Mike for the Monkey Island book.
I have that as a PDF, so I think I'll be good.
Okay.
At least you have the PDF version. Yeah, the book is really nice though. Like, it's quite a nice book. I
Good.
wouldn't trade
I'm
it.
glad.
Honestly, I wouldn't trade it. I like the book too much to trade it, even for something that amazing. It's rare to get a box that's signed by the developer or the designer and stuff like that, for sure. What was the first, speaking of early Sierra games, what was the first Sierra game you remember playing?
King's Quest 1 on the Tandy 1000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah, my
say
dad,
Tandy 1000?
I know I said 1000, but it's early, so it's a Tandy 1000.
No, I
We
love
don't
that
say-
you said that, actually. It's very cool. I'm going to start saying that.
I could pretend like we say that in Canada. Like I'll be like, oh yeah, in Canada we call them
That's
Tandy
what's
1000.
called
No,
in
we
Canada,
don't.
Yeah.
No, we call them Tandy 1000s like everywhere else. But
Mhm.
yeah, my dad he would bring home, it's like the huge compact, like suitcase sized 30-pound, like portable computers,
Yeah.
because to work from home sometimes, like back in the 80s or whatever. And of course, he'd bring home a ton of pirated games, and one of them was King's Quest One, and it immediately grabbed me because I still to this day, if you, so yeah, one of the things I still stream is, like I've been playing Biomenace. I play through Biomenace. I play Cosmos Cosmic Adventure. I'm not good at these games. I'm really bad at them, and
Yeah.
that's it. That same thing held true for back when I was younger,
Mhm.
and the King's Quest was not the same like those games where I didn't have to have like really good reflex. Oh, except to avoid the moat, but that's a whole other thing. You don't need good reflexes to play those games. You get to like just sit and enjoy the artwork that's in front of you and the story. And I immediately gravitated toward that genre. And that was my absolute first one. Dan, what was yours?
My first one that I remember was King's Quest 3, and I played it at my uncle's house. And I was pretty sure, being a text parser, I didn't, understand as a kid what went into it and how it worked and this and that and the other. I just figured you could type just about anything you wanted in there. And it was almost like Chat GPT of 1980, whatever. And it would give you any answer that you possibly had to, question. But I remember playing that game, and I decided that if I had a laptop with that game, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't need anything else. That would be all that I needed is King's Quest 3 and a laptop, and I would be set for life, kind of thing. That's what I remember thinking.
That's really cool.
I was not good at that game. That game's so hard.
I was about to say, it's also one of the more annoying and hard games because you're constantly getting teleported back to places, right? It's the Manana.
Yeah, or he just kills you.
Yeah, he teleports.
If you're carrying the wrong
out of the
inventory items. Hey, I see that in your inventory. Zap, you're done. It's like
you have to go and hide everything under your bed, right?
Yep, that's right.
That one was pretty fun, but very challenging. But much different challenge. That's one of the things about the early Sierra stuff is you could see they were trying to experiment with things. They were still doing things that were very frustrating for the player, and somehow they thought that was good gameplay. I still don't understand that, but I recently played through Police Quest 1 and 2, and 1 is just so frustrating. I kind of hate it. I mean, I don't want to say I hate it, but I kind of do.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I have a question for you guys. What was your favorite Sierra game?
It's tough.
And you could do even the post, maybe up till they sold the company. Anything later, whatever. But
like Half-Life, does that count? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts. Not to what I'm thinking of. The Ken and Roberta era of Sierra.
I'm
from Mystery House on up, or even before that.
So actually, Mystery House was canonically the first Sierra game I ever played, but I didn't know it until 2017 because I could remember the game, but I didn't know what it was called, and I eventually posted on the internet and said, does anybody remember this game? I drew a crude picture of it, and everyone's like, it's Mystery House. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, I think the Colonel's Bequest is right up there for me, because it is probably one of the most unique Sierra games. Like, it has this method of the design, and that it's a play that takes place in acts, and you've got the time, the clock advances when you go to certain places. And there's not really much else like that in Sierra's back catalog, I don't think. It felt very unique, and I thought when I first played it, I thought a modern game with this sort of mechanic, obviously with probably a few modern refinements on top of it, would be I think people would praise it for what it's doing. So it's kind of going back and playing that game was pretty interesting to me, and I think it's probably one of my favorites. If it's not that, if I'm not allowed to pick that, I would probably say Space Quest 5. I think Space Quest 5 was really cool. Space Quest 4 was also really cool. I like both of those. That's that's my answer.
Good. What about you, Julia?
Yeah, Colonel's Bequest, of course.
You're gonna go with the same game.
Well, here's the thing: is actually, to be honest, it was not my favorite one as a kid. When I was playing it, because it was terrifying, right? So, I will say, of course, that is the one that I always have to say, because that is the one that I have taken the most inspiration from, definitely from mystery genre, which we didn't see a lot in Sierra games. The art is incredible, the setting is incredible, everything about it is amazing. But I didn't actually enjoy that one the most as a kid, and it's hard for me to say like the one that was my favorite to play. Like definitely inspiration wise, it was my favorite one. But I would have to say probably my favorite one to play was Quest for Glory 2 Trial by Fire.
Really?
Because yeah, because the art is also incredible. It's EGA still. It's a text parser. It's got those RPG elements, and RPGs are like my second favorite genre. And just having that incredible blend of those two was really unique to me. And the writing is really good, and the characters are really good, and the adventure is vast. I mean, it feels like an epic adventure. Um, I needed help. I definitely needed the hint book that I eventually did buy to get through the whole thing. But I enjoyed that experience like incredibly so much. I'd have to say that one.
Good answer.
And
I'm
Dan?
surprised because I often think Quest for Glory 2 is the most maligned of the whole series.
Really? I thought it was Quest for
Yeah.
Glory 3.
No, I think it was 2. People liked 3, people liked 4, but by the time you got to 3, it's a drastic departure from
Mhm.
the way you played 1 and 2.
Mhm.
I have to admit, I've only
And then
played the first
4.
one.
You've never played the series?
I played only Quest for Glory 1. Actually, I played Heroes Quest. That's the one I played.
The EGA text parser one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that game had a few different versions, box versions, titles, and then also later the VGA remake by Sierra. You know, it was like them who remade it, not like a later. You know, there's a version of King's Quest 1, 2, and 3 by, I think it's 8. I don't even know what they were called. Tierra. Then they were like fan remakes and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Then they became AGD. Then they became something else, and they made their own game. I think Mage's Initiation was eventually came out of that like series of remakes, if I'm not mistaken. But my favorite of all the Sierra games was actually Quest for Glory 1, but the VGA version, which is not a text parser.
Right.
And Julia wants nothing to do with non-text parser games, so
No, that's not true. I have a soft spot, of course, for text parser. I still enjoy point and click games.
Will
Yeah,
you
for sure.
Will you be making more text parser, or are you going to go and do a point and click next? No point and click?
Yes and no.
I tried, Mike. I tried. It's not working.
No, because here's the thing, right? Is you don't see text parser much anymore, and it's my absolute favorite thing in the world in terms of interaction method. And yeah, I mean, so many reasons why you shouldn't do it if you want to sell a game, right? Because you can't port it to other platforms, and
Yeah.
it's really hard to localize. I've had these conversations with people, since the game is launched. And I know these things. I knew that at the outset. But at the same time, you can't beat when someone writes a review saying that, oh my gosh, they remember this type of game and they haven't played one in such a long time, and it's bringing back all these wonderful memories of exactly that period of time that's incredibly specific. And we're talking like 1989 to like 1991 or something. Like we're talking 2 or 3 years in video game history that these things were coming out regularly, and then it was gone. And then this idea came up that the point and click was like an advancement on the form. When I don't agree with that necessarily, I think it's just a different thing,
Yeah. I
But
know
it
where
was
you're
seen
coming
as an
from there,
advancement. Yeah, like the same way that EGA is 16 colors and VGA is 256 colors. So naturally, the one with more is better, and it's not true either. So that exact sweet spot of that particular color palette and that particular user interface, um, I did because that was near and dear to my heart. But then seeing other people respond to it similarly. But the bonus for that is when I read reviews where people say they've never played a game like this before and they still had a really good time with it, which I was not anticipating that aspect of it, because I felt like it was going to be very niche and very much meant for nostalgia people, and people are nostalgic. But it actually has had an appeal for some people who are willing to be open-minded and actually give something that's a bit more of a challenge a try. And appreciate how much more they feel engaged with the actions of the game when they have to generate those actions from their own brain.
When you oh gosh, I had a question that's just gone. Sorry, it is like 2 a.m. Well, I'll just drink some
None of us
coffee
are
and
at
then
our
I'll ask
best.
another question. Sorry.
Except for Dan. Dan's been up for hours already, but like yeah, you're coming down,
Yep.
Mike, and I'm just getting up. So Dan might be the best one to answer anything.
No, you know what? I didn't have time to go to the gym this morning, so
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I'm in bad shape too.
We'll muddle through somehow.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say that everything from now on that Julie is going to work on is going to be 256 color VGA.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Using point and click interface only. You
Mhm.
heard it here first, ladies and
Uh-huh.
gentlemen. Please hold her to that.
But please notice that all the other games I've done art for have been fewer colors.
That's
Actually,
true.
like
1 bit.
yeah, one like literally like Space Warlord, Witch Strandings, and Recommendation Dog are all black and white.
That's actually
They're all black and white.
amazing. I hadn't put that together. So your
So
range right now is either 2-bit or 8-bit.
yeah.
That's like
Yes, exactly. I don't even know if I'd go in between of those two things. I really love 1-bit art so much. I love that challenge of that low resolution and only having the two, black or white, and getting to achieve these incredible things with them. And then, then the 16 color. But yeah, I've got this resistance. I know so many amazing pixel artists who can just do all kinds of stuff and with all these colors. But I'm like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm super comfortable even attempting that really.
Mhm.
Even my illustrations when I was an illustrator were very limited palette. Like I'd only have, 10 colors maybe I would be using 8 to 10 colors. And
Mhm.
when I was doing silk screen printing, they'd be only like maybe 6 or something. So I'm naturally this way where I
Right.
just like to limit myself creatively. And I feel like that helps to liberate me from getting just paralyzed with choice. Um, yeah, that's just been my own experience.
Mm.
The choice is 256 colors.
Gosh.
Point and click.
Too many colors. How do you even choose?
Maybe
no
that
pencil
came
boxes
down.
came with 256 pencils, right?
No.
You can get them with 64, but I never seen a crayon box or a pencil box with that many.
I'm sure you can get
What
one.
more could you possibly want? What more could you possibly want?
Yeah.
I've got the 60.
If we can get one, I'm going to send one to Julia.
Oh my gosh. That'd be so funny, actually.
I'd actually love to see that. That'd be pretty funny. If you could, I'm just trying to picture how big 256 pencils is. That's a lot.
Love pencils.
That's a big
Love
chunk of pencils. Yeah. Okay. So I can't remember the question I was going to ask, so I'll just move on. We'll move on. So talking about point and click, talking about text parser, you chose to do text parser and you stuck with it. When you're doing, has the game been localized at all? Are you planning to localize?
No, it hasn't been localized. I've been approached by people who, volunteer to do that.
Yeah.
And at this point, there is a fan localization that I think they're getting off the ground for Brazilian Portuguese. But
Wow.
I'm kind of leaving them to their own devices, really, because it's something that I can't manage because I'm busy with like making new stuff, really. So I kind of left it up to them. Like where I asked Dave Gilbert about this actually, and Dave Gilbert's never localized his games either. What he does is he lets the fans localize it, and what they need to do is they buy the base game, and then they can patch whatever the game like language they want to patch over it, even to like altering signs in the game or UI in the game to be the other whatever the other language is. And it's just a matter of being one person or being as Dave is like a very small team and not having the bandwidth to even oversee that work, and it being a different language, I can't check that work either, even if I wanted to. I have no way to really have quality control over that aspect of
Wow.
it besides just trusting people.
Yeah, that's true.
But with Brazilian Portuguese, Alan Zoka, who is this huge Brazilian Twitch and YouTuber, apparently really likes the game, and he streamed it and talked about it. And so I've got a lot of people who are asking about that. And someone did come to me that I felt would have been a good match for that. And so hopefully, I don't know where the project is in the moment, but it might be still on the go, and maybe we'll see one of the maybe we'll see a fan localization for the Crimson Diamond. In a bit, who knows? But yeah, it's a really it's a tough one because not only is the text parser an issue when it comes to UI and also just how you can get it to work with other languages, but there's a lot of writing in the game too. There's 160,000 words in the game, which means it would be expensive. Even if it wasn't a text parser game, it would still be expensive to localize. and
That's a
at my
lot of words.
scale, it's a lot of words, and so, yeah, I mean, it would cost more than it would be worth it for me to do, really, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, yeah,
So,
it's not really super an option, but,
mhm,
I knew that going into it. I knew going into it that, yeah, there's these certain ways I'm going to be limiting myself in terms of the audience I can reach,
mhm,
but the initial desire to make the game was because I wanted to recreate this very specific type of game that wasn't being made anymore, that was my favorite, and
yeah.
I kind of went from there, and I kind of let that be the thing that was leading me on to all the decisions I made going forward.
Uh, I would say not only did you do that, but you actually took it a step further. You've like what you've done with the game, I think takes the storytelling to a new level because it's like it's a lot more. There's a lot more to the game than I think I would have expected from something from the late 80s, early 90s sort of era where you're emulating that look, but then you've built so much more on top of it, the soundtrack on top of it, the amount of dialogue, the amount of descriptions, the amount of artwork. It's like it's a lot more. There's a lot more to it. I haven't done any comparisons like how many screens does this game have to this game, but it
Mm.
feels much bigger. It feels much grander than even those games, and there's a lot of content, a lot of story, a lot of words. Yeah, absolutely. I can I can see that. But actually, what you just said, it alleviated a minor stress that I've had of like localization. Because I've thought about, oh, do I need to localize my games? Will I need to like worry about that? And if from what you said, from what Dave has said as well, Dave Gilbert, sort of makes me think like maybe I don't need to worry about that, which is great because I don't want to. I don't want to worry about it. It's like thinking about localization is tough.
Yeah.
In the best of
You have
times,
to
and I
choose
think
your battles.
yeah, games are even tougher to do it in, I think. So, especially when it comes to
I think
comedy.
you're better off going for accessibility features in your game than
Mhm,
Mm,
mhm.
localization.
mm,
I think that
Mhm.
has a lot more legs, and I think it's more helpful because like you have people with all kinds of challenges that you want to be able to play your games. So
mm-hmm.
the more of those type of features, the better. I mean, you know, an EGA text parser is already going to be graphically challenging for the average person because
Yes.
it's just not what we're used to seeing. It doesn't really compare with the latest Assassin's Creed, uh, you know, offering
Yeah.
graphically, but it's not that. That's not what it is. And I think just the accessibility features are really kind of key to the future of games, and especially indie games.
Mm-hmm.
You can be creative in that sense. And it's just a nice thing that will open up your game to other people that wouldn't be able to play it otherwise.
Yep. Yeah, well, then when the first thing that sprung to mind, Dan, when you mentioned that was the points chimes that you designed. Um, there's a sound, and with Sierra games, you know that there's usually a sound that plays when you do something that gives you points. But what they didn't have back in those days, which I decided would, I think it was even suggested to me, was having a visual cue for like when that happens, because some people maybe aren't playing with the music on. Maybe some people are hard of
Yep.
hearing. If you
Yeah.
played a Sierra game back then and you were, then you would never have known about that point thing telling you that you've done a good game progression thing.
Mm-hmm.
That type of thing where it's something relatively easy to implement on my end that I can control. And I would say that because I knew going into it, as Dan said, the text parser is kind of a challenge. I really did try to concentrate on accessibility and trying to make the game as easy as possible to get through and for people to have a positive experience with, considering the fact that it is some something that people really haven't seen for like decades now at this point. This idea of text parser.
Mm.
And that's why there's a hyperlink to a hint book as well. I wanted people not to get stuck because people don't have the patience anymore to get stuck like they used to in the old days.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
if you get
true.
stuck, there's like this universal hint system type of thing, and you can kind of get through the game and get to an ending and kind of say I had a nice experience and I can move on with the rest of my life instead
Yep.
of just being stuck and getting frustrated and then just shoving it in a box and never thinking about it ever again. I don't want that experience to be what you come away with when you play it.
Yeah. That's one of the things with the hint book. I want to ask about that, but I did notice that with the mini adventures that I put out, there were people like instantly as soon as the games were live, like, how do I do this? How do I do that? Like, I don't know. Like, there's hints built into the game too. They still had to ask. Like, they still didn't want
Mhm.
to like think for themselves. So I was like, wow. Yeah. The hint book. Tell us, like, what was your experience with that like? What was the thought process that went into that?
The thought process was first when, like, pre-launch, I knew that I wanted reviewers to have access to something like that, where the reviewer is a very busy person and they have to get through a ton of titles and write about a ton of titles. And I wanted to make it as easy as possible for them to, yes, have a come away with a positive impression of the game. That was super important to me. I first had like like a standard
Which I
walkthrough.
think worked, by the way.
You did?
I don't
Okay,
think
good.
I don't think we got any, like, there were really not many negative reviews that I saw. The only negative reviews, you might be able to find one or two on Steam that said things like, it was great, but it was a text parser, so I didn't like it.
Oh
It's like,
man,
well,
yeah, that's
yeah.
tough. It
What do
says
you
it
do with that?
boldly at the start of, like, if you it's like right
What
there.
do you do with that? How
Yeah,
do you take
yeah.
that kind of feedback? You know, it's like, okay,
Yep.
Yeah,
thanks.
I got a negative review because it wasn't in this particular language, and it's just like
Oh yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Actually, the
Because
reviews
it's not,
you've had
unfortunately.
extremely positive reviews. Is it
Yes.
hard for you? You released the game. Going back to that mindset, you released the game. Was it hard for you to take your eyes off the screen after it was out, like looking at reviews coming in, or were you sort of
Oh,
like,
sure.
yeah?
Oh, no.
And are you
No,
still
no,
like
no.
that,
The
or is
first
it
day
you've calmed down a bit now, or?
Well, what happened is, so I do have a Discord server, and it's not a public one, it's just for, like, my testers and everything, and
Mhm.
so, but one of my Discord members, one of the testers, they actually made, like, a bot for me that every time a Steam review is posted, I just get a notification and, like, a link and everything.
Oh wow.
So I don't have to
That's
check the
cool.
page. I don't have to check the page. I just get a notification on my phone
Yeah.
whenever I get a new review. So
So you're not sitting
that's
on Steam pressing F5 waiting for the next review to come in.
No,
Yeah.
but I did do that on the launch day for in terms of sales. I was doing that a
Yeah.
lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Were you
I'm looking on your Discord now.
Yeah, yeah. There's like a, Crimson Reviews or something. You can just see them all there, and then you can click on
Huh.
them if you wanna see them. Yeah.
Interesting.
Dan's on there, yeah.
were you finding like the reviews and the sales figures like compelling? Like, do you like getting super excited about that, or are you kind of still riding a nervous wave while you're looking at it? Like, how did it make you feel to see those coming in?
Yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking because you just wanna keep this launch momentum up as much as possible,
Mm-hmm.
and every time you see some negative, writing about it or negative review, then you feel like it's gonna kill some of that momentum, and
Mm,
it's really important to try to launch as strong as possible, and, that has to do with, trying to get a certain number of wish lists before you're launching,
right.
um, trying to get that extra visibility. You're hoping that, streamers are gonna play it and other people are gonna talk about it. Hopefully people will cover it. It's a real struggle to get that
Mm-hmm.
any type of coverage nowadays because I think the same day that the Crimson Diamond came out, I think like 80 other games came out or something, and it's
Wow.
just like, how do you can't plan for that either, right?
No.
So it's just kind of like it's a lot of luck as well and timing and hoping that some people are gonna get attached to the game. You just
Mm-hmm.
really can't tell, and that's the part that made me nervous is because I was confident that what Dan and I had done was good. I knew that we had put something together that I was super proud of, but, I think everyone's had the experience that you pour your heart into something and then
Mm-hmm.
people don't connect with it for whatever reason, or they don't even know that it exists. And I was totally prepared for that because that's kind of how I felt about being an illustrator, and I was trying to do that for many years and not
Yeah.
having that catch on. I was very aware that the very same thing could happen again, where I worked really hard trying to be an illustrator and it didn't work out. And
Mm.
whatever the reasons for that could have been, I still think about that sometimes, but I know that I'll never really have an answer. And so part of it was, yeah, I knew we'd done this thing and I knew we worked really hard on it and I knew it was pretty good, but all in all, like that might not actually stack up to anything in the end because there's no way to control for those other factors.
Yeah. I think you've like, to me it's a very inspirational thing, but I haven't really, I guess, I haven't talked to you about like that, like how do you feel about the success of the game and stuff like that. And Dan, I don't know if you've got like feelings on the launch as well. Like, were you nervous as well? I assume you probably were.
That's a good question. I never asked you.
Nibbling your
I
nails,
was
like...
No, I never really felt nervous about it because I guess there's so much. I kind of always have a lot of things going on at once.
Whoops.
And it wasn't my first game
Mm-hmm.
that I had released, so that helped. I think that like it's like you kind of, I mean, maybe you don't know what to expect. The first game I ever worked on was a game called Empire of Sin, which was by Romero Games. So my first game that I ever got to work on, my audio director was a guy named John Romero, who, if you know him, he's pretty experienced at
Mm-hmm.
game development and making games. And it was a good experience for me because he kind of was very clear with what he didn't want and clear with what he did want. So I actually, with that game, is a whole nother list. But to go back to the original question, I wasn't super nervous with Crimson Diamond. I was kind of more looking, because by that point I had finished my role, I guess, um, before the launch.
Mm-hmm.
Julia was scrambling. Well, most of it. Julia was scrambling, trying to put everything into the game last minute and fix stuff
Sound
that people
effects.
found.
Sound effects.
And the sound effects took a little while longer because I don't remember, but they took a little while longer for me to deliver the assets.
Yeah.
So I think those didn't even get into the game until like 2 weeks before launch or something like that.
Oh yeah, we had to. I patched in more sound effects actually after launch because we
wow.
didn't have them. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
no. Maybe for the press preview, we didn't have them. For launch, we had them.
Yeah, I don't remember doing anything after launch, but for sure leading up to launch.
Yeah.
So I wasn't too nervous. I was pretty much done. I just had to make sure that I delivered all the assets. And I was then kind of like looking at, okay, how do we now position this or position ourselves the best we can to make this as successful as it can be?
Mm-hmm.
You know, given the fact that it is a text parser, that it is going to have a niche audience of a niche audience. You know what I mean? Not just you know, the average retro gamer isn't going to jump at a text parser.
Mm-hmm.
But what Julia said before, it's nice because you have people who were not raised on this type of game first introduced to this type of game through this game and saying, oh, I like it. You know, oh, this is a pleasant experience. This is a good experience for me. You know, those are the type of people who would play part 2.
Yeah, that's some really cool feedback.
Should we ever get to that point?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
play. I'd play another Nancy
Maple
Maple mystery. I would play it. I'd play the heck out of that. Dan, did you have any input on the design of the game? Like, I'm sure you had a view of the progress of the overall overarching game, but did you?
Yeah. It was actually all my ideas.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Everything from soup to nuts.
Back in 2011.
No, I really don't think I influenced. If I did influence, it wasn't direct. It was indirect.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I influenced it as far as the gameplay. Maybe there were some ideas that we had that we were looking to implement, but like some of them were like a little bit beyond scope or scale, or just really, I don't know that the only thing I can say I really influenced was the streaming.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to call that part of the development, that would be the influence that I think that I had on the game. And then obviously any of the noise. But that's pretty much it, you know?
That was huge though, Dan, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, I could do a whole talk about the benefits of Twitch because it even goes into other things we haven't even touched on, which is part of my streams that I do. I play retro adventure games at the end of the evening. And because, first of all, I was not carving out that time on my own to play stuff. And playing old stuff was great because I could directly experience old games again, like the stuff that I'd grown up with. And I could learn a lot of like design lessons about what I liked about them, what I didn't like about them,
exactly
how the art worked, you know, all that stuff, you know. And I've been playing only EGA stuff on my stream so far, and that was a really good lesson. But also the great thing about that is it did connect me to all these other retro streamers, right? So I participated in December for the first time last December, and I had a really good time with that, and like meeting all these people. Honestly, yeah, this idea of Twitch being so good for all these different reasons. Like, yeah, people were excited to play it on and stream it, you know, around launch, you know, that was also very incredible. So Dan's like suggestion to do it and to start, I didn't even want to. I was like, oh no, I'm not doing anything else, I guess. But it actually paid off, like, in so many like, different ways, really, that I always, like, talk about this. I mean, I'm doing, like, a micro talk at GDC in, like, next month, and I've got, like, one whole slide where I just talk about the benefits of Twitch and, like, how personally it's been beneficial because
Mhm.
I've made friends on Twitch, and also I watch tons of stuff on Twitch. I get to be exposed to so many different kinds of games now just by watching other people play them while I work, but
Yeah.
also directly experiencing games on Twitch. Also, just connecting with other developers, like we mentioned, I've been having Martin Thurman, who made a game called Lord Avalot d'Argent,
Mhm.
by like, with her and her brother, like, back in the '90s, and getting to have these incredible conversations with her about the design influences and her inspirations for making these games, that she made, and, it's yeah, I never would have had any of those experiences had it not been for Twitch and had not been for streaming, and so it
Yeah.
was a huge thing that I definitely wanna make sure that, we don't minimize that because it was an incredible, influence.
So thanks again, Dan, for all of that
Yes, thank you,
influence.
Dan, again.
Wow, there you go.
I
Yeah, so there that answer is not direct, but indirect, and
Yeah.
indirect became direct, and however, it's a good thing. I mean, I think that some people, especially the younger people, younger generations coming up, a lot of them want to be, especially in the United States, they want to be YouTube stars or
Yeah.
Twitch stars or so TikTok stars, whatever it is. There's a lot of value in it, but I think the value is like what comes from our outside influences that we can bring to stream and share with everybody. I mean, Mike's got a room full of stuff.
Mhm.
Julia's got a green screen that's covering her room full of stuff. I've got a room full of stuff. So I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing. It's like, that's kind of what the point of what we're doing, I think.
Mm.
And being able to share, like you said, Julia, making friends. Well, you're sharing these shared experiences with other
Mhm.
people that you never would have been able to meet otherwise.
Yep.
Certainly given geographic restrictions.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
there's other options, but Twitch is a really good one. And look, if you don't like modern games, there's 1,000,002 streamers streaming retro games for you every single hour of
Yep.
every day.
Yep.
Yep.
Maybe not the game you want all the time, but there's games similar to it, or you can find some new games. If you guys are all here because you're on Fractal Mind Mike's channel, but he's a guy to watch. You know what I mean? Like he's going to give you some of the knowledge of the history of the games. He's going to give you some knowledge of the development of the games. He's going to show you some of the development of his own games. And all these different things that where else are you going to get this? Are you going to turn on the TV and get this? Not likely. So I think there's a lot of value beyond what some people perceive as the negatives of live stream media, or I don't even know how you just
Mhm.
social media in general. How do you quantify this versus tuning into Netflix or tuning
Mhm.
into CBS or NBC or
Mm.
BBC or whoever? I don't know. I don't know too many of the networks in Australia. Sorry, but one of those
We have
major networks
ABC
that's in
here,
the country.
Australian
ABC.
broadcast. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And that's like the BBC of Australia,
Yeah.
right? It's a state funded.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
We have a bunch of other channels
PBS
too, but
here, we
yeah.
have that. Yep. And then obviously everybody's watching, all those services all over the same streaming services. But this
Right.
is one place where you're never really sure what you're going to get.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And live, that's
It's
very
live.
exciting. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
live.
it is. And all of what you just said, like a lot of what you just said, I was saying, like, I think earlier today and like last time I was streaming, like Twitch has been like a life-changing thing for me. Sounds like it has
Mhm.
been for you guys as well.
Mhm.
And it's also just like the connections that I've made on Twitch and the community that I've connected with is something that, like, yeah, that's one of the reasons I love doing it, and I want to keep doing it. So yeah, I'd echo all that what you just said. I agree. It's just so true, so true. I feel like I had a thought that was bubbling up and it's gone. So I'll just look at my notes here and I'll pick a random question.
Well, I will add on one actual other
Yeah,
benefit
go.
to Twitch that I just
Mm.
remembered, is that I stream on Twitch and I put my VODs up on my YouTube channel,
Mhm.
and I actually think that's also, I mean, not a lot of people are watching this or anything, but what's interesting is, let's say people want to collaborate with me, or they want to work with me, or whatever, or they want to interview me or do something like that. Like, there are hundreds of hours of, they can see who I am and what I'd be potentially like to communicate with. There's all these dozens of hours of me collaborating with Dan. You could see how we work together.
Mm.
And if someone is interested in, oh, maybe, maybe I want to collaborate with this person, or maybe I want to work with this person, they can see what I would be like to have that
Yep.
relationship, right? And I think not a lot of people have that, up publicly or anything, so you don't really know who that person might potentially be. That's why we do interviews, job interviews. But
Mhm.
this breadth of material that you could check out and say, oh yeah, well, this is what the kind of person she's like and stuff, and all that, what she's interested in and everything. I think that's a really important resource that I think would help. Hopefully, in the future, when I do want to, collaborate more with people, they can refer to that as this resource where they can get an idea of what I'd be like. And I think that's really valuable potentially.
That is valuable, yeah. Wow. I really like those takes on the Twitch streaming for game developers and streamers, retro streaming and yeah, that sort of thing. That's awesome.
And just what, and additionally to that is this idea that as an indie developer, and it's like, solo or small team or anything, one of the ways we can distinguish ourselves from the big companies is because it's so personalized.
Mhm.
You're saying, well,
Well, we were able to stream
yeah,
without
yes,
restriction,
yeah,
Yeah.
right?
'Cause
We
it's
didn't
your
have the
thing.
restriction was if Julia said we could do it or not. That
yeah,
was the restriction.
yeah.
You
And then
know?
I'd always be like, yeah, let's do
But
it.
Julie never
Hey
said
Julia,
no.
can we share X, Y, and Z today? We can share X and Y. Or yeah, we can
Yeah,
share all of it. Or
That's so cool. That's so
we had
cool.
to be kind of clever with the names of some of the songs as we were
yeah,
going through, like
Oh yeah.
official something theme, official
yes,
authority theme. I think
yeah,
that was
yeah,
one of
exactly.
them,
That was one of them.
which
Yes,
is relating to the mounted police.
Right.
yeah.
But we couldn't say mounted police because
Hmm.
that would have given
You don't
away
want to
that there's
spoil
a
that
new
part of the
character that's
story,
not in the
yeah.
demo. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
And in an adventure game, spoilers are
yeah,
harmful.
Yeah, they're very harmful in
Unfortunately.
adventure games.
Unless
That's
you're
absolutely
looking for
true.
them.
yeah.
Did
Yeah,
you?
that was the only thing consideration we had to make.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it's not in the demo, you don't really want to spoil it, so you have to figure
Right.
out like how to work around that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote a stupid question and I can't stop looking at it now. For both of you, I want to like swap it over and say like, what was your favorite song, Julia, in the game? Favorite track, and Dan, what's your favorite like scene or art piece in the game? Just want to hear going the other directions there.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't even know if Dan's played the game from beginning to end or even watched that. So, well, we'll leave that for his part of it.
Yep.
But I will say that, okay, I've got two favorites. One of them is, of course, the Crimson Diamond theme. That was like one of the first things that Dan composed. And it still is, to me, like one of the best tracks in the whole entire soundtrack. But my second favorite that immediately sprang to mind was when Dan and I were collaborating. There's a song that is in the game it's in chapter 4, and I don't necessarily want to spoil anything for people, but there's a weird like sci-fi instrument that's in this piece. It's like a looping piece, Dan.
Do you remember the name of it? Because the
Oh my
names won't give
gosh.
anything away.
It's called like Sadness Loop or something. I don't know.
Okay.
And there's this like woo woo kind of sound, like a really weird sci-fi sound that shouldn't work at all in the track. But when we're collaborating like live on Twitch, Dan can see the look on my face. Like he can see the look on my face where I know that it's not like a traditional folk tune like instrument. That he's playing, but like, oh, I still kind of like it for this scene, so we just kind of had to do it. And having that like interplay, I thought was really fun, and not something you get if you're just emailing each other back and forth with feedback.
That's
And
true.
I still like
Right.
that's still absolutely one of my favorite tracks is that one. It's the one like it's a close up. It's a close up scene, and you're examining
Let me
stuff.
see if I can. I'm trying to see if I can go into my Dropbox and. Oh no, I don't even have to do that. I can go to my Bandcamp and pull up the song.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I'm gonna look up at Dan. Oh yeah. Also, by the way, the soundtrack is on sale on Dan's Bandcamp as well.
Yeah, and interesting thing about the Bandcamp.
Drop a link in the
I
chat
haven't.
for us.
We haven't put it on. We haven't put it on Steam.
Mhm.
But I think it actually makes more sense to be on Steam. So if you were going to do this as a composer, the move is to definitely get your soundtrack onto the same platform that the game is being sold on.
Which
because
most people
Bandcamp
do.
is fine, but now I have to introduce people to a new website that they're not familiar with. They have to download this, they got to pay that, and blah 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 blah. So it's much easier to just put it on, if you're going to do that, put it on Steam. And the plan for me is, I don't know if Julie is aware, but it's still to get it on Steam at some point.
Yeah, we just have to figure it out. Like we don't know how to do that. So
I have Gentle Sad Ambient.
yes, that's
and I
the
have-
one.
That's it?
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Where it just was such a surprise.
Can you guys hear that or no?
No.
I can't, but I can
so
play
I gotta
it.
put it on my other. I gotta put it on. Oh, if you can play it, that'd be even better.
Yeah.
It's track 17 on
Yeah.
The Bandcamp page.
I can't adjust the volume on Bandcamp.
See, this is another thing, another problem with some of these things.
We'll have to listen to it at full volume.
Blaring, gentle, sad music. Yeah.
This is a cool track.
I can't hear. Hopefully they can.
Sorry,
hear
you
us.
can't hear it. Yeah, I can't type it through.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. We know what it sounds like.
I can hear that bell tone that you're talking about.
Yeah,
though.
that kind of weird bell sound that
Yeah.
really doesn't fit. But I just really, really, really liked it, and I still like it. And that kind of discovery, that joy of this discovery, that's something I really fondly look
I've just
back
paused
on.
it because it was overwhelming your voice. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have talked.
No, that's okay. I
don't think we have to play the whole song. We get the gist of it.
There you go. So everybody go check out Dan's.
Nobody wants to hear the music.
dantheband.bandcamp.com, and you go find
Yeah.
the Crimson Diamond OST and buy the album. It's only $7 USD, which is great value.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're
or you can
talking
listen to it for free.
Nearly 40 tracks. So yeah.
It's not
awesome.
much per track.
That's
No,
very
not at
very
all.
value.
Couple
good
cents.
value offer. Yeah.
And I will say that also a piece of feedback that I get a lot in the Steam reviews is that people wish there was more music, even though there are 40 tracks.
Yeah.
That was one thing. That was like, hey, do we want wall-to-wall music?
Yeah. And I didn't.
And we kind of, you didn't, right?
Mm.
I kind of felt both ways. Like I
Yeah.
could see why you would do it, and I could see a very good reason to not do it. And I think at the end of the day, practicality probably won out, because it's like, if we add wall-to-wall music, it's going to take us a lot more development time.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to take people out of the nostalgia that we want them to have, if they're indeed a nostalgia player, because obviously there's a lot that weren't. So it's still a question. We don't necessarily have the right answer. We just did what we chose.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
part
the
of
way I kind of look at it.
Yeah, part of the reason was I did want to recreate the fact that those games didn't have that much music in them. Like they certainly didn't have wall-to-wall music at the time. That was my first idea. But the second is actually I did plan out like what kind of tracks I wanted and where I wanted them, and we did everything that I'd wanted to get done. And so we're coming near the end of it and I'm like, I don't think I have anything else for you to do, Dan, because everything I wanted you to compose for, you've done.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't a matter of like cutting tracks that I thought would work for certain sequences. Like we got everything that I wanted.
That's really cool.
But at the same time, like I'm thinking, I do want to do a sequel, and so I'm thinking I might maybe we do want more.
Sequel confirmed.
Oh yeah. And it's I'm gonna do the same.
256 color VGA.
Yeah. Oh god. I'm gonna make you use
Point
PC
and click.
speaker. PC speaker. We're gonna go two different directions with this. Yeah.
Oh wow. Dan, did you have a favorite art piece that you've seen in the game, or something that like was particularly evocative for you, or anything like
There's
that?
a lot of really great art. I would say some of the portrait kind of work, or not portrait's the wrong word, like the cutscene kind of things. Those are all pretty cool. I like some of the placeholder art, to be very honest.
Yes, yeah.
But I think maybe the most iconic thing for me of the game is the fish in the bucket. I don't know why. It's just
the fish
I've
is
seen
great
it so many times. The fish is pretty iconic, and that doesn't really, that's not a spoiler. It's in the intro. It's in the
Mhm.
trailer of the game. You'll see it, all these things. But there's a lot, like you said, there's actually a lot of scenes, just screens in the game. And they're not
Yeah.
like the average, Quest for Glory 1 screen where it's a different angle of a forest. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? It's like, okay, we moved this tree over here, we left this bush here, and we moved this
Yeah.
shrub, and it's the same thing over and over. Or the desert in Quest for Glory 2, it's
Yeah.
the same thing over and over and over again.
There's a lot of cuts.
These are not a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of like zooms or cuts of like little pieces just to give you a real full effect of that view. And Sierra might do that occasionally, but nowhere near as much as you put the effort in there as well. That's true.
Yeah, Modern Verbs kind of said it, the eavesdropping. I mean, I used to go on streams and call this eavesdropping simulator 2024 because that's like the point of the game is to listen in, to be nosy. You know what I mean? Nosy Nancy.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to play
And
the
I
game.
think that's how you play it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Like they didn't do a lot of the close up stuff in Sierra games, and that was something I did want to like modernize in terms of the quantity of those. Where I did really like them from like I think of Colonel's Bequest and the close ups they had, but yeah, they didn't have very many.
Yeah.
And I did want to have more of that stuff in there because I do find them to be very impactful, especially when you're so used to having everything be, the sprite is a certain size on the screen and the settings are all the same kind of proportions. To have that impact of that close up, I think is really effective.
That's awesome. Did you guys work together on the music offline, off stream, or was it almost predominantly on stream?
Predominantly on stream. The theme Dan just came up with totally on his own. He just sort of just
that was the only thing that was not on stream, right?
Yeah.
How did you do it?
Yeah,
Did you just like sit there and just magic happened, or were you looking at influences, or?
No, you know what I do? Like I have a process that is mostly based initially on research. So I'll listen to a lot of different things. And then eventually I'll put together this really abstract idea in my head and start to then formulate it into something that people can hear. And then I'll say, okay, is this what I want? Or is this going in a good direction? And then go from there. And then kind of on stream, that's what I'm doing, just really fast.
Right.
Like it's just sped up to, so people don't get bored kind of thing, me included.
It's really impressive to see it. Like I encourage people to go check out Dan's channel and Julia's channel for this process. Are you guys working together on the sequel? You are, right?
I hope so.
You're gonna work. You're up for that, Dan?
I hope so.
I didn't know the developer hasn't contacted me.
I have asked you so many times. What are you talking about?
No, she hasn't contacted me to say that the project has begun.
Oh no, it hasn't.
So I don't know. I don't know. It's a mystery. It's a maple mystery. I don't know.
Mystery, yeah. I can't wait to hear more about that when the time's right, Julia. But yeah,
I have lots of ideas. No, yeah, I've got a Google Doc full of tons of ideas. If whenever something occurs to me, I just get my phone out. I just jot it down. Yeah, I really am excited to get started on it, but I'm also trying to tell myself I just need to hold off for a little bit and just let myself relax a little bit, do a few little small things here and there.
Maybe go on a holiday, relax. Yeah.
I know it's just awful. Like I really honestly haven't, and there hasn't been more than maybe. Did I even take a week off? I don't even know if I've done that. I gotta do something.
Yeah. You've been working on this game since 2011. You got to give yourself a break.
I know, but it's so fun.
14 years and you want a break? Come on. How do you break that perfect streak? Keep going.
I still have such like this freelancer's mentality though, because I'm like, I'm never going to work again. So anytime there's something that comes up that I think would be yeah. Every time there's something kind of cool, you're like, okay, well, this is going to just pass me by if I don't say yes, So a lot of times with project, there's a lot of timing involved. And if the timing lines up, you're like, oh, it's so hard to say no, especially if it's something you're super excited about.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. Not to mention all the effort you put onto Pantso.
Oh yes, yeah, we have
Cosmo's
to mention
Pants
that.
Adventure.
That's something else that totally came out of Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Where I was watching Sonneveld. Like I watch a ton of Australian streamers because I tend to stay up really late. So yeah,
Mhm.
Sonneveld and Pixel Turkey and Mzizzy and Ufractal and Mike and Macaw and yeah, like I'm up, and so you guys are up. And Sonneveld was playing Cosmic Adventure, and
Mm.
I was like, ugh. I think the game's beautiful. First of all, it's one of the most beautiful EGA platformers. But I never really liked that sprite, and I was kind of mildly complaining about it, and it became this whole thing where
She was
MZC.
offended by it.
Cosmo is an ugly character,
let's-
like, just to be fair as
Thank
well.
you,
Like,
thank you.
It's a child, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a child alien
a naked
that's
child.
naked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna work in 2025 or
No.
2024.
The plan is that they're going to visit Earth, right? So he's going to go to Earth and he's going to go to Disney World. And at the end, if you do get to Disney World, he's still naked on the roller coasters. It's just like, dude, like if you're going to Earth, you got to like adopt our cultural habits of wearing
Right.
clothing at Disney World, right? It's not like you're in a sauna, like you're actually in a place that's like family for families and everything. So yeah. So I was mildly complaining. And then so I'm Zizzy and Evil Tentacle. They just started to come up with this mod, and I started to we started putting pants on like everything. We put pants on the fruits and we put pants on the stars and
That's
the
so
clouds
We
are
put pants on things that didn't need pants,
That
but
didn't
they
need-
got pants and belts anyway, and
and
shoes
also
in
Fractal
some
Mind Mike,
cases.
you also contributed.
Yeah, not
a
much. I didn't
sprite
do
or
it. I
two,
hardly
didn't
did. I
you?
did nothing. I wasn't even happy with what I did. So.
Oh, it's so good though. It's so fun that people, we all kind of, came together to just do this really silly thing that is kind of wonderful actually. And Zizzy just streamed it the other day. There's a new version
Yep.
of it out, just came out a couple days ago.
I'm
And
looking
yeah,
forward to
it's
doing that
free.
myself, actually.
Yeah, please. Oh my god, it's free on Evil Tentacles itch.io page. Please check it out. That's another thing that just incredible things just come out of just being a part of this community
Mm.
and just wanting to do like silly fun stuff together. And it's so fun watching also streamers play it. And I'm really looking forward to you streaming it as well.
Yeah, will be. I will be sometime, hopefully soon. Not tonight. I'm going to go to bed after we finish up this chat, but not
I
that
might
I'm
go
rushing
take
off
a
to
nap
do that.
after this.
I'm good. I'm good for a while yet.
But actually, I wanted to ask Dan. Dan mentioned that, before he starts to create the music for stuff, he listens to a lot of stuff for research. And I wanted to ask about the Crimson Diamond theme because that's something we weren't on stream to do. And I wanted to know if you want to talk about what you were listening to for research for that one.
Yeah, I don't know that I could remember specifics, but I could remember generalizations. You gave me a playlist of midis, which was the folk songs, I think. That was like the first thing that you gave to me. So it was like a whole bunch of MIDI files. Now the problem with MIDI files and MT32 is they don't always translate properly, and sometimes they'll, anyway. So that was kind of where I started, and then I probably was listening to, if I had to guess, it's probably going to Mark Siebert stuff. So Mark Siebert, if you don't know who that is, he was one of the composers at Sierra in the 80s and 90s. He was actually more than just one of the composers. I think he was involved in like the sound and audio, and also like he would come in and help other projects because he worked like on King's Quest 5. You have multiple composers. I think that's him and Ken Allen. But you had projects like that. So anything by Mark Siebert. Oh, and by the way, I reached out to Mark Siebert and I tried to get him to tried to butter him up so that he would allow me to study with him. And he said, let me hear the music. He heard the music. He's like, this is pretty good. The only thing I would say is take some of the reverb off. He's like, I don't know what you want to learn from me. He's like, I'm a guitar player thing, whatever. And I'm like, hey man, listen, I know there's a lot of knowledge in that head that you don't think is there, but I know is there, so, sometimes it's just hard to pull information out of people anyway. So that's just a fun side story. But I think what helped was already having the experience of making at least a demo and then some music for Empire of Sin, because then it kind of gave me more of a clear picture of how the process works. So the advantage in the streaming process, so for anybody who thinks it's just all difficult and challenging and this and that and the other, yes, but there's also the advantage because now I have instant feedback. So if people aren't resonating with something, or Julia's not like, no, that's not it. Or a lot of times what happens is all of us are kind of like, nah, that's cool, but that's not the right sound, or that's too sad, or that's too happy, or whatever it is. We have instant feedback, so I can make those decisions on the fly.
Yeah.
Whereas if I have to email, go back and forth, then I got to wait. It kind of kills the creative flow in a way. And, you know, some people might say doing it this way would also kill their creative flow. I think a lot of people were intimidated by that, but I don't know. I guess it seems natural to me. So you can do a lot of research.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, I have to imagine that's how they did it in the 80s and 90s. They probably were in the same room with the game lead, right?
I don't. But even still, even that, this is even more, almost even more intimate. Yeah, if we're in the same room, but if you're the designer and you're in the same room as me, shouldn't you be working on design at that time? If we got a big corporate paying our salary,
that's probably true.
They're not going to like to have Mike hanging out with me all day, doing nothing, just sitting there, you know, drinking coffee and listening to music. It's
Why
like,
not?
hey,
That's
what
what
is
I
this
wanna
guy
do.
doing? What are we paying this guy for?
Oh, he's the designer.
You know,
it's okay.
so
Yeah.
he's the designer. Oh, he's the Kojima of this process.
Mhm,
Okay,
mhm.
fine. We'll give him a pass, you know. But I don't think the majority of developers and designers get that luxury. You know, they don't have that amount of time, I think. So us also having the pandemic, which meant we're both at home for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that changed it. So yeah, I think that it's an advantage that you want to kind of look at it that way. So it's like we have instant feedback. We know this piece is going to go in the game, or we don't. Whereas if I'm sending you stuff back and forth, you might say, no, this isn't it. This isn't it. And I just spent 4, 5, 6 hours on a piece that you're not going to use, which is, it happens, you know, but ideally the process is a little more streamlined than that. So composing online, if you can do it, if your game supports it, the development supports it, I would recommend strongly doing it, even if your composer may not be like the most experienced streamer, which I consider myself a pretty terrible streamer. You know, I don't know the streaming. I don't know any of the lingo. I don't know the software very well, but I do know how to make music. So at least if I can get that process across, you'll forgive the fact it doesn't look that great.
I think that's
You know
one of
what
the
I
good
mean?
things
The
about
visuals of
streaming
it.
too, is if you
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what you're doing, you can have some fun doing that. People see the passion, people see your depth of experience, and they're like, oh, I'm going to hang out and watch this and enjoy it. And yeah, that's awesome. I
The
realize
other aspect of it,
Oh, sorry.
just
Go.
before we move on, I wanted to mention, like, it's not just me giving feedback to Dan on stream. It's like the people who are watching and listening are
Yeah.
also getting to do that.
Yep.
Which, and also on art streams as well, people are like giving me feedback of what they think is looking better, this or this, or making suggestions, and that also helps, I think, with community because they do feel like engaged in that process, which is a really nice thing.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like not exactly like crowdfunding, but crowd sourcing. I don't know. I don't know what the word is.
Yeah,
Crowdsourcing
crowdsourcing is the word, I think.
feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, having such a quick turnaround of feedback on iterating things, I found that as well. I can relate with
Yes. Yeah,
doing
exactly.
the art
Yeah.
on stream, and somebody's like,
Mhm.
"Oh, what if you tried this or whatever?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I could try
Mhm.
that."
And you wouldn't have thought of that otherwise, right?
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, absolutely. Especially with
Yeah.
some of the writing. Is when it comes to writing, I'm like, I have to be in the right mood for it. And if I'm not, and I'm trying to do that on the stream, because I do the entire development process on stream, there's no secrets kind of thing. I'm sitting there like struggling to get something written. Somebody says something, some comment in the chat, and it's like, oh, now I've got an idea. Like that helped.
Brilliant.
Like,
There we go. Boom.
There we
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
So that's I can reflect that for sure. I've seen that myself. It's a different way of doing things, like for sure. Doing stuff live and with a live audience, and yeah, I haven't done the collaborating on music stuff. I'd like to try that actually. Old School
Yeah.
Jay did the music for the last game, and it's killer music. I really like it. He did it so quick too because he was really busy. So
Yeah.
he just put out like.
Does he stream?
Yeah, he streams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. He put out 2 tracks, and I was like, I want both of them, and so I just adapted both of them into the game. And then he went and cleaned up one of them, did a little bit more work with it. But yeah, I was already aware that I was asking for a lot in a short time frame because he had stuff to do kind of thing. And so I was just like, whatever you do is awesome. But then he went and did it even more on top of it, and I was like, wow. So that was helpful. You were talking about the audience feedback loop, Julia, and you mentioned that, like, we've talked about it with regards to music a fair bit, but with the art pieces, I know that, like, I've sat in your streams a lot as well, and I've been there when people were like, hey, what if you did this? What if you did that? Did you, like, I know, like, the broad strokes were already there, but, like, the little micro details, I'm sure there was stuff that exists that would not have existed without that. Is that fair to say as well?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
The first thing that comes to mind is that museum basement, which
I
is
love
where I
that scene.
concentrated all the Easter eggs, all the adventure game Easter eggs. Because people always love to
Yeah.
see adventure game Easter eggs. I put them all in one room, and I was asking what people would like to see in that room, and people would make suggestions and everything. And even just ideas of like what colors to try here or there, or how the lighting should come through the windows. Yeah, people are very, very resourceful, and there's a lot of incredible artists, a lot of incredible musicians, and just to have the benefit of that kind of that feedback is so valuable, and it definitely helped guide me through. Like, I was literally I went to a conference a couple weeks ago, and I was like designing my business card on stream, and even just like doing pixel art of like the @ symbol for like my contact information.
All
Like, we're
right.
just like kind of figuring out like how that should be, and like people coming up with all these really good suggestions. And I put down to a vote which version of the @ symbol I should use on the card, and I went with the poll. So that, like, really, I'm still doing it to this day, in terms of like getting people to help me with any type of design issue I'm having.
It's a great way to do it. Yeah, for sure. I remember, not specifically that instance, but I remember you doing something similar. I don't know what it was for. Maybe it was for flyers or some other thing. I'm not sure if you're doing. It was like a postcard sized thing with your details on it, I think it was. I'm not sure.
Possibly.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I have some of
fun.
your postcards here actually, and
Yay! Wonderful.
I grabbed them and brought them over here, but I don't know if I can really show them on the way the stream's set up. I can just hold them up like this, and
Yeah.
there's these
Go.
beautiful pieces you did, like the postcard, and then the greeting cards as well, the
Yes.
crimson Christmas
Yes, the
cards are
Patreon
beautiful.
cards. Yeah.
I love those. So yeah, I'm never going to write in them or use them as Christmas cards because they're too nice. I don't want to give them away.
Oh, yours are blank?
Are yours blank? Are you writing them? I thought.
Some of them are blank, but this one's not.
Oh, some of them are writing.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, because what I would do is like I'd send the extras. Like I'd send like a
Yeah.
holiday pack of cards. So
Yeah.
like I'd send that year's, and then whatever
I
extra
got all
cards
their
I'd have,
previous
that would
years.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one I guess it's the one from that would be the year that that's the one.
Yes.
That's the one from
Yeah.
that year. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
That
cute
was
little
last,
sticker
like
in
the
there too, which
2023.
I've left in
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
My kids have a habit of finding the stickers if I put them somewhere, and they'll just stick them on whatever they feel like. So I try and protect the stickers these days.
I see.
But yeah, I love these things. The postcards are really cool. I love that.
Oh yeah.
I can't really
He's a
show
really
it to the
great
camera
printer
too
in
well,
Toronto.
but
Yeah.
yeah. We've looked at them on stream before. We've looked at a lot of your art on stream before in the
Oh,
book,
nice.
the Monkey Island book, and in these cards. Obviously playing the game and looking at the game, stuff like that too. One thing that I meant to ask early on, and you just kind of got into the conversation, I didn't really get the chance to do that. Now that you're both on the stream, I'd love to hear how you guys connected in the first place, because I don't know how that happened. I don't think I've heard that conversation before. If I have, I've forgotten. So,
Just the
do you
internet, or
remember
like
how you
Facebook
connected?
or something.
I
was a
think
while
it
ago.
was from a Facebook group.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was from a Facebook group. There's a group called the Classic Gamers Guild.
Mhm.
And I think a friend of a friend, or a friend of both of us, kind of introduced us at some point. And then we were talking, and then after that, I don't really know. You had some music already that you were going to use, I think.
Yeah, the original idea was I was going to use those MIDI tracks that I sent you, the ones that I play on my
Oh,
stream.
okay.
I was just gonna use those. And then I was looking for the person who did them to like get permission. I could not find the person. I couldn't track them down. And I didn't want to like release a game and then all of a sudden this person is coming knocking on my door saying you used my music without permission or something. So that's when I started looking for a musician. A couple people I contacted and tried to do a little bit of music, but people got busy or people like lost contact and stuff. And then, Dan came along, yeah, introduced through a friend of a friend, and it's just like, just seeing the stuff that he had done already, like, I'm like, this guy wants to work on might want to work on my game. Like, I was not expecting that at all because Dan is this professional musician. He's touring the world, like he's been in this band for years and everything. Like he wants to do, this thing that I'm doing, this like little dinky like adventure game. He wants to like make music for this, and I was kind of surprised that he would want to, but. Now I know how big of a nerd Dan is, and I'm like, okay, I get it now. But at the time, I
Then
didn't.
she saw the game.
Yeah.
Yes, and she was like, "Oh,
It all
I
makes
get it."
sense now. Yeah.
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 Okay, that's
Which is
cool.
funny because I was actually like I was a fan of Sean Paul, like even before I knew Dan. So it's just kind of really funny that Dan happens to be in that band, and I'm like, yeah, I've listened to those, that all a lot over
So
the years.
you didn't know,
Whether
but
you like to or not.
yeah.
Oh, no, that is true. Like oh my gosh, once I had these neighbors that were like blasting a Sean Paul track, and I went out into my yard and I was like video thinking Dan, and I'm like, can you hear what's going on right now? Like Sean Paul's being blasted like from 2 yards away, and Dan thought it was
That's
hilarious.
good. That pays my salary,
Oh
so
my
let him
God.
keep going.
More Spotify plays, please. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not the Spotify, it's really the live performances, but and I guess maybe that's part of what, I don't know if it influenced Twitch or not, but like I come from a live performance thing first. So like that's my day job is to perform music. Writing music is a percentage of my day job, but it's not the majority percentage of it.
Right.
The majority is performing, so I'm used to that. And you're talking about like whether it's, for a couple family members at the family barbecue, or whether it's a stadium or a festival in, Australia or Europe or Canada or wherever. I'm trying to think. I think both of Julia's been to a couple of concerts, but I think both of those venues were pretty big places, festivals or whatever.
The Toronto venue was like small.
Oh,
It's
the
like
first one
1,200
was
or
kind of
something.
small, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You get to see a little bit of everything. So I think it's harder to perform in front of a small amount of people than it is in front of a large amount of people. But the beauty of composing is if I played it wrong, I'll just either replay it or go fix it. If I played it wrong on stage, that's it. That was the moment that happened. It's now gone, and I have to keep going and, think past it. Whereas here, it's like, hey, let me fix this. I like what I was trying to do, but it's not quite right, So I guess that probably helped the live part of the process, the Twitch, live streaming part of the process. I do find it tiring, though. I don't know if you find it streaming tiring. I find it very tiring. I'm exhausted after streams.
Oh, interesting.
I've been on for 7.5 hours. Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's.
I couldn't do
Oh,
that. I couldn't
no,
do
me
that.
either.
There's no
Me
way.
either.
Yeah. I mean, I do my day job in this room as well, so I know, a lot of
Still,
meetings all day, and
I do my day job sitting right here,
Yep.
most of it anyway, not
Me
the
too.
performance, but it doesn't change. It's easier to do it, to sit here and I don't know. It's hard.
I
It's hard
used to get more tired,
stream.
actually. I used to get really tired after stream. I only stream for like 3.5 hours per night or whatever on Tuesdays, but nowadays I'm fine. After my stream, I go and I do more work in the evening, and that's
Yeah, I
it.
think you get
So
used to it a bit. For me,
Yeah, I
I
think you get
find
used to it.
I often need to wind down after the stream. Like, if I can't go immediately to bed and sleep. I need to like let my mind settle down a bit. So I like go veg out, watch TV for a second or something like that, and then go to bed. So yeah, it's one of
I'm
those
always
things.
falling asleep by the end of stream, so it doesn't even matter. I'm like, man, I'm so exhausted. I can't do one more thing. We're gonna raid somebody.
You're probably activating some serious like mental energy for like doing the compositions and stuff all live.
I don't know.
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Are you sleepy after concerts and stuff?
No, that's easy. That's
'Cause
too
you
easy. But
practice
that's
that all
only
the
90
time?
minutes.
Mm.
Yeah, that's only. Sometimes they're 4 hours. The 4-hour,
Whoa.
5-hour
Oh my
jobs, those
goodness.
are long. But those are tiring. But they're not like, I don't know. It's not the same experience. I feel like the way to deliver music comes in a lot of different forms. The ideal situation for me delivering music is probably not through live performance. It's probably through composition.
Hmm.
But it doesn't really matter what I think of as ideal. It kind of matters more what is my actual job and what pays me the most money.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's nice to have that, but it's also like, hey, listen, this is a job. So it's not like always, So I think that also helped with the streams, because sometimes I had deadlines that I had to get done, or we have to get this piece done, or we can get this piece done by the end of stream, and then I don't have to worry about it after the stream's over. That was the interesting part.
Yes.
Because like we did most of the music on stream. There was no
It's very cool.
editing afterwards in between. It's like, nope, I'm picking it up where we left off last week, or we're starting a new thing from last week. And
Was sound design the same?
I think that's been helpful.
Was that also on stream?
Sound design? No, we didn't. We did like one stream of
Mm-hmm.
sound design. The thing is so boring to watch because you're sitting there and you're plucking through different sounds, and there's no composition to it really. It's just like, this either works or it doesn't.
Mm.
That's basically it.
Julia's like, I'm looking for a sound that represents this animation, and you're like, I don't know, like this.
Yeah, there's like 12 different like thud sounds you kind of listen to.
Yeah.
You're like, well, I don't know about that one. It's a bit too heavy, and that's not heavy
Or
enough.
this one
and-
sounds like space or
Yeah.
sci-fi, and we're like, because the MT32,
Mhm.
the I would say like the signature soundtrack for that piece is the Space Quest 3
Yeah.
theme song, right? That's like the ultimate usage of it.
Yeah, the cassette tape that
And-
Sierra would send out, I think, had that on there as a sample. They had like King's Quest
There you
and Space
go.
Quest 3 and stuff.
Do you
like
have that
yeah.
cassette tape, by the way?
I wish.
Me too. There's a cassette and there's a CD or two floating around with like demo music, not demo music, but like teasers on how to
Yeah.
buy the games or something like that, promo material.
It's on YouTube.
It actually might have been promo
to
to sell the MT32 because
That's what it
Sierra
was
was
for.
closely associated with Roland. It
Does
was,
your
okay.
game sound like this? And it's like beep, beep, beep.
Right.
And then they're like, it could sound like this. And then they have the MT32 because it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. How many MT32s do you have, Dan?
Currently, I have 2.
Okay, yeah. I thought
But the one that I got, the second one I got was acquired after the Crimson Diamond was finished.
Oh, okay.
So a friend of mine sent me one in the box.
Ooh.
Which I was
Wow.
like, wow, this is like, and he just sent it to me because I don't know, he felt like it was better in my hands than in his, even though you can only use one at a time.
Well,
Having multiple of them doesn't really help. Well, relatively help, you know. So yeah, I have 2. The one is sitting right here that I did the Crimson Diamond on, and then the other one is sitting in my back closet at the moment. But I'm trying to slim down the collection so I can display more of what I want to display.
Yeah.
So the MT32 should be a part of that display eventually.
That's cool. That's very cool. Do you have any desire to get one, Julia?
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I've got
not
a
at
stack
all.
of
Yeah,
MIDIs next to me. Actually, I got the
I'm
MT32.
not so much of a collector. I
Mhm.
just have a few boxes that, that I treasure, like the Colonel's Bequest box,
Yep.
the Trial by Fire box that I got like for Christmas back in the day, like the one that I grew up with, that type of stuff.
That's
Yeah.
really
So
cool.
I don't have too much stuff, and I know that's kind of like a rabbit hole, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole particularly, but
It's a rabbit hole that involves multiple other rabbit holes.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah.
There's a threshold of like once you get a certain amount, you start to be like, oh, but I also want this, and then you just
Yeah.
that's
Right.
you tumble into it. Yeah.
You start as usually saying to yourself, I'm only going to get the games that I played as a kid or wanted to play as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And before long, you have shelves and shelves and shelves of stuff that you don't even know where the heck you got it from. And at least I do.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested to hear about this MIDI stack you have over here.
I'll tell you what's in
Oh.
it. I have the MT32, SC55
Okay.
Mark II, Yamaha
Okay, that's a rolling
UM80,
box.
or I think it's
MU80.
sorry, MU80. Yeah, I got that wrong way around.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
had to read the label because I was like, that's not right.
Yep.
And the SC88 Pro.
So the SC, so those are both rolling boxes. The SC,
yeah, the
series,
SCs are
sound
rolling.
canvas.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and the SC88 Pro should, in theory, do everything that the 55 does.
It does, yeah. The 55
Yeah.
has got MT32 emulation in it, but it doesn't do it quite right.
Terrible.
And also, when you're trying to play MT32 songs from some games and you forget to turn it into MT32 emulation mode, it sounds awful. Oh, yeah, it's quite a fun time.
It's basically because the sounds are being assigned incorrectly. So like on mine, sound 45 might be a bass, but on yours, sound 45 might be a saxophone, and it's really weird when you're trying to use a saxophone and vice versa. That's kind of what the MT32 didn't have general MIDI. Once you passed the threshold, the SC55 now, the MU80, the SC88, those all have general MIDI, so they all speak the same language. And the MU80 has XG, which is a further extension of general MIDI, which is 676 sounds, I think, or something like that, and has more sound. I have an MU50 here, I think.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of games that do that
canvas
XG
keyboard.
extension, though.
No, I'm not even familiar with games that did it.
I think there's some fan patches that have added it. I think I remember seeing something about a Descent fan patch that added some XG features.
Okay.
But I'd have to look that
Yeah,
up.
I mean, you once you reach that point anyway, you run into we can't tell what it is anyway. We just hear music. You know, like once you hit the CD era of or even to a lesser extent the tracker era of video game music, mods and stuff like that. And you know, that's how the Amiga functioned. It didn't really it didn't have a PC speaker per se like we know it. You know, it just had like a Paula chip, I think.
I think that was the name, yeah. I was gonna ask, unless you want to talk more about synths, which you can. I was gonna ask about there's a couple of directions we go. We go technical, or we can go marketing and like get outreach sort of side of things. I don't know, Dan, did you ever get a chance to go to any of the events that Julia attended with putting like a stand up and stuff like that, like putting the game on display?
So yes and no. We actually first met in person at PAX East, but both of us, I think, were just there. I don't think you were. I don't think you were doing any marketing specifically for TCD at that point.
No, it was too early. I was actually there helping Lori and Corey Cole with their Hero U Rogues Redemption Rogue to Redemption table. Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. By the way, they're streaming Quest for Glory 2 right now, or they were last week.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Last Saturday.
That's awesome. So Julia, how was the experience for you with like all of that? Like, how did you approach putting yourself out there, putting the game out there, trying to drum up some attention? There's all kinds of facets to that, so feel free to go any direction with it. But yeah, I'm curious to hear what your experience there was and where the best value might have come from for that too, because I think people who are watching or listening might be interested in like, how do I make the most of this? You know, marketing. Everybody's got no budget for marketing, right? So,
oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get value from stuff, and it's also going to really come down to what you're comfortable with doing. Like for me, when Dan suggested streaming, I wasn't crazy about the idea because I was not someone who was super used to putting myself out there, you know, publicly and stuff. And I only started to dip my toe in that in general with like social media stuff because I knew that I'm making this game and I should probably like share it and talk about it online. So that's when I started to actually do Twitter back, you know, like all those years ago and do a Facebook page and all the rest of it. Cause I never really was active on any of that stuff until I felt like I needed to have it for that purpose. And then, yeah, when Dan suggested streaming, I was a bit resistant to it because, yeah, I was never used to or comfortable being as public as Dan is, like in his day job. I never had that. Um, and so early on, I was like, okay, this is kind of neat. And I was kind of, it took me a bit to warm up to it, I think, and get comfortable with it. But I'm glad I did give it a chance because, yeah, it has led to all these other positive things in terms of like getting visibility for the game. I mentioned streaming on Twitch has helped me connect with other streamers who also would be interested in streaming my game,
Yeah.
and making those friends. That was super valuable, I think.
Do you think that's the
If you
highest return on investment for yourself, like your time?
Um, for in terms of like making connections, probably I would say like more so than in-person events. I would, yeah, it kind of depends because if it's in terms of connecting with people who might be interested in the game, like people like players and stuff, probably that.
Mm.
Events are good and also good for connecting with people, but you're not going to get the same volume, and you can't. I mean, I'm not doing an event every week for 3.5 hours like the way I'm doing Twitch every week for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Um, I've done a few events here and there has been a benefit in terms of meeting people who are interested in playing the game,
Mhm.
but I actually almost find that in my experience, going to events is I get a lot of value out of meeting fellow developers who are also there and getting to network with them and making friends
Yeah.
with them. And then getting to ask them, well, what else are you doing? Like what else, what showcases are you submitting to, and what kind of
Right.
awards things are you submitting to, and how do you launch, and what are your tips, and all that stuff I find super valuable. And it's a good way to meet developers.
It's like a mini
Um,
GDC.
yeah, oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's been good. Um, but I would say in terms of marketing, like if you want to sell your game more, if that's like the primary focus, which of course is going to be a large focus for most of us. Um, Online events like the Steam festivals and stuff. Like, yeah, you only get one Steam Next Fest, but there's tons of other like smaller events that happen on Steam.
Mhm.
Like there's the big adventure event, there was Mystery Fest. There's a ton of them that happen throughout the year, and I try to get on every single one of those I was invited to. And sometimes there's submissions forms you'll find like on social media for other ones, and that's the single best way to increase your wish list numbers ahead of launch.
Mm.
Going to events and showing your game at events is not gonna do that. You might, get a 1 or 2 or a half a dozen or something across an event, but Steam events are the way you're gonna get, like, hundreds of wish lists or thousands of wish lists.
Mm.
So for that reason, for visibility reasons, and for actually getting people to wish list, online Steam events are absolutely number 1,
Yeah.
far beyond anything else in my experience. If it comes to, like, connecting with people and actually making friends and stuff, like Twitch has been number 1 for me.
Mhm.
Actually getting to meet up with other developers in person has been the most value. And so it's a kind of another one of those tough questions to answer because there's so many different ways to answer it, and
Yeah.
so many different ways that you can get value in those different forums.
Were there any surprises there for you, like with any of those?
I would probably say, I mean, we've talked at length about Twitch and how it was such a surprise to me in terms of connecting.
Yeah.
Um, with going to events, panels as well. Panels are a really nice way of connecting with other developers as well. Like, I've done a few of those, and actually a couple that have just been organized by friends that have like, okay, well, I know a bunch of different people who are in the games industry and we all do different disciplines. So let's do a talk about, how to market ourselves
Mhm.
effectively, or how to create art if you're an indie or a small team and you don't have any art experience. And anyone could do that type of, thing. If you have like a YouTube channel, and anyone can have a YouTube channel, you could say, I'm going to get some game dev friends together. We're going to have a talk about, whatever. And then we're going to put that out. So that's like a good resource for people to come to, but it's also a good way for you to get to know other developers.
Yeah.
That was a surprise. That's something I was not necessarily anticipating, but that's kind of the beauty of like something like Twitch or any other type of online thing, is you don't have to wait for anyone's permission to do something. You can just get on and do whatever you want and talk about whatever you want. And then if you do that with some consistency, people come to like, yeah, they kind of expect, oh, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, like that's the thing I'm gonna hang out, place to hang out, and then other people feel the same way, and then you kind of have some regular people who come from time to time. And I did not expect that aspect of it either, I guess, in terms of when we started streaming. It was more like, you know, we'll just see what happens and see
Mm.
if we like this or not. And then the fact that 5 years later we're still streaming, that's been something that has, I guess, surprised me. That
Yeah.
is something I continue to enjoy even far beyond like the launch of the game. And people were asking me leading up to launches, "Are you going to still stream after you finish the game?" It's like, oh, my answer was of course, but also my second answer was I have no idea what, but we're going to just continue this because it's just so
Yeah.
much fun and it's something I enjoy doing no matter what. So that part was surprising that I would still continue to stream after the launch.
That's cool. That's an awesome answer. Didn't know what to expect from that, and that's really cool. Did you have sorry, I think you mentioned wish lists, and you talked about wish lists a lot. For people who
Mhm.
don't know why that's important, do you want to
Mhm.
share that a little bit?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The goal that a lot of us indie devs are looking for in terms of maximizing our visibility on Steam for launch day is 10,000 wish lists on launch. If you get to 10,000 wish lists, there's a good chance that when you launch the game, it's going to be in new upcoming, like on that tab that people have on their Steam pages, and that will and hopefully it's going to give a chance for people to see it on the Steam page because that's the number one issue when it comes to Steam or anything else is this discoverability. Is
Mm.
how do you get people to look at your game for even like half a second? How does that even happen? And the best way for that to happen is to have at least those 10,000 wish lists upon launch, and um, that's one of the reasons why I think for me when I started marketing the game in 2018, and so for 6 years I was marketing a game which people would probably think is a bad idea to do because that's a long time to be marketing something actively.
Mhm.
But when you're a small developer or you're solo, it's actually good to start that early and just because I needed all that time to slowly build the number of wish lists I needed. Like on average, I was getting between 2 to 5 wish lists a day for the most part. So it's going to take a long time to get to 10,000 at that rate.
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
This
that's a lot.
like the Steam festivals and stuff that they helped in terms of like I would get like a bump. Okay, all of a sudden there's like a bump of like 200 or 500 wish lists in a day, which is incredible. That you're
Mhm.
not going to get that any other way besides doing those Steam events. Um, that's
Yeah.
that's the thing we all try to like get to. I mean, there's no guarantee, but hopefully you can get to that. And the more time you have to do that in, the better chance you have of reaching it. I did manage to reach the goal by the time I launched, but of course, the caveat to that is you know, you don't wanna exhaust yourself or get tired of the project while you're
Mhm.
trying to stay excited about it and try to, you know, uh, keep talking about it for that long. Unfortunately, that was not a problem I had, but I can understand why that would be for other people.
Yeah. That's interesting. Thanks for explaining that as well, because I'm sure there will be some people out there who are like, oh, now I get it. Now I get why you need that 10,000 wish list is important. Um, and like seeking ways to get more wish lists. It makes sense now. So that's awesome. Thanks for that.
Mhm.
I wanted to ask about media coverage because I know you did have some media coverage. Was it more valuable pre-launch or post-launch?
Pre-launch for sure. Most of the time I was marketing the game by myself, but the last like month or so, I did hire PR help. I got Player 2 PR. They did work for Darkside Detective and some other stuff.
Hmm.
And they were great to work with. I did that. I hired them for that amount of time. Like there was like I came up with a new demo that I put out for Next Fest, and then like a month later, I think we launched, or a month or two later after we launched. And I
Okay.
did that because I'd never launched a game before, so I'd had no idea what kind of scheduling you should have, the kinds of things you should be doing marketing-wise leading up to a launch. They really helped with that part of it because that's kind of what they do, and they helped connect me with some, you know, media contacts and also some streamers as well. Like there's a person who's dedicated to reaching out to YouTubers and to Twitch people that I didn't know existed. You know, I knew like dozens of streamers by that point, but they knew like hundreds of them, and
Hmm.
so that was something where the coordination of that really helped. I mentioned there was not the same amount of sound effects in the press version of the game, and so the press version is one that got released to press like 3 weeks ahead of time before launch. So it was not even the final launch version of the game because they still didn't have the sound effects for then. But it was
Mm.
important because they want to have that time to look at the game and play it, and then write something so that upon launch they can then release that article. And I
Right.
would not have been aware of that type of scheduling if I hadn't hired this company. I had no idea. Like all these types of like best practices for trying to get as much coverage as possible.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, and they were there still with me post launch, just handling press requests and stuff as well after that. But yeah, definitely leading up to launch was like a super key time, and I knew that, and that's why I was really glad to get that help.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you engaged with Player 2 PR
Mhm.
pre-launch but then they did. I don't know if I heard you right. Did you say that they helped post launch as well with just managing media requests?
Yeah, because I put on the press kit that I had, I put their email on there for
Hmm.
the time of, so that when press were going to be contacting, they would be contacting through them, and I wouldn't have to deal with like vetting like different outlets or vetting content creators. Like they were doing all that aspect, which was a huge help for me because
Oh,
I wouldn't
absolutely.
have had the
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
to like try to do the launch and do like bug stuff and updates and stuff, and also trying to vet all the different outlets and just seeing if, because there's a lot of people who are scamming as well. Like people, like there are legitimate outlets and legitimate YouTubers, legitimate streamers, and people then and try to impersonate to try to get keys out of
Yeah.
you. That's the whole thing. So I didn't have to worry about any of that stuff during like leading up to launch and a bit post launch because they were handling all that. And then after a while, after that levels off, then I changed the email on the press kit back to my own press. So now that if press is contacting, then they're contacting me directly.
Hmm. That's very awesome. Thank you so much for that explanation. I think that will be a huge benefit to a lot of people, myself included, actually, because I never thought about engaging somebody to handle PR for any of the stuff I've done. So maybe next time.
It's a mixed bag in that it can be really expensive.
Yeah.
Often what happens when you kind of contact these places is that they're going to say, okay, well, you're going to need to lock in for 5 or 6 months or something, which
Hmm.
I could not afford to do because usually that type of service is going to cost between like 5 and 6,000 US a month or something, and they want to lock you in for 5 or 6 months because they're saying they want to do the whole campaign. They want to handle
Mm.
everything from the announcement, which is like this game exists, to then like demo or trailers, launch announcement, and all that stuff. They're going to want to handle the entire campaign because then of course, I can understand why they would want that because first of all, they can have full control over the whole entire campaign. They're
Yeah.
also going to try to figure out what your demographic is. They're going to try to figure out who you're trying to sell to and who best to reach out to and all that. Fortunately for me, like Player Two was super flexible about like negotiating how long I'd actually hire them for,
Hmm.
but also I told them and they, believe me, which is another huge part of why I worked with them. I was like, I know who I'm trying to sell this to. Like, I don't, I I started this knowing exactly who I wanted this to, who my primary audience is. So I didn't need that legwork on their behalf.
Yeah.
I wrote them basically a report of who I thought was the audience, and they came back and said, yeah, you pretty much have this. So we don't need to do that work for you. So that saved time, that saved money.
Hmm.
So that's a thing to be aware of in terms of hiring. Also in terms of hiring a company to do it. And even if honestly, it's hard to quantify their effect, so I can, they have a post-launch report which is super helpful, but sometimes it's hard to separate like how did I get a certain type of coverage based on my own outreach versus their outreach. That can be
Hmm.
hard to figure out sometimes too, so you just never really know, and it's impossible to say whether it, how would it have gone if I didn't hire them versus how would it have gone had I, like there's no
Yeah.
way to really scientifically go about that. So it's hard to say for certain. I think I had a really good experience with them, and I think they really did help, but I can't say scientifically how much or how little or whatever that they did.
Mm. So you would work with them again or someone like them again?
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
Yeah.
and they're called Mooncat Games now. I think they've rebranded, so
Okay.
Mooncat Games is now what Player Two PR was. Yeah, and I would definitely consider working with them again because they part of the reason I picked them was they were flexible, and also because yeah, they had experience marketing the kind of game that I made. Like they had a lot of success marketing Dark Side Detective, which is another mystery
Hmm.
adventure game that's low res pixel art. So all
Yeah.
that those things. That's
It's a
something
good
else to
game
think
too.
about when you're
Good
hiring
fun.
PR. Oh yeah, I actually haven't played it. Like it's in my Steam library, I think,
Mm.
but that's another thing in terms of like the type of PR that you're hiring. Like, do they have experience with the type of game that you're trying to sell? Because a lot of what I was concerned about is because this is my first game and no one knows who I am. I wanted some people who had pre-established media contacts that they've had for a long time,
Hmm.
and I cannot build those contacts myself over the time that I had, and that was a good way to get access to that. And people, so they knew people who would be interested in the type of game that I'm making, and people would be excited about writing about it, which was also super valuable.
Yeah, that's really interesting actually. I didn't think I had thought that much about it. All the stuff you just said, there's a lot for me to absorb there. So I'm trying to, and I'm running on a 3:30 a.m. brain.
Well, luckily for you, you got the VOD. So
Yeah,
you can
there
just watch
you
this back. Just somebody can clip it as a what's a name, as a clip or whatever.
Yeah.
Do they still do those things on Twitch?
Yeah, we still got
Somebody can
clips.
clip and and feed it to Mike.
That's right.
Help him out.
And Mike knows this because we've chatted online in the past. Like, if you have any questions,
Yeah.
I'll try to answer to my best of my ability.
Yeah, I've actually, there's a chat between you and one other person, and I've kind of like scrolled through it a couple of times, and it was like, I think I was asleep when you guys were talking, and then I sort of wake up and there's like all this there, and I was like, oh wow, I really need to respond, and I just didn't, and now I'm like,
No,
it's
it's
ages
fine.
later. I will respond in there though. I know it's fine. I just, social anxiety.
That's all, yeah, understandable. Like, that's what's the beauty of this messaging. It's so asynchronous. It's like
Yeah.
sometimes I'm having a conversation with somebody and I just have to go somewhere and I just leave and
Yeah.
come back later. It's okay. It's totally.
Yeah. How are you comfortable talking about the technical side of implementing Crimson Diamond and the text parser and challenges and successes that you had there, or?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was nothing but problems, really. I would say.
Do you hate
Because I have
AGS
no
or do you love AGS?
No, oh my gosh. I honestly, I love AGS and I love it to the point of if something is not working, I just blame myself because I know that it's not its fault. Like, most of the time, there has been a couple examples where it actually has been a limitation of the engine or
Mm,
some kind of weird bug in the engine, but like 99% of the time, it's totally my fault. And
yeah.
I totally understand that because I taught myself from YouTube tutorials.
Mhm.
I still have very
You
little
made YouTube
knowledge.
tutorials,
I actually what I
which
did
is
was I
sick.
went back
That's
and
really cool.
I made that one YouTube tutorial for the Adventure Game Studio Basics. Yeah,
Yeah.
because the one that I learned from was like super old and had been now it's like a super old version of AGS, which is basically the same engine. But if you're just completely learning something fresh and if something doesn't look the same as
Mhm.
what you have in front of you, that can be really daunting and confusing. Which is why 2 years ago, I think, yeah, I did record like an hour and 20 minute, like one take, just because I don't know how to video edit. So one take of
Yeah.
me just going through like all the basics. Um, yeah, so that was something that was also a really good learning experience. It's just trying to do with the tutorial video. But
Mm,
I've got such weird gaps in knowledge and such limited knowledge when it comes to making anything really. And so lots of trouble. I'm so indebted to like the Adventure Game Studio forums. There's an Adventure Game Studio Discord. Other fellow Adventure Game Studio devs have helped me out, in terms of the question, like Francisco Gonzalez, who's going to be releasing Rosewater in a month,
yeah.
was just helping me the other day about how to figure out how to do cloud saves on Steam with AGS and everything. I didn't know how to do any of this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that people have been so helpful because I would not have gotten it out the door otherwise. So
That's
yeah,
really
lots of
cool.
issues, lots of
Yeah.
problems, but amounts of incredibly helpful, really smart people.
I'm terrible because I don't engage with the community. I just yell at the engine and the documentation, and then I figure it out.
I wish I could do that. Like, I wish that was my process. I wish I
Mm,
could just yell at it and get mad and then, like, figure it out. I can't, like, sometimes I can, but sometimes I'm like, "No. This is so far beyond me." And then sometimes I get help with the coding and it comes back to me and I'm like, "This is like I just like a different language. I have no idea what's happening here, but it's like so much cleaner than what I had." And I'm just like, "I'm just gonna copy and paste this block of code according to these instructions, and it's gonna work and it's gonna be great." I
yeah.
don't, I yeah, it's the part that I'm kind of most self-conscious about because I just kind of taught myself what I needed, just enough what I needed to get done.
You made an entire game, so I think you're probably a
Uh,
lot further along than most other people using AGS at this point, right?
I think well, okay, I think that's true, but also I know for a fact that there are some extremely basic programming standard things that you can do with programming that I don't know how to do.
Mhm.
Like there are while loops that I think I used maybe two of, and that was very handy when I figured out what that was. And
Uh-huh.
like I don't, I basically the game is like a bunch of if else nested if else statements. That's all it is, basically.
It's just
So
logic. It's fine. Yeah.
it's fine. But I kind of like to talk to other people about this because they'll say, everything is a mess. Like everything is a sloppy mess.
Uh-huh.
Even I was talking to the Caves of Cut developers like Brian and Jason, and
Mhm.
Brian is this incredible systems designer, an incredible programmer, and Jason's like, yeah, even his code is like kind of all over the place sometimes. So it's just like I think I had
Yeah.
this weird impression, this idealized idea in my head of what programming actually was like, and it's not that. And I know now that it's a lot of just how everything is held together with with shoelaces and bubble gum.
Duct tape
It
and
seems
gum
yeah,
and stuff
yeah,
like that. Yeah.
yeah. So I do feel a bit better knowing that I'm not alone and that it feels like you can just poke the game once and it's just gonna collapse completely. But
Mhm.
apparently that's the standard. So I guess I'm not doing as bad as I thought.
Yeah, I mean, you did a really good job on the game and the design and implementation. Obviously, was there like one thing that you were like can't do it, and then you figured it out? You're like proud of yourself, or you figured it out because somebody helped you, and you're like, finally, that's in the game. Anything in particular you want? A story, a war story?
Oh, sure. Yeah. There. Okay. In AGS, there is a. I mentioned I use a lot of if-else statements, so like my bread and butter. There is a limit to how many if-else nested statements you can have in an adventure game studio game. I don't know if they've. I don't know.
Oh,
I'm using.
I haven't run into
Yeah,
that.
250 nested if-else statements. Ask me how I know. Like I've come across this
You hit it.
problem a lot.
You hit it several times.
Lots of
Nice.
times. Almost
Wow.
every in quite a lot of the rooms, I hit that limit. And so I had to get help about a workaround for that, like a scripting workaround. And it's a very sloppy workaround, but it works. And so that's what's in
If it
there right
works, it
now.
works.
Yeah. And then someone told me about like, you could have like these different little scripting module thingies. And that was something nice because before I had a
Mm-hmm.
global script of like tens of thousands of
Just
lines. It was
everything
all
in
just
one
in one.
global file.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
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 And then someone's like was horrified and like rightfully so. And they told me, well, you could actually like have like a little tag here that says, oh, refer to this other part of the game, and you
Mm.
can have that in its own little section, and then you can be much more well organized that way. And I'm like, this is fantastic. If only I had known this like 6 years ago. But I did try to implement it as much as possible. But those kinds of basic things, I just had no idea about until someone was like, how? Oh yeah, here's another one. Dave Gilbert was horrified that my game was actually an 8-bit game because of modern computers. Like I shouldn't have started making the game as an 8-bit game
Mm-hmm.
because there's gonna be like technical issues with sometimes people trying to play an 8-bit game on a system that isn't. And so at a certain point in development, like thankfully not too far along, I had to like convert the entire game and all the like the graphics
Oh, wow.
to 32-bit. So yeah, stuff like that where I had just no idea.
That is a battle for sure. Wow. Yeah, my technical challenges with AGS tend to be around the limitations of the language. So like
Yeah.
you can't have unmanaged types. So if I create a struct with like to describe an object or a status or something like that, and I want to pass that in a function parameter, you're not allowed to do that.
Hmm.
So then
See, I already don't know what that is. So
yeah, so
that just
Me neither.
I'll stop talking about it then. It's fine. But basically, there's some limitations to AGS's scripting language that I've run into several times because I'm always trying to do something like you probably shouldn't try and do in an engine like AGS because I like programming and I like game development. I build my own engines and stuff like that. So it's like when I'm constrained inside of an
Yes.
engine, I'm
Oh,
like, oh,
yes.
there's the limits of the engine here and here, and how can I get around that? And yeah, so
No, I totally understand. For someone who's got a higher degree of technical knowledge, why AGS would frustrate you. For me, like I'm just coming in at like just none, and then I come to AGS and it's like this is great. This is everything I ever wanted. I
mhm.
don't have any imagination beyond that. But yeah, it's
That's why I
certainly
chose
not
to
for
use it.
everyone.
Is what you just said. I chose to use it because
Yeah,
it's already done, and I was
yeah,
like,
it's already done.
I want to make a game real quick, and I'm going to make a little adventure game. AGS is the best choice. I've talked about that on my dev streams a fair bit because people ask about that, like, why are you doing it in this
Yeah.
engine? So yeah, I did a matrix to
Oh
help
yes, I
make the
think I saw
decision,
this.
which you might
Yes,
have seen
yes,
that, yeah. So
yeah.
basically, like, just listed down a bunch of options, then listed across a bunch of like ways to rate that, and then it's just in a little spreadsheet, and you can see
Like a
like
programmer,
clearly
yes.
AGS is the right choice for me, and I actually wasn't planning to use AGS. I was like, I should do it, and so I did, and it was the right choice. So
Well, I'm glad you feel it was the right choice. Like
mm,
the thing is, one of the things about AGS is because it's such an old engine. I think it came out in like 1997. It's not super good for porting. It's not like Unity where you can push a button and
yeah,
you can get ported
that's
to a
true.
bunch of. But as a text parser game, like that's not a concern of mine anyway. So it doesn't
Mm.
matter. Like that AGS is not good at that because I'm not going to do it anyway. So yeah.
I don't
Power
think
based.
Unity, the funny thing about Unity is I don't think it would give you, it's like a law of diminishing returns. Like Mike just said, I made a
Yeah.
matrix.
Mm-hmm.
This AGS makes the most sense for what I'm trying to do in the
Yeah.
fastest or the shortest amount of time possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're building, I don't know if I talked about this, but I'm working with Lori and Corey Cole right now on a game that they're working on called Feo's Adventure, which is Summer Days at Hero U and Feo's Adventure. It's a visual novel, but they're building that all in Unity. And so I can see things, I get to, in the meetings, I get to see things that I'm like, oh, you would not be able to do this in AGS, like lighting
Oh,
and
sure.
camera angles and
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that. I was like, you would not, I mean, maybe you can, but it would require a lot of like shoehorning something in there to try to get it to work that way. And then it's funny because we're a 2D, basically a 2D game. It's a visual novel. You know, it's not a, there's some sense of parallax and things like that, but it's not meant to be a 3D game. So it's just interesting to see how, like, when you do apply certain things that are meant for 3D to the 2D, it works, and it kind of has maybe some unintended consequences,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for whatever that's worth.
That's really
But
interesting.
AGS probably gets you to the end product as fast as possible.
Yeah,
which is not fast to say it's fast, it's just faster.
And to a specific subset of like what you're trying to achieve and all that kind of thing as well, right?
Right.
Like, goals orient your choices, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to talk to Dan about Affairs, because Affairs is kind of like one of the, like a perfect project for you in a way. Like, it's a video game that takes into account like all like the experience and training you've had with like with dance hall and like the Caribbean types of music that you've had to pick up through your work with Jean Paul.
Oh, it goes even further than deeper than that.
Oh, does it really? Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear
It
about
starts whenever I played Heroes Quest and Quest for Glory 2 and 3 and 4 for the first time, because all that lore is drawn on for this game.
Yeah.
So it's not at all like a Heroes Quest or Quest for Glory game, but the lore is all there. You know, there's the same character types. There's characters that are offspring of characters from Quest for Glory games and stuff like that. Literally offspring. Like, hey, my dad was in the market in Quest for Glory 3. You
that's
know,
cool.
or whatever. It's not that specific, but if you know the lore, you'll know what they're, you know what they're referring to. And so I get to draw back on some of that stuff. And kind of use that in a way to influence like how I approach a character, you know, and a visual novel is a different animal, because Francisco Gonzalez pointed out to me very early on, and I never forgot it. He said, wow, you know, it's interesting how much music you can do when you don't have to worry about any dialogue getting in your way, or voiceover, I should say, getting in your way. And Crimson Diamond has 0 minutes, hours of voiceover.
Yep.
It has dialogue, but it's all written, so you have to read it. You can't just. So I'm not stepping on anybody's you know, lines or anything like that. So Afeo is going to be a little bit of a different animal, but hopefully that'll be mostly handled just through things like reducing volume. If I have to change parts and stuff, I will. We don't have any of the VO in the game yet, so I don't know. You know, and that probably won't be done till towards the end of the process, which, you know, I think we're trying to get the game out this year, and I think it could happen. I'm not sure. But, you know, that's up to Lori and Corey. It's not up to me.
Well, that's very exciting. I better get cracking and play the rest of the Quest for Glory games. I mean,
well, you could do that, or you could just play. You know, Road to Redemption is involved in the lore, and also Summer Days at Hero U Tilly's Tale is involved in the lore. And believe it or not, what I've had the most success doing, I did a lot of research on Tilly's Tale, which was composed by Brandon Bloom, who's another friend who helped a lot get Crimson Diamond shipped, because he was helping a lot with the technical aspects of the MT32 and talking to the computer and stuff like that.
That's
so
cool.
Yeah, so if it wasn't for him, game might have been very quiet. You know, game might have been really quiet.
Yeah.
So that helped a lot, but yeah, it's nice to be able to draw on lore from your childhood that you're still going to work with. You know, like I imagine it's like working on a Dungeons and Dragons game, or working on, you know, some even the new series. Like, even if you worked on Doom, you can still draw on the original Doom lore if you want to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's still available for you.
As
or
much
a new
as there
Wolfenstein
is.
or a new
Yeah.
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Or Quake, you know, you could say, hey, I love the soundtrack of Quake and what Trent Reznor did. And if
Mhm.
you listen, I'm still using Trent Reznor's music as influences, like his Social Network score. He did him and Atticus Ross did the score for that movie.
Mhm.
Very interesting, very evocative, but it reminds you of Nine Inch Nails from the 90s too. It's like, wow, he's like come full circle. He's doing all this stuff, you know. So there's a lot of influence and reference and research material you can draw on. And I think that for me is the most valuable piece of what I do, is like the research, you know, just having that extra effort. Like, I don't just compose. Like, composing's great. That's important. That is technically what I'm hired to do,
Mhm.
but I'm hired to do it the right way. So to do it the right way, you got to do a lot of research, I think. I do anyway. Even if I know the genre, dancehall or reggae, and it's still something that I want to do research on. And if you guys want, I can play a unreleased track or two from this game. I do have permission to do that.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you can you pipe it through to the
I
same
think
way?
so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. While you're
yeah, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, while you're getting that set up, I was just going to ask you if you have any plans, Dan, to, now that you've seen Julia's release, you're going to use AGS or Unity to make a game at some point yourself, or no plans?
No. I will redouble my efforts on focusing on what it is that I do, as opposed to trying to slide into, you know that phrase, "stay in your lane."
Oh, I've heard it. Yeah,
it applies to me more than anybody. if I could just like have that written on my forehead, "Stay in your lane, buddy," that'll help a lot. You know
It's
what I
a pretty
mean? Stick
wide
with what
lane,
you're good
man.
at.
It's
It's a wide lane. It's a wide lane, but I don't think developing, and I have downloaded Pico 8 and AGS, but this is many years ago when I was stuck at home all the time.
Yeah.
But no, I don't see that. I see myself being able to maybe offer a helpful tidbit here and there every once in a while, but as far as like actually going into development, no, I'm going to remain where I'm at. And I don't even particularly want to go into the audio end of it. I just specifically the music. Because once you get into the audio and the dialogue, that's a whole nother can of worms that you've opened, and it's a different job, you know. It's a different job.
I was trying to add a voice to the current game I'm working on. I'm still on the fence whether that's actually going to happen. Yeah, I don't know.
How many voices, or just you?
We'll be doing, I'll only probably actually able to do one of the voices in the game, maybe two, because most of the characters are not men, or, you know, they're kids. So
human. Oh, kids. Gotcha.
Yeah, kids and women is most of the dialogue. So there's a little bit of dialogue from another character that I can do. So yeah, I've talked to somebody about it briefly, and I need to, even if I get all the dialogue written and recorded, there's a chance that it's going to be more difficult to implement than, you know, when it comes to music and mixing and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see. I'll try and keep it simple.
I just finished an audio mix for a documentary, literally in the last couple of days.
Oh, wow.
That's adjacent to what it is that we do. The documentary is called Arcade Dreams, and it's about arcades, video arcades, pinball arcades, electromechanical arcades, and that's coming out. I'm not sure when that's coming out, but I think these are part of the final assets to be delivered. So just sitting there editing the dialogue and cleaning up things. And this is a little worse because it wasn't recorded in a recording studio. It was recorded on location. So you're at the mercy of whatever they've recorded for the dialogue, you know? But it's cool. And it's, our buddy, I don't know if you know Amiga Bill, he was involved in the project. He did a lot of the filming.
Nice.
I did some of the music in there. And then when I have more information, I'll share more on it. But
I look forward to hearing. Yeah, that's awesome.
Should be all on platforms. You should be able to watch it on one of the major platforms pretty soon.
Wow. Look forward to it. Yeah, let us know as soon as you know.
For sure. So if you want, I'll play a quick sketch. This is the ghost theme that I particularly like.
Ooh.
Oops, I got to change the speaker output. There we go.
I'm not hearing anything yet.
No,
You're not hearing anything?
No.
Oh no. Maybe I can't share it then. Maybe I lied. I hear it playing back. No, probably Twitch has some voice cancellation thing. Let me see. Does it have a voice cancellation thing?
Let's see.
Microphone settings. Let's see.
Noise suppression.
Yeah, and echo cancellation. Yeah.
And echo cancellation. Can I turn that off? I cannot. Okay. So I unfortunately can't play any music. I lied about that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well,
yeah, I would share it with you, but I don't even think I can. Oh, I could do that maybe. Maybe share it. I don't know. It's all right. We'll figure it out another time.
Sorry, I got another follow there. We'll just thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I have anonymous follows on the channel as well. If you want, maybe we can talk later, and I can edit it into the podcast.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Because I have permission from Lori and Corey. Corey specifically told me secrecy does not serve indie games well. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Well, you wouldn't want to reveal spoilers. I think something like the music is really nice to be able to reveal, because it's like, it's not so much a spoiler as it's like a familiarity thing. Now, when you hear the music in the game, like, oh, I remember that. Oh, that feels so, you know what I mean? It gives you that feeling of attachment to the game more. So I think it is helpful. Music's I haven't been composing this live on stream, but I would like to do it. It's just, I think you just really need the developer. So I'd have to bug either Corey or Lori to jump on with me for a little while. And they might. Maybe they will eventually. We'll do something, because they stream as well. On Saturdays, I think, or Sundays for you guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Transsolar Games, whatever their Twitch handle is, but yeah. Something PRG. Yeah, I don't know about the plans with the Arcade Dreams too much. They did film stuff at MagFest and some of the other Pinfest, a few of the different festivals and stuff like that. But I don't know much about it other than that. What's in the documentary. I've seen the documentary.
Cool.
So that'll be cool.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing more about that, and obviously looking forward to hearing the ghost track if we can get that to happen.
Yes,
that'd be cool.
We'll try to get
that. I'll probably if I get it, I'll just edit it in somewhere in here, and there'll be a little intermission with it. Yeah, thank you for that. Do you want to talk a little bit more about working with the Coles and that game? Like, do you want to get a little plug in for that? Let's hear it.
Sure. The game is Ifeo's Adventure, Summer Days at Hero U, Ifeo's Adventure. It's a game about Ifeo, who's a wizard. He comes from Fricana, which is loosely based on Africa. If you know Quest for Glory 3, that's the same setting that Quest for Glory 3 takes place in. Although it's taking place at the Hero U Rogue to Redemption school, the academy. So yeah, it's a visual novel. There'll be my music in it. I don't know anything about the voice cast yet because we haven't got that far. But currently the Transsolar team is working on it. It's built in Unity. The artwork is done by this guy, JP Selwood, who's a really great artist. And they've been working on like these coloring book pages, which is actually a really cool idea for a visual novel, because you know what I mean? It just makes sense. So they'll send you either a PDF. I think it's all going to be PDFs. I don't think it's physical coloring books, but somebody with a little technical skill will probably make one for themselves, eventually, fans and stuff of the game. But yeah, working with them is great. I mean, listen, like when you get the chance to work with an experienced game developer, chances are they're an experienced game developer because they are good at what they've been doing for all these years. Typically, it's not because they're just some you know, oh, I'm so great, and they're not like that at all. And John Romero was not like that at all, and Brenda Romero was not like that at all. In fact, just the opposite. They really, in my opinion, I wouldn't have done Crimson Diamond if it wasn't for Brenda Romero, who
Wow.
really gave me the shot of starting in game music at all. She was like, hey, do you want to work on some music for my game? I said, yeah. I mean, obviously.
That's so cool.
So, but what I did there that I think was smart, I sent her a little demo of something because she had kind of vaguely hinted at what they needed. So I was like, fine, I'm going to mock something up right now and send it over. And I sent it over in like 2 days later. And she's like, oh, what a nice surprise. I'll listen to this. You know, they weren't expecting that. So I just feel like if you have an opportunity to get a job, do things that make it easier for them to hire you. You know what I mean? Easier for them to make, you know, get your claws in there and say, hey, I'm in.
Proactivity.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, just little things instead of expecting them to come to you. You know what I mean? Which I don't think is really the right approach for a composer where it's a job that there's a billion of us, and on a game, especially on a AAA game, you might have 200 people working on the AAA game and one composer, maybe two.
Yeah.
So, but they'll hire a ton of artists. They'll hire a ton of programmers. They'll hire a ton of, you know, various different jobs, you know, but composer is a tough one. Tough one. Cause they only need one of you, really.
Right.
Maybe two.
And you get to bring your cohesive vision to the game as well. So you got to.
Maybe you do. Maybe you don't.
Maybe. Okay.
Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. You need to bring, like I needed to bring Julia's vision to life, not my own.
Yeah.
Necessarily. However, my own vision may have been very close to what Julia's vision was. So that helped. But it's not about me and being some, you know, great composer and saying, I'm going to come in and instill what I do on your project. You know, it's more like I need to show the developer I can do what it is that you want for your project, not the other way around. Like, oh, it's me, so it's going to sound like me. You know, it's like, I'm not Freddie Mercury and you expect the next album to sound like Queen. You know what I mean? That's not realistic. I don't think. If I was in music alone and you were paying tickets to see me, then that's what it is. But in this case, you're paying your ticket price, which is your game, your game Steam purchase, to the developer. You know what I mean? You're trusting the developer that they did it right?
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, by the way, I just want to include, like, Dan, that track that you sent Brenda that you took 2 days to compose, they didn't end up using it, the Ogdenburg rag, but we did for Crimson Diamond. So
we
it didn't go to
repurposed
waste.
it for Crimson Diamond.
We did.
So originally it was like piano and like I made it sound very ragtimey. I did all this work on the virtual instrument, and then we swapped it all to MIDI and made it into
MT32 MIDI. Yeah.
Yep. And it's in the train. It's in the intro,
trailer,
right?
they said the intro, the introductory sequence. That piece, Michael, you were mentioning, that kind of really sets the stage for like being like this cheery adventure and stuff.
Do you remember the title of that one?
It's called the Ogdensburg Rag, and it's
Yeah.
called the Ogdensburg Rag because that's the town that Brenda Romero grew up in. Ogdensburg, New York, which has some prohibition history to it because it's on the border of Canada. And also it is the birthplace of Sirtec. So if you're familiar with the company Sirtec,
I had no idea.
She worked on every wizardry game.
She worked on every wizardry game?
All of them.
I knew she'd worked on them, but all of them. That's crazy. Wow.
She did like limited stuff for the first one. But then by the 8th one, she was the lead on it. So the 8th wizardry, which a lot of people think is the best, was her lead. So yeah, you should. I don't know if she's up for it these days now, but she may be up for it soon. You should try to steal her for a little while on one of these streams. She's a really nice person.
Yeah, I would absolutely.
And I'm going to see her. I'll hopefully see her in Ireland in April. So
Oh, nice.
if I'll be happy to put in a good word.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll let you know when I got time to figure out when to do it. But yeah, I've been trying to queue up a few people over the last few years actually, and reached out to some like local Australian developers. Got some people who worked on games that are like special to me but not very well known, and I'm trying to get them on.
That's
as well.
awesome.
So yeah, so we're gonna have an interesting year hopefully if everything works out. So it's the problem I'm having is scheduling. It took me a while to get off my butt and actually get you guys on today, so I'm sorry about that.
It's all good.
Talking about it for like months beforehand and just never really got organized, so I appreciate you getting on here today.
Absolutely.
Julia, did you have... I forget where we were going. You just said something and it gave me a thought, but I'm sorry.
Oh, was it to do with the music, the rag,
Oh yeah, the rag music. So that was something that you repurposed. So did Dan show that to you and you were like, oh wow, we should use that if it's not already being used, or how'd that come about?
I don't remember. You might have. Dan might have shown it to me as like a demo.
I feel like I was just like, man, this could use a ragtime piece. I wonder if we could repurpose this. And it actually wasn't fully written. It was only like a demo, so it was only I don't know, a few, maybe 50 seconds, 45 seconds of the song. So I think we remade it and made it into a full piece on stream once I actually found the files.
I think that's the only track that you had done as a demo for Empire of Sin that then made it into Crimson Diamond. But I would always tell Dan, like, whatever they don't use, I'm happy to, like, we'll find a place for it, you know, in Crimson Diamond. But I think it only happened once this time.
It's funny because they were like, once I hit a certain point, I did about 8 or 9 tracks that they were like, no, this isn't it. No, this isn't it. No, this isn't. And then John said one day, this is perfect. And after that, he approved every other track I sent going forward. So
that's cool.
They eventually did, like, it was just a matter of getting to the right where we needed to be, which on stream, maybe in theory, you could do it a little faster.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about some of the tracks, and like there's like some of them were like too snazzy and too big bang for Crimson Diamond, big band, so that's why we probably didn't end up using them. But I know there were a few other ones that didn't make it.
Yeah, it kind of that game kind of has the closest thing I could think of is Cuphead, and it's not really Cuphead because there's more like metal elements in it, but because it's John Romero, so. But that was kind of the vibe, 20s jazz, 30s jazz, that kind of stuff, Prohibition era, you know, mixed with, you know, John.
Yeah. Now, is there we've been on for 2.5 hours or so, so thank you very much for spending all this time.
There's actually, I hate to say it, but there's a limit for me. I got to jump off like nowish.
Yep, that's fine. I was just about to say, if you had anything else to cover before we finish up today, let me know. Julia, have you got?
No, just thanks for having us on again, because I mean, I keep on mentioning Twitch, but yeah, Twitch has been incredible, and like I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that, and it's just such a pleasure to get to speak to you again after, you know, those years that we've not had our last conversation, and the time just flew by like it did last time.
We'll have to make the next one sooner. Yeah, no,
well, the next really game, if it takes 14 years, that'll be in 2041 or something around that. 2039.
No, I promise it won't take that long next time. I promise that, but I mean, you know, maybe it'll be like a 3 or 4 year dev time. Hopefully as short as I can make, because now I can just take everything I've learned and I don't have to rebuild a lot of that stuff. So we'll see. But I hope to be on. Yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
Again, sooner rather than later. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Dan. Good to have him on. I haven't actually had a chance to talk to Dan for a while, because we're both super busy, and it's
bit
just
of a
nice
reunion
to have that
today, then.
too. Yes, that
Nice.
was nice. So thank you. Yeah.
I would love to ask one more question.
Please.
Now that you've done the Crimson Diamonds release, it's out there. You've worked on a few other games as well. You said that you'd started out trying to be a freelance illustrator, and you moved into the indie game dev scene. How do you think that the indie game dev scene compares to what you were trying to do before with freelance illustration?
I am. It's funny to say this considering how frustrating it was at the time, like trying to be a freelance illustrator. But I have to say, I'm kind of glad that it didn't work out with illustration
Mm.
because I think I'm much more suited to what I'm doing now. And I'm really grateful that I now have this way to not just be creative visually, but like with the writing and the game design and every aspect of the animation. Like, these are things that I'd never really trained at doing. Like I went to school for the art, but everything else is just kind of self-taught. And
Mm-hmm.
to get to write a story, and the first time I've ever written a story was the Crimson Diamond. The first time I ever programmed a game was the Crimson Diamond. And just having that opportunity to kind of create something that is, except for, of course, with Dan with the music, just having something that is this holistic whole that I kind of was involved in every aspect, and get to be creative in those other ways that I hadn't done before has been incredible.
Mm.
As well, I found that it just seems to have connected more with people than with the illustration. And part of the reason for that is I specialized in magazine and newspaper illustration, which is, you have it on the newsstand and it might be out for like a day if it's a newspaper, or if it's like a, monthly, publication, it might be up for a month or something, then it's gone. It's going to be on my portfolio site, but people generally don't have access to it. But with the Crimson Diamond, it's out and anyone can pick it up at any time, right? And so that's nice
That's
because
true.
it's just going to hang around. It's going to be around. People can still see it and play it and talk about it. That's a really big difference for me, and I think it's really significant
Mm.
because everything that I've done up to this point, the freelance illustration and now the game design, I really put everything I am into it. And knowing that it's not something that's going to just sublimate into the air after all that work
Yeah.
is really kind of nice to know, and something that I'm super proud of that it is around and people hopefully. And that's another reason I like to talk about it, because I know there's tons of people who would probably really enjoy it that just don't even know about it. And even though I've been marketing the game for this long, I know that there's tons of people who have never heard of it, and maybe until just now talking to you, right? And so
Yeah.
that's another reason I'm super motivated to come talk to anybody who wants to talk to me about it, because I know every time there might be one or two people who are just learning about it for the first time.
That's really awesome to hear, and I appreciate the answer. That's really good. Do you think that well, before we go, do you think you give us a little secret, any little what kind of thing you're working on or anything like that, or is it no leaks at all?
Well, there is. I did a small game in collaboration with another game developer
Hmm.
that should be coming out this year, and it should be getting announced. I don't know, fairly soon, I would think, but I have no idea about the schedule for that. But that should be coming out sometime this year, and I'm very excited about that. I did the art and the animation. I even designed some fonts for it, which
Ooh,
I
nice.
like doing. I actually designed the fonts for the Crimson Diamond as well. So yeah, when I say like I did almost everything except for the music, like literally I did
Yeah.
almost everything except for the music. But I got to do that as well. I do mention before, I've mentioned this in other places. Like I do want to do a mini Maple mystery and kind of have it look like King's Quest 3, like the AGI style art,
Oh
and just
wow.
do something super simple. Like the idea for that one I had was have like a young version of Nancy who goes to the Toronto Public Library, and she's, kids have these little like mystery books, like mystery adventure books
Hmm.
that are kind of serialized. And I would love to do, at least start with one. I don't know how many of these I would do, but I had this idea of I went to Halifax last year, like kind of like on a bit of a mini vacation, and I went to a place called Wasson Bluff, which is part of the Bay of Fundy. And I went there specifically to get a tour to get like zeolites, which are these certain kind of crystals that actually are in the volcanic rock in the Bay of Fundy. And I kind of came up with a little idea for a story to do with that. And I would love to do like a much simpler, shorter game based on that little idea, and kind of do a better job of programming, right? So kind of everything I've learned from Crimson Diamond, making something that's structured not more nicely, have better programming, and then from that build the sequel for like the big one after that I've kind of like done a nice template, like a nice solid
Yeah.
template. So that would be the idea. I haven't really started actively working on it. I just have like, again, another Google Doc full of a bunch of ideas for it,
Hmm.
but consciously trying to do like a little simple game, and hopefully who knows when that'll come out, but hopefully
Mm.
it's not going to take me for more than like a year or something to get that one out. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, awesome. Thanks for sharing that. I will let you go because I don't want to. I could talk for another 3 hours easily. Like this, I've still got questions. I could still talk, so I don't want to keep
Oh
you
my
though.
goodness.
And I probably should
Yeah, it's
actually
like
sleep.
lunchtime,
Yeah,
and I want to have lunch and then have a nap because
it's a great
as I
idea.
mentioned, I'm such a night owl that this is a bit earlier than I'm used to, but it's always so worth it to come on and chat with you. And this is the type of thing where I love where I know we could probably chat for another 3 hours.
Absolutely. We'll just have to have another chat again in the future.
Yeah, we'll just have to do this again. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly. Thanks again, and I'll
Thank you so
pass
much.
on my thanks again to Dan. Dan, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate that time. And yeah, we'll see you again with the next thing, and hopefully, I mean, obviously, I'll be hanging out in your stream, and I hope to see you around again soon as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, same here. I mean, I love to see your game dev process as well. I think it's super inspirational. So thank you for doing those. Yeah.
So the place to go is go to Steam, type in the Crimson Diamond in the search, and pick up the game. It's been out for not 6 months yet. We're nowhere near that.
Oh no, just 6 months.
It's just 6 months. Okay.
A bit more than 6 months. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know how time works, so that's right.
August 15th, February 15th was the 6-month mark.
Oh, okay, that was a 6-month mark. For some reason in my brain that was next month, but I'm a dummy. So
no, time. I don't get time either. We talked about the struggle with the time zone coordination. And that's such a good plugin you have because I don't know what's going on.
That's true.
But yeah, please, if you guys like it, please leave a review. Reviews are like super. Also, a really good way to get visibility as well on the Steam pages.
Tell your friends. Tell your friends about the Crimson Diamond. It's a really good game. Like, I genuinely love playing it. I've been thinking I'm going to stream it again this year, and give it a little bit more time to dig into like the mystery a bit more, because I don't think I got everything. So I'm looking forward to doing another playthrough. All right, thanks again so much. I appreciate it. We'll see you again soon.
Okay, thanks. Take care.
Bye. All right, I've stopped the recording. I'm gonna play the Ogdensburg, like a rag, and we'll head off. But thanks, Julia.
Yeah.
I'll see you again on your stream. I'll be there hopefully next time you're on. So.
Yeah, that should be this coming Tuesday, I think.
Tuesday. Crimson Tuesday. For everybody in chat, if you haven't checked out Julia's channel or Dan's channel, go follow them both. And yeah, the streams, they'll be streaming at some point for sure. Crimson Tuesday, which is a Wednesday for me. I always it's Wednesday, but yeah. Thanks for shouting them out as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, you're free to go if you want, or you can. If you got more to say, you can stick around and hang out for a bit longer if you like. But
I really have to pee.
Yeah. All right. See you next time then. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you. See you next time. Bye.
All right. Well, that was an excellent session. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out with me. We had a good time. Good chat.
Is Ortlem cheered 100 bits?
Gosh.
Might as well roll straight into a Fractal Mind Dev stream, Mike. Kidding. Have a good sleep.
Let's do it. Let's get in there and do some game dev. Thank you very much. I just re-enabled my alerts there, Doc. Thank you very much for the resub. Good to see you, dude. 53
Great
months.
Interview, Mike. Nice to see and back. Go play the Crimson Diamond.
Heck yeah. We'll just start playing it now. I'm going to put on the music track. Here it is. This is that, like, start of Crimson Diamond. This is the track that you hear on the journey. It's a really, like, I'm off on my adventure. This is, like, a really fun song, I think. Just tuned in, HMS Boat. Well, you'll have to check out the upload on YouTube when it's done. I'm gonna try and edit together a little bit of edit in the music track that Dan mentioned, the ghost track. So yeah, may I recommend Tawajia as a raid target, Mike? She's got partner. She has she? That's great news. Congrats. Wow. 4 a.m. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. You got a pet newt and you named him Tiny because he's my newt. Oh, thank you for the hilarious joke. I'm laughing. I am laughing. It's 4 a.m. and I haven't slept for nearly 24 hours. Came in right as it was wrapping up. Welcome in, Beta Human. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, the podcast will be live on the YouTube channel as soon as I have a chance to put things together. So give me a little bit of time with that. I guess you could watch the VOD on YouTube as well, because that's the whole stream's like 8 or 9 hours of content. So good luck. Hey, Steam Park. You think I can do 24 more? Yeah, game dev is happening today. I was about to say tomorrow. Game dev is happening in a few hours from now, so we'll be enjoying that. Oh, it's only halfway through the track. We've still got more time to listen to this music. Awesome. Yeah, we played Diablo today, and then we played Discworld Noir, and then we had a chat with some awesome people, Julia and Dan. Again, huge shout outs and thank yous to them both for being here. It was a pleasure to talk to them both. I had a really, really good time. I could keep talking for hours, honestly. No time. I insist that the VOD be available before the stream starts. Okay. Go eat a donut and coffee. I mean, I could kick off the day now. It's practically time. I'll try and be online sometime around midday, I guess. I'll basically go to sleep and then come back in here and start streaming game dev. But yeah, I've missed out on a lot of game dev in the last couple of weeks just due to other events being overlapping with that time. But yeah, if you were interested in seeing what I've been working on, you can check out this page for the current game that's available now. Don't go to game dev, go to sleep. I will, don't worry. I will go to sleep. But you can check out my this is the game I released last year. It's a very short game. It's like a prequel to the main game that I plan to work on hopefully this year. I'm still working on the third of the 3 mini adventures, and once that's out, I'll start working on the 4th one, which is not a mini adventure, that's the actual game. So these are just prequels that I'm making just to learn the tool set and also I don't know, hopefully get some interest in the product. So I will see you all tomorrow, today, whatever it is. It's today. Actually, the last thing I'll do is just play. Let me just pause this soundtrack. I'll play this little video here, so we can all enjoy this together. This is the trailer for the last game I put out. So all this stuff is done by me. The music's done by Old School J, and yeah, everything else is it's all just me programming and doing the art and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully you enjoy playing it. If you do, let me know. Leave a review or a comment. It's only on itch right now. I'll be bundling all 3 games and putting them on Steam once the current one is finished that I'm working on. Sure did. Thank you, Noru. And you even played it even though it's not a text parser game, huh? Yeah, so next podcast, our guest will be Mousemus, who has worked on Shader Glass, which you can find on itch as well, actually. They also worked on Escape from Castle Matsuboto, I think it is. I'm gonna say it wrong because like it's too late early. But yeah, that was a really, really good time. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. I will we'll go find someone to raid, which I think we had a recommendation already, so that's awesome news. I will have a good rest. Thank you very much, Killick. I appreciate that. Hello? I don't know why Twitch is misbehaving right now. Let's go. You have a good one too, Robot Sphinx. It was great to see you. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Manic Happiness. I appreciate it. I had a great time streaming. Thanks, 5, being here, Foamed. Thank you, Damn Veins. Yeah, I have all the sounds and effects are all turned off right now, so it didn't work. But have a good one, everybody. I'll see you in the future, sometime in the distant future. No, it'll be very soon, actually. Good night.